Did you hear what I just said, or am I roboting? What's going on?
Can you repeat?
I said we have measurements and we have calculations that are based on those measurements. Therefore, the measurement.
I heard that, but I thought.
I'm sorry, I was in the middle of a statement
Sorry.
you said you didn't hear. So you heard it. You know
I heard
everything
it.
after but is bullshit, right?
No. But I thought he said that I don't have the measurements.
Yeah, this is a forum about the geometry of the Earth, so it would have to do with measurements, of course.
Okay, sorry.
We're not everything Earthers. We're not. We're talking about the geometry of the Earth.
Yeah, okay, sure, but that was the only thing that I wanted to ask about the flat Earth with the.
That's the only thing that you're not asking about is the geometry. You're asking about everything but that. So, if we're trying to tell that to you and you're like, yeah, but I just want to learn, the only thing you can learn here is about the geometry. So, if we don't have the answers you're looking for, she's gonna be there tomorrow.
Okay, but so.
Oh, what?
But do you understand that? Like,
yeah, I understand. You are not talking about. You are just talking about.
This isn't a mathematics forum. This isn't a theoretical physics forum. This isn't a hypothetical forum. This is a geometry-based forum. If you don't have any questions about the geometry, then we can't help you.
Okay, sorry. Is there so as outside of this forum? Is there anywhere that I can ask someone about that?
About what?
I mean, I don't know what. I don't know what meaning it was. Was that a rhetorical question?
No, I'm asking because I don't know.
I was gonna answer it, but then you started talking again.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, so if you have other questions, you have to go to like a religious server, mathematics forum, or somewhere else. There's tons of those.
But do you have any that you can send me to?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, they're on Google.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I understand maybe as well. Some of our conversations and our questions are actually trying to guide you in the right direction. So when Elijah's saying, look, we're talking about the geometry of the earth, you know, mathematics and shapes and so on. When you point to something else, it's kind of non sequitur. It's got nothing to do with it, mate. They make three claims about what the earth is, what it does, and where it does it. Physical claims to our physical reality. One of them is that the earth is a shape, a ball with set dimensions. The thing is, if you don't have a ball, then the entire model falls apart, and we don't even have to go on to the next two claims about that the ball moves and the ball exists in the vacuum of space. So first and always, we start with the claim that the earth is a shape. That's a geometric function, right? Something that should be able to be observed and measured directly because we're on the surface of that so-called spherical shape, right? We're just trying to guide you to ask the right questions. Because it's hard for some people that come across flat earthers when they believe that the earth is a ball of their lives. They don't understand what questions to ask. So people like Torben like to ask questions about the moon. Absolutely got nothing to do with the shape of the earth, right? The moon's the moon, the earth's the earth, they can be different. But the point is, Elijah's just trying to guide you to asking the right questions. And the right question at this stage is the shape of the earth.
Yeah, but the question with a clock was about why, how would it work on a flat earth? Can I just say it?
How would what work on a flat earth, my friend?
What?
How would work? What?
Yeah, what?
I just wanted to say what I wanted to say just for you to think about it. Because I believe in your claims, but still there is like some things that I don't understand that I want to know. And I think you want to know too, as you are flat earthers, and so you want to know things.
Before you go on, I'll let you ask a question. If they're about what the sun, moon, and sky is, no one's going to be able to tell you.
No. I wanted to ask about there is a test. I mean, scientific test that you can do when you put a clock somewhere high in a skyscraper, and one clock where you put somewhere in a basement, and after some time, after maybe few years, few months, the times on the clocks will change. They will differ from each other, and I want to understand how would that work on a flat Earth.
Well, what would that have to do with geometry?
What?
Yeah, I know, but I just wanted.
You don't know, like,
You don't even
because
know
you're asking a question that's like a ridiculous one.
How's that work on the globe, Earth?
No, because it's like we're getting into the world of theoretics and affirming the consequent fallacies, meaning, we have a conclusion or want a question answered based on maybe a phenomenon, maybe not. Like these clocks. It's like, what does that have to do with the Earth? That's what we would want to know.
So, if the
Elijah,
Earth is...
sorry, it will be begging the question, of course, but I want to know. This is fucking first time. The clocks, come on, man, let's hear. How is that possible on the globe?
What?
How is possible on the globe that it will change the time?
Hold on. We need to get down to the basis of the statement and what the problem is. It's a malformed logical sequence. So what it means is, if you break it up, is if you're saying because this first thing is true, you're assuming the consequence first off, then you're saying because that unproven thing is true, why don't you guys believe this proven thing? You see how that's illogical?
No. I'm just saying that how, because when the Earth is round and as we know, time is a wave. It was.
Look, you just said it again. As we know.
We don't know.
You don't know that. That first part, just what you just started again, is we know this, whatever it is, fill in the blank. Whenever you start with, we know this, you need to be sure that it is a known thing rather than you thinking it's known and having no proof or validation to verify it. Do you get that?
Yes, sure. Give me a second.
Okay. So you said time is a wave. Do you have proof that this is true? Okay, so there's no proof that time is a wave. Time is a man-made conceptual abstraction. Do you understand those two words? Conceptual and abstraction?
Yeah.
It's abstract.
Please just give me a second, all right?
Okay, sure. No problem. Take as much time. Take your time.
Are you saying, Sonny, that you will go now from time is a wave somewhere?
Shh, wait a minute. Someone's thinking. Quiet.
I like it when someone's thinking and it goes a little bit quiet, especially when they make claims to things like time's a wave. Oh, I can't wait for this one.
But he stopped for a second, so this is precious. Did you hear him stop for this long before?
No, but I like it when they do stop for a while.
Time is a wave, darling.
But quantum mechanics doesn't even say time's a wave, so somebody invented something somewhere.
I'm telling you, it's important. At this juncture, Somebody may be possibly about to awake. Don't disturb this process. Just calmly. Yeah. There you go. Like that.
Maybe he'll change the word time for light.
Shh, Jedi. Shh. Stop it. Okay, that's enough of that shit. Carry on.
Yeah, you can talk. Just give me a second.
Do 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 do. Do 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 do.
Happy Independence Day to my American brothers out there and sisters, if there is any.
Freedom.
You can talk, people. You can talk.
Oh, thank you for the privilege. Did you hear that? He's like scrolling Wikipedia so fast. Just like, fuck.
I don't know if you heard me earlier, but I was trying to say earlier that I claimed this day. I labeled it freedom from what day? Freedom from what? Anyway.
Fear of eating hot dogs and singing anti-patriotism, maybe. There's a word for that that's different.
Start singing Bob Dylan songs or something. Times they're changing. Put in some flat earth.
Gather round, Globers.
I'm done.
There's a good mix there somewhere. That's a good idea, Sonny.
You can just change it to, oh, the science is a changing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the science is changing. Uh-huh.
Exactly. It is his beliefs that make it hard. A lot of his statements were, oh, we know, they know, I believe. You don't know. You're believing.
I know, bro. It's like, what's all this we stuff? Ain't no we. You didn't do jack.
What is your profession? See, old friend, I brought more soldiers than you did.
The countdown has begun.
For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations.
NASA feeds your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Astronauts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction. NASA feeds your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Astronauts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction.
Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Globe Logic compilation. Enjoy the show and grab some popcorn.
What? Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
No, 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 no.
It's time! Geometric Horizon is behind everything and in front of everything at all times, unless something is directly in front of you on a flat surface.
What?
It's a globe, guys. The geometric horizon doesn't stop. It doesn't end.
Wait, so your claim
being that the Earth is, we're not moving and everything around us is moving is based off of an observation?
So, are you?
How else would you base it off of? Do you have anything that's non-observational that would give you any indication as to the Earth's movement?
The numbers.
Well, you can.
Wait, the numbers?
The numbers don't lie, bro.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
You can also take samples of the elements of the sun. You can also take samples of the elements of the sun.
Not the cap.
If you can't observe yourself, if you don't have a mirror, and you can't see your limbs, you just can see straight. You can't see your nose, you can't see your body, but you're living in reality, and you see all those people, and you communicate with people and everything, but they're not allowed to tell you how you look like. You're gonna make the assumption that you're actually the same person, just not what your hair looks like, what your eye color looks like, and all of that detail stuff. But if essentially you're the same as everybody else. So why should we be any different than the other planets in our solar system? That's my point.
That analogy being used, that analogy illustrates that that's a weak inductive inference, and it doesn't adequately substantiate the concluding premise.
But wait! There's more!
That's what the analogy illustrates.
Yeah, it's not a solid one, but it's just one part of it, of course.
What valid scientific experiment exists in astronomy?
By getting a telescope and looking somewhere else in space.
So if I spent 47,000 hours watching porno, it's a science.
No, because this.
You just said watching shit is science. You just said watching shit is science.
Bro, well, I said watching shit in this context is science.
No, so context.
Because they're watching this shit to understand how it works, why it works, when it works.
47,000. Hold on. If I watched 47,000 hours of porno and I was taking notes about patterns I saw, then it's science.
How it works.
Well, no, because the porno is not important.
But right now, you don't know if the Earth is a globe.
I do. I've seen pictures of it.
Okay. I mean, you've seen pictures of it, but do you think that's a great way to present evidence? So if I showed you a picture of King Kong climbing a tall building, you're going to be like, King Kong.
Another thing that I actually have done, I've been to the equator, and I've balanced an egg on a nail.
Bruh.
Wait. So that's pretty much proof for me.
Wait. I don't see the correlation. I'm sorry.
Bro. That's science. That's just scientific
I didn't
proof.
expect that.
So back to the question: who has directly measured the curvature of the Earth anytime in history?
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Okay, what did he do? What was
he went and he did the calculation that he learned in school.
What did he do so that we can know that there's drop over distance? Tell us the method.
I don't fucking know. What do I need to know?
I know you don't know. That's why I'm asking the question.
Yeah, but I don't fucking know how cancer works, and I still believe in that.
Because of the fact that you're stating that the Earth has this curvature, but you have no knowledge on how anybody who's directly measured this curvature of the Earth, as in drop over distance, right? I would say,
how have you measured the curvature of the Earth or lack thereof?
That's not the question. That's not the question here. The question is your knowledge, as your baseline knowledge, as how it's been done. You have no idea. You have just a belief that someone's done that. You don't know it.
All right. So you hold yourself to the same standard.
All right. Yeah, it's fine. But listen, I'm not the one that's saying that the Earth is a globe, because I know that it's not.
What's your claim?
I don't have a claim.
So you're a coward.
I'm not a coward. I don't have a claim for the shape of the Earth. You do. All right. So second question. They're saying that the Earth is rotating, right, on its axis at about 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. These are very simple. You should know these. Who has directly measured this rotation, as in per the axial rotation, anytime in history?
Listen, man, I'm gonna bow out. You have a nice night. I love
Oh yeah, believe me, this is what I love.
I feel like I'm being respected right now, so I'm gonna bow out. Love everyone else. See you
later.
Why are you running? Why are you running? So, to measure the angle of the sun, you need to get sufficiently far apart on Earth and measure the angle of the incoming rays. And they have to be oriented. That's how it has to be done. Because they have to be oriented. No, you didn't.
Yeah, me and my buddy. He did it from Oklahoma City. I did it from DFW. That's at least 15 degrees latitude difference.
Okay, what does that mean?
It's not 15 degrees. It means there's 15 degrees of latitude.
How do you know it isn't 15 degrees sun? How do you know it is? Well, Jim, let me ask you a question. How do you know it isn't 15 degrees divergence of the sun rays?
Well, they're both the same. That's how we got.
You're just saying that. I asked you for the evidence. You're just saying it.
I told you guys it was 20 years ago. I don't have any that left. My house got robbed. Everything got stolen. I told you guys it was 20 years ago. I don't have any that left. My house got robbed. Everything got stolen.
What research do you need to do to know that you're not moving?
Because I have seen multiple scientific pictures of the globe.
Of course! Don't you know anything about science?
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
You don't prove the hypothesis in science, buddy.
If I look at someone's chin who's like 10 meters away from me, that chin is not really there. It's refracted.
It will be refracted.
What about someone else's chin? What about someone else's chin?
Well, if I'm sitting... Well, that would technically be apparent, but it would match much better to the geographic at close distance because the distortion would be almost none. Physical Earth curve is like your chin. You can't look down and see your chin unless you've got a freakishly jutting chin. You can only ever see it in a mirror or in a picture, right?
Plumb line straight or curved?
Again, you're talking to me.
Are plumb lines straight lines?
So you're going to mute me every time?
Are plumb lines straight lines?
Fuck you.
Are plumb lines straight lines?
Is the claim here that the pylons of the
Heretic, if you're going to keep talking
from each
over
other?
me, I'm not going to...
Are plumb lines straight lines?
Did your mother have children that lived?
Are plumb lines straight lines? You literally can't answer. Uh-oh.
A plumb line goes straight down.
It goes straight down. Okay. Goodbye, globe.
Oh, Ed. Explain your proof. Come on, dumbass. Explain your proof.
Right there.
Why are you so
As soon as you
angry?
start talking...
What, you're going to refute the entire field of geodesy now? They don't say that plumb lines are straight lines. Guess you shouldn't have invoked that to prove a globe. Plumb lines are curved lines. Now you're saying they're straight and they tilt away from each other. Well, not on the globe model, they don't. So I guess we're done here.
Are we? You think you've won? It's amazing, Heretic. You know what?
Yeah.
That's why my...
You don't even know what the plumb lines you're trying to prove the tilt of are in the paradigm that you're trying to use them to prove. So, yeah, we're done.
Yeah, I know.
The formula is for the physical horizon that exists. The one that you see is an optical one because of optical effects.
You're reverting back. The reason that I interrupted the conversation this time is because you said that boats in the sun go over the horizon and it's optical, and then we were like, well, how do you know?
They go over the physical horizon and you see the optical horizon.
Yeah, okay, but then your conclusion was that it was a globe. How? Because you assume it, and
because it fits the model.
It's a reification fallacy then, on top of begging the question.
Friend, let me interject.
Yeah, go ahead.
It doesn't fit the model. Pay attention. It doesn't fit the model because you just said it goes over the physical horizon, but you only see it go over the optical horizon. That is a model that's not fitting, brother, because you see it doing something that it's not doing.
I agree. It is a model that doesn't fit because there's not enough variables in the model. The model only describes.
Thank you.
The model only describes the physical model, and the picture
stop.
is
Now you have to stop, because when you were talking to me, You said that begging the question is okay because it fits the model. You just told him it doesn't.
It's rewind time.
It fits the model. I agree. It is a model that doesn't fit.
So you think you see left to right curve on the top of a mountain?
Yeah, yes, and you guys should accept that to be the case.
This is why we should
accept it to be the case. It's very slight.
Oh, it's very slight now. Well, how slight is it?
Well,
is it distinguishable to the naked eye?
Probably not, actually.
Oh, right. So when you go up a mountain, you don't see curve like you said.
No,
so you just lied.
Jedi said when you go up a mountain you can see curve. I said you can measure drop. No, I did not. Don't put words in my mouth. Don't put words in my mouth. I said going up a mountain you can measure drop over distance.
No, you just said you can see left to right curve going up a mountain, you liar.
No,
you said you can see left to right.
Rory did.
That was earlier.
You just said right there when Jedi asked about left to right curve, and I asked about it to clarify. You said yes. And you said it's very slight. There's one guy called Rory who climbed a mountain and he took a picture and he saw that it was curved, but no one else can see it. And you can't see it with your naked eye, despite just saying you went up a mountain and saw it. So you're a liar, Ruhith. And it's all recorded, and it's pathetic, and it's sad. You think you see left to right curve on the top of a mountain?
Yeah, yes, and you guys should accept that to be the case.
Gotcha, bitch. Yeah, well, here's the thing. The Big Bang was created from nothing, and they replicated creating something from nothing.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did.
No, they didn't.
They created a property from graphene by creating electric fields.
My God, dude, listen to what you just said. They created a property from graphene, which means it's not nothing.
What is it made out of?
The moon is made of mostly rock. The sun is made of helium and hydrogen mostly.
And you know this how?
Observations, science.
You observed the rock?
What? I've observed the rock through a telescope. Other people have done a lot more detailed analysis on it.
Then you're 100% sure that's what it is?
I trust the experts.
Shut up, bitch!
So what do boats disappear over?
The geometric horizon.
But you said we don't see that.
Remember how you started with your whole globe proof? Remember how you started with your whole globe proof being things appearing to vanish bottom up in the distance, and now you're saying the thing that they're supposed to appear to vanish over is refracted so that it doesn't appear.
Bomb has been planted.
I don't see the problem with that.
What?
This is what laser targeting systems are. You know, the things that are used by, for example, the navies of the world. So they use laser targeting systems at distances of 100 miles, requiring the surface of the Earth to be level, because if it was curved, it would get in the way.
Hey, wake up! Well, you have to see that the Earth is this is not proved, but it has gravitational pull that the laser gets pulled down. So the laser still hits the target, even though it's so far away.
Stop the cap!
Can you show me that curvature?
Yes, if you zoom out very far, you will see the curvature.
Zoom out from where?
From outside of Earth. Outside of its atmosphere.
Can you send the guy that's up there a message to zoom out so I can see it?
You have pictures and videos. I sent you a video.
So if he's showing us curvature up there, that the place where we're standing is curved, then we should be able to translate that back down onto the ground. Yeah?
Not really because of how gravity works. No, because of how gravity works. If you go down gravity.
So we can't measure it. We can't measure it because of gravity.
Yeah.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question.
Does the Earth look flat around? Does the Earth look flat around?
It's definitely round, dude.
Hey, does it look flat around?
What does it look like? Hello?
Can't even do it. You're fucking sick, dude. You're sick in the fucking head. You can't even admit that the Earth looks flat.
I refuse to incriminate myself. How about that?
I refuse to look at this video.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. I refuse to incriminate myself.
A few moments later.
I know. Have you been outside before?
Yes.
Okay, what the Earth look like, flat or curved?
I am not answering that question.
Yeah, you need to.
No, I don't.
You need to. Why not?
Why? It's not proof the Earth is flat or curved. I'm asking you what it looks like what it looks like.
I don't have to answer that question.
You serious?
All right, so when you go outside, did you see the world looking like it's flat? Yes or no?
And how many times have I told you I'm not answering that question?
The only thing you've said that's honest is that you were drinking.
Yes, that was something that I said.
Why won't you answer my question? Why won't you answer that question? Stick here,
because I don't want to.
Why? Why?
Because it's self-incriminating.
What?
How is that incriminating?
I got your ass, man. You know, Indio has you. You're dead to rights, bro. Like you can't get away from that. That's the question that you need to answer. What
no, I
does
don't.
the Earth look like
because
when you go outside?
It doesn't prove one way or another.
Well, then why would you answer?
We know that. Like, we admit that. It doesn't prove it one way or another.
What's going to happen next is I'm going to say a point that's totally, like, fucking left field of that. Like, this is why I don't believe that. And then you guys are going to be like, oh, fucking straw man.
Don't believe that it looks flat?
Like, man, whatever the fucking terms you guys use, and then go with that. And I'm like, okay, I guess I'm a straw man now. And I'll do straw things.
The hell is this guy on? Man, dude, shut up already.
But wait! There's more!
When you go to the beach, you see a curve left to right on the horizon.
Maybe. I haven't thought about it like that. So maybe next time I go, I'll think about it and go, yeah, maybe I do see it like that. Maybe I'll squint a bit harder and look a bit...
Okay, but when you've just seen it, you haven't seen the curve. You would have to squint hard to see the curve, meaning you default just see it as a flat line.
No, I don't see it as either.
But you don't see it as flat or curved
with timber? Have either of you guys built anything with timber?
Oh, no. Wait, we're talking about the horizon, not building with timber.
So when I look at a piece of timber, I can look at that piece of timber and go, that looks kind of flat and that looks really square. And then when I get my square out and measure it, it doesn't fit. So what I do is I assume neither. But I assume that the timber might be flat, but I should check it.
You said you don't see the horizon as flat or curved?
Yes.
So what do you see it as?
Oh no, the left to right, I don't see as flat or curved.
Yeah, what do you see it as, left to right?
I see it as neither.
Yeah, so how do you see it?
Neither. I see it as something that I can't measure accurately enough to determine whether it's flat or curved.
But does it look flat or curved?
It's the same way, I'll look at a piece of timber and I'll go, I can't tell if that's warped or not.
But so if you can't tell that it's warped, then it just looks flat?
No, that just means it isn't warped very much. It isn't curved very much.
So it looks flat to you, not warped?
No, it looks like neither. It looks like something that I wouldn't be able to tell.
So it doesn't look flat.
How do you not understand this?
Curved. What does it look like? Not flat, not curved.
Neither.
Yeah.
Neither.
So what does
not
that
everything's
look like?
A false dichotomy, but
what? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
I know you find it upsetting for some reason to acknowledge observable reality, but you can't say the horizon is neither curved nor flat and give no explanation on what the hell you're talking about. It has to be one of them. Is it curved or is it flat, left to right, to your eyeballs when you go to the beach?
That is what is called a false dichotomy, where you have presented two
What's the third option?
And there's a possible... The third option is that you cannot determine with your eyesight.
You can't determine what?
Whether it's flat or curved using your eyesight.
People don't believe your senses, is that what you're saying?
Of course I don't believe my senses. I believe them up to a point, but again, if I look at a piece of timber, I can't tell if that timber is 2 inches or 2.148 inches. So I need measuring devices.
That's great.
If you were to have a drone and you fly it up a couple hundred feet, you could actually see the curvature.
I can't believe you just said that.
My detector test determined that was a lie.
So tell me, why is the sun 23,000 times less bright on the horizon than it is at solar noon?
Because it's well, what are you talking about? Less of it is exposed to where you are.
Yeah, so why can I look at the sun directly with my eyes on the horizon, but if I look at the sun when it's at noon, I'm blinded?
Huh? Like, well,
why can't you just answer your question? Why can I look directly at the sun and not be blinded when it's on the horizon? But if I look at it when it's directly overhead, I will be blinded.
Because there's less of it to look at.
There's less of the sun to look at?
Yes. Because it is blocked by the horizon.
Man, you gotta clip this. Clip cord, bro. That's the most retarded thing I've ever heard. There's less of the sun to look at. It's not because the air is thicker.
Finn Bob, go ahead and demonstrate how the thing that we're standing on is a geometric shape by way of measuring it. And you're like, let's get a big old tape measure. And come on, let's stop being ludicrous here. You know, realistically, how would you do it, Finn Bob? If you were really going to do it, figure it out.
Calculating it.
Calculating.
Then you need to verify through measurement.
Is a calculation the same as a measurement?
Yeah.
What are you, fucking stupid?
So let's make sure you understand. So we're talking about the surface of a sphere. You understand we're talking about the surface of a sphere,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So you're trying to say we can have straight lines on the surface of a sphere.
Yes.
Yes. I don't know what the hell's wrong with you.
So if you're on the surface of a basketball, let's imagine, and you walk in one direction heading north, you're going to end up going back to where you started. Did you walk in a straight line?
No.
No.
So you did. So you turned left or right? You went off your north heading?
Elevation change.
Oof.
It's not a straight line.
You can walk in a straight line over a mountain range. Your elevation changes, but it's still a straight line.
What in the hell are you talking about, man? Do you know what a straight line is?
Yes, it's the shortest distance between 2 points.
Is there any curvature on a straight line?
No, it's the shortest distance between 2 points.
Okay, you just finished saying that there's no curvature on a straight line at all. So a mountain wouldn't be a straight line because you're walking up and down the mountain.
Yeah,
is that a straight line?
Yes.
Stop the cap.
You're telling me staring at the sun is going to tell you the geometric shape of the Earth?
Yes. It tells you a lot.
Yes. How
it tells you an awful lot.
Lies! 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 Lies!
So other than dropping something or us just being on Earth, what can we do that could prove that the Earth is a globe? Like, what proof is there?
You can, I guess, you look at other celestial bodies. You realize that if they're spherical, and then but it's always going to be gravity at the end of the day.
You don't know that you're on a planet. Oh my god!
On a scale of 0 to 100, how sure are you that you live on a ball?
I'm like, I'd say like 99% sure.
Damn, 99%.
I'm like 90% sure.
What's giving you the
most confidence?
Like, I'm 10% sure. I'm 10% sure that it would probably don't. Right? Like,
so what's giving you what's the main thing that's making you think 90%?
Appealing to authority.
Gay. 6378. 637.
Okay, so what was who measured that?
I actually don't know how that's measured. That's a great question.
Right. Okay. Well, do you want to go and figure out who measured it and then come back?
No, I really don't need to know. If multiple people are using it, it's verified.
Well, what if it's never been measured? Well, no, you'd have to measure it to verify it.
But then, how do we measure things too large? We use angles to measure things too large.
Well, you tell me because it's your claim. So who measured it?
Well, I would never think I need to measure it, but we can do it with angles.
Well, someone would need to measure it.
Well, I'm saying we could do it with angles in here. Do you want me to screen share and do it with angles?
With angles of what?
With the angles around in the world around us, bro.
Angles of what?
Things, the Earth, things in
the angle of Earth. What is that?
Relativity. Angles in relativity.
What?
Angles
the angle in relativity.
No, the angles in relativity. I'm not saying the law of relativity.
What are you talking about, man?
I'm saying relativity as a concept. I'm saying
the angles
from
what?
Concept. The one that you learn in like first grade, bro. Not the one you learn in
an angle from. What are you drawing an angle to?
You can draw an angle from anything.
Yeah, but what are you drawing an angle to?
So So an angle, right? You can make it out of fucking nothing, bro. You can make it out of fucking nothing. You can just make an angle, bro. So, okay. Let me say it like this. Okay, you can put a square inside a circle and you made a fucking angle, right? Is that easy to understand?
How would this tell you the radius of the Earth?
Oh shit! You would have to know trig and calc. See, this is fleeting. I know stuff that you don't know.
Trig would use a flat baseline, wouldn't it, for an angle?
No. Yeah, well, that's what they technically do for the Earth.
Yeah. So
they give it a flat
baseline
base.
of the angle.
Yes, they give it a flat baseline.
Right, so it's a flat baseline.
Yes,
right.
Yes.
So how does that work on a globe?
You just chop that bitch in half, bro.
So the baseline would be flat.
Yes, if you split the globe in the middle.
Right, so not curved then.
But then the same trigonomic rules still apply, though. You just have to double it back. It's simple algebra, bro. Angles in relativity.
Do you have a demonstration of the 1.2 mile horizon that you say is refracted? Because you just gave two ways to be able to demonstrate that and then said, well, no, nobody ever did that.
Yeah, again, I can reverse engineer it to get a 1.22 by incorporating refraction. I can reverse engineer it to get a 1.22.
You made a claim that Snell's law is built upon experimentation. We all agree it's built upon experimentation with two different mediums. Can you give me experimentation of a singular medium?
All right, Snell's law comes from Fermat's principle. It is derived from Fermat's principle.
That's correct. Can you give me...
so you accept Fermat's principle then, correct? Do you accept Fermat's principle or not?
You need two mediums. You need two mediums to invoke Snell's law. Do you agree?
Or a gradient.
Okay, then
Snell's law is a special case of Fermat's principle.
Why can't you show me an experiment of that?
Oh, I can show you the mathematics of it.
Variations in the refractive index in the atmosphere are caused by inhomogeneities of wide ranges of sizes. These include variations in the mean refractive index and refractive index fluctuations due to turbulence and cannot be accounted for by deterministic models. Do you know what a deterministic model is?
I do know what a deterministic
model is. Cannot be accounted for by deterministic models.
That cannot be accounted for by
That's right. Refraction cannot be accounted for by deterministic models. That's why I'm asking you. Where's the model that makes prediction? There's no deterministic model for atmospheric refraction, terrestrial refraction, or whatever you want to call it. There is no model in existence that makes accurate predictions. There never has been, and there never will be.
I am saying that if you knew all of the atmospheric conditions from
doesn't matter, dude. They've tested it. They've tested it. Do you understand that you have a model, and then you go out and you collect data, then you plug the values into the model, and you see if the model matches observation, right?
Yeah.
When they do this exercise, let's call it, they don't get reality. What's so hard to understand about that? That the models don't work. That's why I'm hammering on this, is because you think that there's some scientific fucking overlord out there that can predict refraction. No. There's no prediction of refraction. Doesn't exist. So you just saying you can predict where the geometric horizon is, that's just cap, dude. That's nonsense.
What I am suggesting is not something that would work in the real world. I am suggesting that if we had a deterministic...
Michael, sorry. Now we can't do this in the real world. Why the hell do you believe?
No, you never could.
Yeah, so where's the direct measurement of the thing that you believe in? Why are we now listening to your imagination? Why?
Physics is deterministic.
Oh, God's sake.
Holy smokes, dude.
You do understand
about quantum physics, which is indeterministic? Anyway.
You do understand.
We're ignoring quantum physics. We're out of the realm of quantum physics at the moment.
Yeah, you do understand that everything you've done for the last half hour is beg the question. The heliocentric model predicts. Awesome. So the Earth is a ball then. We want proof of the ball, proof of the assumption in the first place, not just backwards engineering of all observations to it because of refraction.
I can reverse engineer it to get a 1.22.
Shut up, bitch!
Right. So subbing in propositions for these variables. Suppose that P is gravity. Suppose that Q is the Earth is round. Right. So if gravity exists, then the Earth is round. If the torsion bar twists, then gravity exists. The torsion bar twists, therefore gravity exists. Therefore, the Earth is round. Yeah, so you're just wrong.
Sphere. Oh, what am I wrong about?
Objection.
That gravity means twisty torsion bar. It doesn't. If the torsion bar twists, then gravity exists. The torsion bar twists, therefore gravity exists. Therefore, the Earth is round.
Galileo used a ramp to study rolling balls, showing the acceleration enough to measure the time taken for the ball to roll, known distance.
I didn't hear the first part. Did you say Galileo?
Yeah.
What did he do again?
You asked me who was the first person to measure drop over distance, and I said it was Galileo.
Okay, go ahead and give us the information on how
he used a ramp to study rolling balls, slowing the acceleration enough to measure the time taken for the ball to roll a known distance. He measured elapsed time with a water clock using an extremely accurate balance to measure the amount of water.
Now show where this has been measured on the globe. Drop over distance on the globe, not on the ramp.
I'm just telling you, Galileo.
Rolling balls off a ramp with water, therefore Earth curvature drop over distance.
I think he said the Black Swan is a wonderful example of a straw man.
How is that? It's nature presenting itself as, the way that it does.
Wait, are you saying the globe claim is a straw man against itself?
No, I'm saying the Black Swan is a straw man against the globe claim.
Oh, wow.
No, it is the globe claim, and then it shows how it's incorrect.
No.
Okay, detail which part of the Black Swan argument is the straw man.
The part where it says the bendy cranes don't matter.
Oh, where does it say that in the argument?
Oh, are we doing the whole if P then Q thing?
Yeah, the modus tollens. Yeah, where does it talk about refraction?
Right. That's an incomplete thing. Modus tollens only works like if we agree on the P, then the Q, but if the P is in contention, then the Q doesn't follow.
So you don't agree with the P?
No, not at all.
Oh, so why are we arguing about Earth being a globe?
What?
There's also horizon way beyond where it's supposed to be, so there's that too.
Yeah, what's blocking the bottom of the oil rig there?
Not a hill of water. So
yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is. And if you look at how much is actually hidden.
Okay, buddy.
What are you, fucking stupid?
A hill of water.
You yourself had conceded and said, yeah, there's definitely something to contain gas, right? Is there a way to contain gas without it? Without a container. Without a container.
No.
Right.
So what's containing your globe?
So you yourself. No,
that's not the claim. No, that's not the claim. That's not what they claim. What is it?
You're just going to make up your own cosmology. You can't do that.
No.
So what is the ozone layer made out of?
Bro just said no gravity.
What is the ozone layer made of?
I've been told it's made of gas.
So what contains that?
The gas itself.
Holy fuck!
Has anyone observed gravity forming things into a ball? Is it predicted by the physics model?
There is.
Do you have a demonstration? Oh, what experiment is that?
Well, as I told you, the Cavendish experiment, but I
formed something into a ball.
Sorry.
That formed a bunch of particles into a ball.
Well, not exactly, but
okay. So, and what's the Cavendish have to do with it?
We know that gravity. If with this experiment,
you don't know it, you're claiming it, and I'm asking how we have the knowledge for the claim, right?
If we know that the gravity exists and it's applied evenly when we look at the Earth, we will then see that it is spherical and stuff. And
yeah, great. That's a claim, dude. See, you're confused. You think just saying gravity predicts things form into a ball. You think that that's somehow evidence for the claim? No. If that was the prediction, what would you have to go do? You'd have to go test it. Right? You have to go test it with an experiment.
Yes.
Okay, so what's that experiment?
So just wanted to get in quickly. That's actually two fallacies wrapped into one. Because you begged the question, and then you've also made a baseless assertion based on the begging the question fallacy, because you haven't got any real world data to support what you've said either.
Okay, so just as I told you, there is an experiment, but I don't know that one very, very well, and that's not really the subject I'm fully in.
Well, listen, I know about the Cavendish, whatever, but that in no way shows that gravity forms a whole bunch of particles into a ball. Nothing about that. You cannot deduce from that experiment that conclusion.
No, you're misunderstanding. Gravity is the dependent variable.
Gravity is the dependent variable, so it's the observed phenomenon.
Correct. That's literally what I'm saying.
So gravity is the observed phenomenon, not the cause.
Literally, yes.
So is gravity the cause? Is gravity the cause of the natural observed phenomenon?
Yeah.
Is gravity mass attracting mass?
Yeah.
Okay, so the cause is the natural observed phenomenon.
Right.
The cause is the effect, is what you just said.
Excuse me.
You said Eratosthenes, right?
Yeah, Eratosthenes, yeah.
So we've got shadows, 2 different points on the surface, 2 different length shadows. That tells you that the surface is curving. How?
Searching.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
Searching.
Wait, hold on.
That's great.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Is this
so
like
you're asking if how we know it's like curved?
He's googling it.
No, no.
Well, I mean, no. So I already have this information pulled up. So how we know that it's curved is that we can observe from two different. But
that wasn't the question. That wasn't the question.
Well, I'm not let me finish.
No, you're not answering the question.
Let me finish.
No, it's not about finishing. We're trying to stop you from being like you're not even on the right. You're not answering the right question. Remember, I gave you an example. If you told me how tall you are, you're like, well, what method do you want? Any method, as long as that's measured, it's verifying how tall you are via measurement. So
maybe
going back to the experiment here, there are 2 different like shadows taken at different latitudes, and the way that this works, the way that we know that it's round, is because the only way we would be able to do this is if we see different angles.
Really?
Of shadow that the shadows project.
So you're saying that on a flat surface... Wait, so just to clarify, you're saying that on a flat surface, we cannot have different angles to a single light source.
And yeah, but those angles on a flat surface would be wildly different. And
well, why would they be wildly different? What would they be instead? Actually, what are they? What are they, and what would they be instead?
Because on a flat Earth, you're dealing with a flat plane, relatively speaking, and with that.
Okay, so the angles. So the angles would be different than what they are. What are they?
Searching.
What do you mean?
What are the angles?
What's your angle?
I don't think that's necessarily.
So you don't know what the angles are, but you do know that if the surface is flat, they would be something other than what they are.
I don't think that the angles, the exact angles, are relevant here, but I know that they're.
Well, they are relevant because your claim is they wouldn't be what they are, but you don't know what they are. So how can you say that? If you haven't been high enough to see a curve, how do you know it curves?
It curves.
I believe in basic science. We've been going through this in just basic physics classes, how how the Earth is round due to the principles of gravity and whatever. And I just believe in that because I have no reason to not believe in that, you know.
Believe it sounds like a faith.
Science!
Bro, you're shaking.
Science!
Bro, you're shaking.
Science!
You're shaking.
This is the science!
You're shaking, bro. You need some medic.
Yeah, I found a great evidence for the Earth being round.
Okay. Post it in live stream.
Okay. No one smart, like who has a high IQ and stuff, believes in flat Earth. See, that's
not evidence.
But that's a good evidence. Like everyone smart believes in like round Earth.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
So what reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat?
Because it's stupid belief.
Come on, Ryan. It's stupid. Fucking, that's it. That's, oh my God.
Let's just spin the wheel on the fallacy wheel. You know, let's spin the fallacy wheel and just go through the whole thing.
Flat Earth is dangerous. Shut up, bitch.
No, bro, like the water that you see in the picture is not real.
You understand that observational science is a science. It actually is. You take data through observations and can make conclusions without having to experimentally test those conclusions.
You understand?
If we were, like, as you say, you would have to change the independent variable according to what we're actually trying to measure, in this case, gravity. And so, obviously, on Earth, gravity is relatively consistent. There's very, very small deviations that you wouldn't be able to detect with the human eye. But you would have to go somewhere else that has a different kind of gravity. You haven't been to space yet, obviously.
What are you, fucking stupid?
30 years, if you're super rich, you might get the chance to get a ticket and go, you know, to low Earth orbit or something like that. And there you might be able to test different gravity for yourself. So being further away from the Earth, you're going to experience slightly less gravity. If you went to the moon, hypothetically, then we could do a test, and we have, you know, video evidence, whether you want to believe that or not. But I choose to believe that the when we drop a object on the moon, it falls slower due to the fact that the gravity is different, all else being equal. So we're dropping the same mass, except the mass that is being dropped towards is different. On Earth, it's bigger. On the moon, it's smaller, and thus that attraction force is lower. So the thing that is dropped on the moon is going to drop slower than the thing that is dropped on Earth. That's, I guess, the kind of test you're looking for, the change in the independent variable. But obviously...
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
When do we see the geometric horizon? That's the question.
The geometric horizon is a theoretical construct. You don't see it. We see we see in real world.
Okay. So when you said before that the horizon is the bit that the boats are going beyond and the sun's going behind, when it was physical, you're saying that's only theoretical now?
No. The geometric horizon is a theoretical construct. You don't see it.
Gotcha, bitch!
How do you get a right angle triangle on a sphere?
You already asked me that question.
Yeah, I keep asking it to Baltards because I'm here to make a point.
Yeah, so as I already said, if you recall, as I said, you measured at different points because you can find a flat surface. Okay.
No, you can't. Go ahead,
just as you could find a flat surface.
No, you can't. I don't
on a basketball.
No, that
so
would
you
be
can
more
find
than 180 degree. Go. I want.
That's 360 degrees. Yeah.
I want you to use 360 degree right triangle. You
Did you
kidding me?
Did you just say there's a flat surface on a basketball?
Yeah, so like if you measure a small enough, portion, if you small then so as I was saying, like,
there is no truly flat surface on a sphere. Give us a citation.
There is
flat sphere.
There isn't. You're a dumb fuck. I've had about enough. You're a dumb fuck.
Just as you could find a flat surface
you can't.
on a basketball.
What?
Where did you learn level is curved?
So I didn't learn that. I kind of figured that out.
Oh, really?
Obviously, from a like that would be a logical fallacy in your eyes because I'm accepting that the Earth is a sphere, like, of course. And so from that understanding, then in my mind, I've kind of figured out, okay, well, if it's on a sphere, then depending on your scale of reference, things are going to look
only in the reification of the globe. Do you apply this logic?
Yes, of course.
Okay, we're talking about reality. Do you see the difference?
But do you understand that in my concept of reality, it is a sphere? I understand that in yours it's not.
Oh my goodness, dude. I'm not even talking about the globe right now. I'm just talking about what level is, what flat is. Is flat level?
Okay.
Is flat curved? Is flat a sphere? I mean, what's going on in your mind?
Sure. So flat is level, but I would say that any water that you find is going to be.
What's the difference between flat level and curved level?
Well, curved level is going to look as flat level does at a small scale, but the more you zoom out, the more it's going to look not level, and it's going to look more curved and curved and curved. Obviously, the more you zoom out on a flat Earth, it's just going to look exactly flat no matter what scale.
Okay, so curved level is actually curved.
Yes, curved level is more like a tangent.
So flat and curved are two different things.
Yes. Yeah.
And level and curved are two different things.
Is that what you just asked me? Maybe not, but yes, they are two different things.
Okay, there you go. So what's going on?
It's from NASA. It's a reliable source.
No, reliable, nothing.
Back up.
50 feet.
Can you calculate something that's 50 feet above the air?
If you calculate it, you might want to go measure it to verify it, right?
Yeah. You can measure it, but how would you do that? How would you do that without a tape measure scrolling up there? How would you do that? Elevation
angles.
Elevation.
Oh, okay. Now we're getting somewhere. So, what about the same thing? What about the same thing for? Do you guys know what a sextant is?
Yeah. Do you know what a triangle is?
Oh, dude, do I know triangles? Talk to me about some triangles. You know about 180?
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
You know about 180? Talk to me about 180. Talk to me about how you can calculate your location in the middle of a fucking ocean where you can't see fucking dick but ocean and horizon.
Yeah.
How do you know where you are on the earth if you can't calculate with the sky?
What is a triangle? Triangle is three straight lines that they form angles that equal 180 degrees, right? Three straight lines that form angles.
180. I was saying that. Yeah, dude. You know about
straight lines. Straight lines. Straight. Are you not listening? Are you not listening? Straight lines. So in order to have three straight lines, you cannot have a curved adjacent. Correct.
Gotcha, bitch.
Game over, dude. Flat Earth.
Curved anyway.
We didn't say anything. Game over.
Gotcha, bitch.
Why are you guys obsessed with peer review?
I don't know why.
Peer review means somebody can recreate the shit.
Do you think doesn't mean it's just?
Hold on, Ryan agreed on it.
Let me ask him a question. I want to ask a question. Ryan, do you think people that peer review recreate the experiment they're reviewing?
That's usually what peer review means.
No. They're just making sure the fucking data and the math are correct. They're not recreating experiments.
Yeah, sure, it could be, but I mean, if I was like, I'm like, if I had to make a choice between one or the other.
Yeah. But okay, so either you're saying they're massively incompetent and they don't know the difference between a rock from the moon and a piece of wood, or they're lying. Those are our choices, yeah?
They misplaced it.
So those are the choices, yeah? Either massively incompetent or lying.
Well, they don't have to be massively incompetent. It could just been a simple mistake.
Well, it's a rock from the moon, bro. If I have a rock from the moon, and I say I'm going to give you a rock from the moon, it's going to be difficult for me to accidentally give you a piece of wood instead. And if you're a $50 million, $60 million a day company whose job it is to go to the moon, we would expect that you know what the moon rock is when you're giving it to another country, wouldn't you? Isn't that a bare minimum?
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure like all governments like make mistakes. I mean, that's why we criticize.
Yeah, but if you go, but it would be but if you go to the moon like they claim and you get rocks from it, it's not like they're giving them a certain type of pencil and there's millions of them and they accidentally gave them the wrong kind of pencil. I mean, it's a rock from the moon. These are supposed to be some of the most valuable things on Earth, and they'd have to be very heavily watched and secured. And then you're accidentally getting a piece of petrified wood. Okay, let's say hypothetically that's what happened. Could you give me your scenario of how that petrified wood is becoming put in place of a moon rock by accident? Just in your mind, how you're imagining that to have happened.
Well, like if someone has like a collection of these, they probably have a collection of like other things like petrified wood. It's like if you collect rocks, you probably have like petrified wood and shit too.
Wait, so you think NASA are storing a pile of petrified wood next to their moon rocks?
Maybe. I mean,
why would they be storing petrified wood?
I mean, you tell me. I don't know why they would.
No, you tell me. It's your story.
It's not my story.
This is your story. You're defending the story. You made up the story. You said it could have been a mistake.
Yeah, I'm saying it could have been a mistake.
NASA's in their petrified wood store about to fuel their fires in the office. And then someone accidentally goes into the moon rock cupboard and drops everything and goes, "Oh shit, we have to leave for the flight to Holland." Grabs all the bits, but he accidentally grabs some of the petrified wood that they're using for the office fire. Is that maybe what happened?
I mean, who knows?
Listen. Fuck up. Get out.
It's all over. It's all over for him. I don't know if you realize it, but it's over.
Hold on, not yet. Clear? 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
It's just too good. It's too good.
I have to announce to you that I will never retire. I will only retire when I'm dead in this ring. Wow. How about that announcement? Over my dead body. I've got too much juice left. Woo! I'm still an itch boy. I love this business. I'm going nowhere. Thank you. Woo!
The Earth is flat. I follow all the flat Earth pages.
Yeah, so, okay. I mean, it's not flat.
You're a globetard. You're a globetard. You think this isn't flat.
It's not.
Is the world round?
Yes, it's a globe.
Globetard.
Alright, so how's it flat then? Prove to me it's flat. Look outside. I see the curve.
He don't see shit.
I do. I see the curve.
Tell him more proof. More proof. Did you know that not once in the history of space travel ever has any astronaut panned his camera around 360 degrees? Not once. Why don't they?
What do you mean?
It's all fake, it's all manipulated.
Studios, yeah.
Images, yeah. You're a globetrot. Your name should be Luke the Duke, but instead your name is Leek.
The geek. Look, I start calling him Lord.
Lork.
Lork.
Lork the globetrot.
This is stupid. I'm not a globetrot.
You have a spacesuit, you can go up there and see it's flat. But you ain't fucking got
It's
one.
not
And
flat.
That's why you're Lork the globetrot.
So is space fake? Is there even space?
Space is fake.
You're Lork.
So it's a dome?
Space is CGI. Yeah, it's a solid dome.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know,
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
Get done with it. Say the sky's not the limit. We fly to the moon in another second, but we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew, except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun. It's the darkest night you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, all the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Debunk my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, Holmes.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
The oceans, there's actually a great proof of a flat Earth in the oceans. There's something called the abyssal plains. And if you look under the greatest parts right in between the continents, there's something called the abyssal plains, and it's the longest, flattest surface that they've ever measured is under the ocean. So it's not always lumpy and full of craters and stuff.
I think it's 70% of the ocean is abyssal plain, and it's flat for as far as you can go. You can have two submarines on the bottom of the ocean. They send out sonar, which goes in a straight line, hits something, and bounces back, and they can see each other 100 miles away. There should be a mountain over a mile tall in between them. But you'd have to believe that sonar goes over the mountain, hits the other submarine, and then comes back. That doesn't happen. That's provable nonsense. So the fact that a submarine on the bottom of the ocean can see another submarine 100 miles away proves that there is no curvature down there. Also, a boat on the surface can see another boat, can target it with a laser over 100 miles away. There should be a hump of water over a mile high in between them, but there's not.
What makes you think all of the curvature that you see on this planet, as far as mountains and valleys and uneven terrain and things of that nature, what makes you think that you're going to be able to see curvature in the Earth? I want to say something real fast. I want to touch on this subject I was talking about, as far as when I said earlier that, you know what I'm saying, about Beverly Hills and why you can't oversee the Sepulveda Pass. Now I'm going to show you something else. Now, earlier you said that the ocean itself is what you guys, the flat earthers, use to determine whether, you know what I'm saying, the Earth have a curvature or not. Yet you also said earlier, you also said earlier that water always what?
Finds its level.
It always finds
Large
its level.
bodies of water at rest find its level.
Find its level.
At rest.
At rest.
Remember the at rest part.
Okay. Now, what you're not taking in consideration is the surface of the ocean. You're looking at the wrong thing.
No,
Listen.
No, that's all we're
Let me finish what I'm saying. You're looking at something that's always going to level itself off, as opposed to looking at what's actually the surface of the Earth itself, because that's what we're speaking on. We're not speaking on whether the Earth is this or that or whatever. We're speaking on the Earth itself. So if you're trying to use these telescopes to determine certain things over a body of water and talking about, well, there's no curve in the water is going to always level itself out. But you don't know if the surface of the Earth, that's where the water is actually on top of, is curved or not, do you?
See, first of all,
doesn't water take the shape of a container?
Exactly. And
Water
second of
doesn't
all,
take the shape of the bottom of a container. It
all
levels
water needs
itself
a
out.
container.
It levels itself out, but it fills up the container and then it finds level. So.
Y'all talking about the surface of water and it's always level, but that's not the Earth itself. We talking about the Earth. We're not talking about the surface of water.
Okay.
The Earth is curvy.
The water would not be able to be level if it was on a curve. What do you not understand?
So when you're looking across that extensive plain of water where there should be miles of curvature, and you can see the land at the other side of the other side of the ocean, which is at the same level that you're at, and there now we're talking an expanse on the ball, on the Earth, on your ball. How come the land on the other side of the ocean is at the same level that we're at? It should be miles below me, but it's not. It's so simple. It's so simple. I don't know how people cannot see it, other than they've been programmed since they've been a child, and their inner child is like, "Don't take my ball away! Don't take my ball away, please!"
Those balls.
It's hard.
Earlier, I said that when you look over the regular terrain, you can't tell it's a curve because there's too many mountains, hills, and valleys. Correct? So you guys said yes. So we have to use. Let me finish. You said we have to use the ocean because the ocean itself would show and prove your theory that there is no curvature. Correct? Okay, so then I said that I said,
on the land, you should be able to see
Can I finish,
curvature.
Lord? I just sit here and listen to you for 20 minutes. Can I just give 3 minutes?
Go ahead.
Thank you, God. So when you guys were showing that you was using the ocean because the ocean was showing proof to you guys that the Earth does not have no curvature on it, because constantly, as far as you can see, you guys use what you call atmospheric density. So therefore, the image is always straight and you can always see forward because of the simple fact that the water's going to always level itself out. And that being that we both said that the water's going to always level itself out, no matter how far you look, there will never be no curvature because you're looking at the wrong thing. You're looking at the surface of the ocean as opposed to the bottom of the ocean. Let me finish. Okay, so the bottom of the ocean is where the actual curvature is, because the bottom of the ocean is the actual land. You're looking at something that's going to always level itself out, being water, as opposed to what we're actually supposed to be looking at, which is the actual. Let me finish what I'm saying. Can I finish? Thank you.
Yeah.
And this is how we know this to be true. If your theory that you say that we're using the surface of the water as a point to show that the Earth isn't curved, well, how can you use the surface of the water if the surface of the water is going to always level itself out? You're looking at the wrong thing. What you're supposed to be looking at is the surface of the Earth, because the surface of the Earth, which is the bottom of the ocean, is the actual.
You know what the bottom of the ocean looks like? You show and prove, because all we can do is see with the level of the surface, like the God said, the surface.
Come on, man. Let me have this one.
Let me have this. Know what the bottom looks like?
I've been out to sea before. I'm out here in California. I've been out to sea before.
You've been at the bottom of the ocean?
I've been out to sea before. And one thing, let me finish what I'm saying. Let me continue on your bill. I've been out to sea before, and I know for a fact that if I jump out the ship, right, I'm going to drown. Why? Because the ocean is deep. And being that the ocean is deep and it holds all kinds of wildlife and animals and whales and sharks that I've seen before, I know for a fact that looking over the surface of the ocean does not show you the surface of the ocean. I know for a fact that looking over the surface of the ocean does not show you the surface of the ocean.
All right, are you done?
Wait, what?
Let me
Please,
everybody
you don't know
mute.
how
Everybody
nonsensical
mute.
you sound.
Everyone mute.
I'm sure.
I listen, no offense, dude, but that is the dumbest shit I have ever heard, ever.
Like, seriously.
Anywhere.
Like,
that
seriously.
is so freaking dumb.
Wow.
They tell us that the 70%
Wow.
of the Earth's surface is water. So you believe that the water goes flat for 70%, and then all of a sudden the Earth bends underneath? We
Yeah, at
can
the
sit
bottom.
here
There's no
and
such thing
I
as
could
all
look
of a sudden
I
the
could
Earth
look at
bends
land.
underneath the Earth,
I
but all
could
of a
look
sudden
at
bend
land
nowhere.
100. I could look
You're
at
right.
land
It don't
100.
bend nowhere.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You can dig a hole with all sorts of shapes on the bottom, fill it with water. It's flat because that's it. You can't have flat water, land, and then expect that land to finish the curve of the ball. That's ridiculous. The Earth has to curve. A round ball has to curve. The surface of the water has to curve at an even rate all the way around. Okay.
Surface of what you just said. Now, what you just said is, I'll give you an example. Let me ask you a question. On an apple, right? On the skin of an apple, right?
Here we go.
Does the skin of the apple have moisture inside of it?
Moist?
Have moisture inside of it?
Said moist.
What are you talking about?
Hold
What
on,
does that
let me
have to do with
let me
anything?
finish what I'm
He's trying
saying.
to outdo
Let me
his
finish.
last
Let me
thing.
finish. Let me finish what I'm saying. The skin
Is it
of
the
an
skin of the apple that has the moisture, or is it the apple, the skin coming in contact with the moist meat of the apple? Which one is it? Do you know for sure?
Yes, I do know.
Or you just trying to be
No,
fake
I'm
smart
not trying
right
to be
now?
fake smart. I'm being real with you. The skin of the apple has moisture in it, correct? So let me finish what I'm saying. So being that the skin of the apple has moisture in it, does that moisture that's on the skin of the apple fall off the surface of the apple?
It's not on the surface. It's inside the fibers. It's not on the surface. See, that's tricknology. I don't like bullshit like this. Stop coming with fucking retarded ass arguments.
How's
It's
that
retarded.
How's that retarded?
Wet the fucking apple with water and see if the water sticks to the outside. Is the skin have water in it? Does it have moisture? Come on, man. Stop with these stupid ass arguments, man. Because
Well,
it's disingenuous. I
How's
don't
it
like shit
disingenuous?
like this.
How's it disingenuous?
Come on,
I just
go
asked you a
ahead.
simple question. Does the
you're
skin of
not
an apple
that stupid.
have moisture
You're
in it?
not that stupid.
You can't be this stupid. You can't be.
cannot be this
You
stupid.
guys sound stupid as hell. I'm not gonna lie to you. Anytime you go sit here and tell me that you're looking at the surface of water instead of the actual surface of the earth itself, you sound dumb as hell because you already know that water always levels itself out. So I don't even know how you would use that as an argument. That's
This
retarded.
is why I had
Actually,
to kick
I
people
did
out last
participate.
time because I can't talk to people like this. Like when you're just saying retarded shit like this, I gotta go. Yo, priest, I love you, God.
But when you live on a ball, there's a vacuum over it. The molecules stay magnetically pulled to the Earth's surface because the Earth is magnetic.
Can you show me that in a lab?
I can.
Oh, you can. You can show me how water will stick to an apple inside a vacuum chamber?
Correct.
You know that water
I
boils
paid
in a
good money to
vacuum?
see that.
Okay. How much
You
would you
know that
pay?
water boils in a vacuum?
Not enough to fund your
Bitcoin.
experiment. I know that.
You know that water boils in a vacuum. I guess you didn't know that. You know what sucks is it's going to take me all day to edit out all of the idiotic statements that you made and make a short clip. I'm going to make a short reel of all of the dumbest shit I've ever heard. It's going to be amazing, but it's going to take me all fucking day. Listen, no offense, dude, but that is the dumbest shit I have ever heard, ever.
Like, seriously.
Anywhere.
I wanted to say one other thing too, real quick, that I wrote down. The show that I mentioned when we talked about NASA, and I told, because I got a lot of people who asked me about it, was I talked about if you look at the names of all the NASA missions, it's literally telling you a story, and it goes, a Colombian enterprise to endeavor for the discovery of Atlantis, and the Challenger shall be destroyed.
Damn.
That's literally what all the missions were from NASA. Again, these are Masonic rituals. This is nothing real. This isn't real science.
Say that again.
Yeah.
You just blew AD away. What happened? What just happened?
If you break them down, right? You know, Columbia, Enterprise, and if you put them all in order, it says a Colombian enterprise. You should all know Columbia, right? Like the District of Columbia, what it means to them, Diana. A Colombian enterprise to endeavor for the discovery of Atlantis, and all challenges shall be destroyed. Okay, so that's again, this is all esoteric.
I like
and,
it.
So I wanted to add that. I forgot to add that last time I was on the show.
You come up with that, Vinny?
Well, yeah,
dude.
I mean, I've been talking about it for a while, and I remembered to write it down this time.
ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Okay, I want to show you guys something really quick. If you'll get on your Google and ask it, does cell phones work off of satellites? Here's the answer that it gives you. And I'll give you a couple seconds to read this. Go ahead. Now, one of the silliest questions I get is, well, how does Google Earth and how does Google Maps work on a flat Earth? Well, it's really simple. It's called data towers. Now, your cell phone works off of data towers. So therefore, if you have GPS, if you have Google Maps, if you have Google Earth on your cell phone, that means it is being transmitted by a data tower, not by a satellite in outer space. It's pretty much common sense. Now, I just had a post on Facebook from a guy asking how does Google Earth Maps work on a flat Earth map. And then you have this, of course, this indoctrinated globe head saying, oh, well, for it to be that all the agencies are in on it, all the agencies are in on it, Well, it's really simple. Now, I want you guys check this out. This is we're just going to go to a random street in Springfield, Illinois. Now, I want you to see here that we're looking at a swimming pool in the backyard of a suburb neighborhood. You can see the cars, the driveways, the houses, everything's clear. I mean, just like if you were looking down from, say, a helicopter at this point. Okay. Now, we can zoom down into the streets and look at the street names and all that, but I don't have the time to do that. I just want to show you guys really quick how this works. Now, here's the thing about it. You see how everything looks real and in detail in 3D? Now, let's zoom out, and I'm going to show you really quick how this is done. Now, at some point in time, you've had over years and years, you guys remember the Google cars who ran around down the streets? Well, they were filming the streets, the name of the streets, and all the footage that you see from the 3D ground level. Well, at the same time, you had planes with Google cameras in them videoing what things look like from a certain altitude in the sky. Now, and as you can see here, anybody who's been on a plane knows that this is what it would look like. And you see how that's in real detail, just like it would look from an airplane. Now, keep in mind that this has been filmed from a plane at this point, at this height, and from ground level from cars. You guys remember the cars running around with the little Google cameras on them years ago when they were preparing to make this app. Now, when they were preparing to make GPS. So now let's zoom out. Now, here's where things get funny. Anybody notice anything different? Nothing looks 3D. Nothing looks detailed. Now let's zoom on out here. Now, guess what? Everything turns into a cartoon ball at this height. Then here we are way out in outer space. We have a cartoon ball with no stars, no detail at all, just a cartoon ball. And that's what you will see until you punch an address in and zoom back down to the level at where planes fly. And that's where the planes flew and videoed the footage that they videoed. And that's why everything looks real at that point. But like I said, once you get back up at this height, it's all a cartoon ball. So this, the indoctrinated guy who his answer was, of course, all these agencies are in on the conspiracy, No, only one agency can give you this view, and they can't even give you a real view. That's why it's a cartoon ball, because this is a NASA view. If there are real satellites that take real video, live image, well, guess what? You should see that live image when you zoom out this far. Now, anybody can go on Google Earth right now with your phone. Just do what I'm asking you. Now, Google your address and see what's in the driveway, see what's in the backyard, and I guarantee you the vision that it shows you is several years old, because they filmed it back when they were making the GPS and the Google Earth app. Nothing is being filmed from a satellite live anywhere at any time. That's why when it gets up at this height, it's a cartoon ball, people.
shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Hello, hello, hello. Is anybody out there? Anybody hear me? Is there anyone at home?
Yeah, we're listening in the background, CB.
Yeah. I'm here.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Not too much. That was some good clips. It's kind. I mean, it's kind of nice to have a conversation, but it's also good to hear the past stuff.
Not gonna lie, I wasn't even listening. Let me take a look at the clip and see what was playing. How Google Earth and GPS works from the Earth.
Well, that one wasn't as good. The couple before that were pretty good.
Oh, the Killer Priest?
Yeah. And then the one, the song that Earth is fake. And
by Chief Crow and the Flat Earth Worm. Space is fake. Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, and then they had the clip cord, the biggest globe fails, logical fails.
Yeah, I listened to some of that last night on my own. Good stuff. Good job there, Clipcord.
Yeah, there's something else I played too. I can't.
It says Andrew and Tristan Tate trolling the flat Earth.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Yeah, I've seen them have comments on seems like on both sides. He spoke to Hassan. I don't even know, Hassan Asabi or whatever that guy's name is. And he was like, "Oh, well, you don't think the Earth is flat?" And they were like, they just the way they responded back made it seem like they were kind of trolling outer space as well. So I'm not sure what their total opinion is, but it is funny that they're commenting on it.
Yeah, like they tried to do a skit or something where they straw manned flat earthers and how they react to globe.
Oh yeah, Globetard. Yeah. I think I saw that clip. Globetard. Don't they say that a bunch?
Yeah, and they every time he says something, they just laugh.
Yeah, I have seen this clip, but I have seen other clips as well that they're like trolling outer space and stuff. Like, oh, I'd go to outer space.
Yeah.
And Hassan was like, "What?" Like, yeah, just go to space. So, yeah, dude, funny stuff. They get a lot of views, so, them commenting on flat Earth is probably would have an interesting effect. I mean, they went live, I think yesterday or 2 days ago, maybe, and it was like 130,000 live viewers. So they get a lot of attention, that's for sure. Globetard. It's funny. I'll see if I can find the clip of him talking to Hassan about flat Earth. Yeah, it's cool, man. It does seem like they're sort of masking their true feelings on the matter, which I don't blame them for doing. You know, that's like the last thing he probably needs. He's already getting a lot of flack anyway. For him to be like, "Yep, I'm a flat earther too," probably not in his best interest. But I do wonder if there's some. You know, he's always talking about the Matrix attack and stuff like that. So I think he probably has an understanding that like the mainstream idea might not be the right idea. But who knows, really? That's just my read on it so far. Let's see if I can find this clip for you guys. Hassan Piker, I think, is his last name. I don't like him very much. I don't know anyone who does. But I think he was trying to press them like, oh, come on. You guys don't think it's flat? And he was trying, because we all know Hassan is he's very much against the flat earth. So he was trying to trap Tate into saying something about flat earth. And it didn't work. Oh, yep, I got a clip. 44 seconds.
Well, you know what they say, influencers gotta, keep their reputation.
Yeah.
It can't be going off.
Yep,
Off the
I would
trail.
agree.
Otherwise, it's gonna be nuked, basically.
You're really low for me for some reason.
Could be me.
Might
I'm
just be
talking
me,
low
though.
as well. Calm.
Yeah, that's true. Let me just turn up my volume. Yeah, I was kind of thinking the same thing though, Quetz. Like, he's already, in the position that he's already in, he's not trying to get bigger. He's already, pretty big. So saying things like, oh, yep, and I'm a flat earther. I'm not sure if that's necessary. Like, even if I was in his position, I don't know if that's the route I would take necessarily. You're already catching flack from everybody and their mama. So why would you do that too? Let me see if I can load this clip into the bot and you guys can hear it.
Andrew, do you believe the Earth is flat or round, spherical, globe?
Round.
You believe it's round, right? But when you walk outside, it feels like it's flat.
Brother, and I
It looks flat, it feels flat, but you believe it's round. Why do you believe the Earth is round?
Because I have personal experience that would prove to me that the Earth is round.
Oh, you have personal experience. What happened? Did you go up to the fucking moon? Is that how you figured it out?
Exactly. I flew up into space and I looked down on Earth and I
Yeah.
saw a big circle.
That's crazy. Okay,
down there,
you don't have to. Hey, listen, you don't have to concede on that point, but I think you and I both understand the importance of scientific, the importance of empirical evidence in that one, right? Or
doing all our fun.
science.
I saw it.
Dude. Like, that was so ineffective from Hassan there. Trying to channel his inner flat earther. It didn't work. He's like, oh, no, you understand the importance of empirical evidence. Well, you don't. It's not like you have empirical evidence for going to the moon or whatever the hell. Come on, man. But it feels flat, doesn't it?
Not really. No.
I was gonna say, no, man. You tried it, but yeah, Tate swatted that down pretty quickly. He's like, yeah, I've been to space. Shout out to Tate, man. That was a based response. It's not like Hassan was being genuine there, He doesn't actually believe what he's saying there. Like, on two fronts. The thing about the empirical evidence, which he definitely doesn't have, it's not like, you can offer that. And he definitely doesn't think that when you go outside, he experiences a flat Earth. So, I don't know. El Hassab, Hassan. I want to play the other clip again since it's only like a minute long. I just want to kind of refresh on that.
The Earth is flat. I follow all the flat Earth pages.
Yeah, so, okay. I mean, it's not flat.
You're a globe-tard.
You're a globe-tard. You think this isn't flat?
It's not.
Is the world round?
Yes, it's a globe.
Globe-tard.
All right, so how's it flat then? Prove to me it's flat.
Look outside.
I see the curve.
He don't see shit.
I do. I see the curve.
Tell him more proof that the world's flat.
More proof. Did you know that not once in the history of space travel ever has any astronaut panned his camera around 360 degrees? Not once. Why don't they?
What do you mean?
It's all fake, it's all manipulated.
Studios, yeah.
Images, yeah. You're a globe-tard. Your name should be Luke the Duke, but instead your name is Leek. The Geek.
I'm gonna start calling him Lord.
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 Lord the globe-tard.
This is stupid. I'm not a globe-tard.
You have a spacesuit, you can go up there and see it's flat, but you ain't fucking got
It's
one.
not
And that's
flat.
why you're Lork the globe-tard.
So is space fake? Is there even space?
Space is fake.
You're Lork. You can't drink your water.
So it's a dome?
Space is CGI. Yeah, it's a solid dome.
Globe-tard. That's pretty funny to me. It's funny, man. The lingo's getting out there. I don't know what their true stance on it is, but saying things like globe-tard and space is fake, I mean that's kind of the right lingo to some degree. So very interesting. Very interesting. Who knows, man? If you were to arm folks with the real arguments, you know what that would look like. I'm not sure, but again, people who are quite popular have a reputation to uphold. So I can't imagine you'd want to go and tarnish your reputation by announcing you're a flat earther. It's not like there's not much incentive in doing that. You lose friends, you lose sponsors, you lose, this, that, and the other. So there's not much incentive to speak out and go against the grain on this one. I think that's where a lot of us come in. Like, it's not like, I don't mind rocking the boat. I'll say it. But I'm also not top G. So I can understand, I guess, where they're coming from. Mask behind some jokes and whatnot and let people try to figure out and read between the lines. It's not a bad idea. Globe-tard. I need to clip that moment out and throw it in the soundboard bot. Oh God, Hassan clips reacts to why people think the Earth is flat. Yeah, Brown Eyes, you lose friends. Yeah, I mean, I've lost friends for being vocal about it. I've had family members, throw a fit, so yeah, there's really not a lot of incentive to speak out. We did a collaboration with Fresh and Fit and their server maybe like a month or a couple weeks ago, however long ago that was. And one of the mods there was like, well, if it is flat, then like somebody would have spoken out about it. Someone would have capitalized, is what he said, on the truth. And I said, bro, like capitalize, you'll lose capital. Like if you have sponsors and you speak out and you want to quote unquote capitalize on flat Earth, you're about to lose those sponsors. So there is no incentive, there's no capital gained from becoming or speaking out about the flat Earth. Even if you're not a flat earther, it's like just asking questions is a quick way to get kicked out of the globe camp. That's exactly what happened to me. I wasn't a flat earther right away. I heard the words flat earth and I had questions. And just for asking questions, I got noticed I was getting kicked out of the globe camp. So no, there's no capitalizing on this topic. You know, people prefer comforting lies over the harsh truth. So, the truth hurts, right?
When I was asking some questions, went to like globe Earth spaces and flat Earth spaces. The globe Earthers were just a bunch of LARPers. I remember like the group that they had. This is on when I was still on Facebook, 2016, whatever. And the group was, oh crap, I just drew a blank. Oh, it was something along the lines like the flat Earth destroyed or flat Earth ended or whatever. And this group description, about tab was like, we've got the experts with the multiple interdisciplinary fields of study that can answer your questions down to the last detail. By the end of these conversations, there will be no doubt in your mind that the Earth is globe. And I'm like, certainly, Toby, let's check this out, right? With a collection of minds here, I can ask a question in the Flat Earth group and ask a question in the Globe Earth group and compare answers, if you will. Who's got the best answer? And the Flat Earthers, they asked all day long. If they didn't know, they said they didn't know. They gave you resources. The Globe Earth page was just a trap and troll. Just a bunch of freaked out atheists who none of them really had any degrees at all. They were just posting memes, just shit talking. No one even tried to answer anything you had to say. Then I said, hey, what's going on here? And when the admin had said, oh, well, you just gotta get some hate. They'll haze you for a little bit to make sure you're not a snowflake. I'm like, well, aren't they professionals? Right? Okay, I'm like, sure, whatever, right? A little bit of hazing, who cares? But it just never stopped. It just went on and on. So I started hazing back, right? Like maybe they're waiting for that. And then they kick you from the group, and then the admin guy messaged me and said, yeah, this wasn't really what you probably look like you joined this group in good faith. All we do here is make fun of flat earthers. No one here cares about the globe or anything. And he goes, you kind of stuck it out long, and I just want to know that you're a good sport about it, So I whatever. I hope you're better endeavors in the future or something, or something along those lines. And I'm like, wow, are they that triggered by flat Earth that I didn't even ask them anything about flat Earth? I just asked them about stuff about the globe. It wasn't like goofy questions, where have all the hidden technology gone or something like that, right? Like really simple things. You're like, oh, how does a formula for Earth curve calculator work? Stuff like that. Where was it? Who came up with the formula? Where does it? Because I don't remember exactly what I asked, but it wasn't anything loaded, per se. The TV show Hunters, they hold they're not holding back, man. They dive deep. Like there's probably 4 episodes where all they do is talk about Nazi war criminals in NASA.
Wow.
Oh yeah, it's great. Here, there's a little clip. Here, let me find it. Yeah, here they go. They play this right in the middle of the show. Play it.
How long is this? So I can throw it in the bot if it's short.
Yeah, I think it's like just a couple minutes. 56 seconds.
Sure. Yeah, I'll throw it in.
Come see us in Huntsville.
Come see the warm Alabama weather.
Come live and be free.
Come try the BBQ.
You're welcome to join us.
Come see life free from the guilt.
If you're a Nazi,
Come see all our new white friends.
Come to Huntsville, Alabama, home of the Space and Rocket Center. Staffed by Nazi scientists smuggled here by your government. Oh yeah, it really happened. Huntsville, Alabama. It's some fucked up shit. But hey, we got to the moon.
That's funny. That's hilarious.
Yeah, in the show Hunters, it's like a group of Holocaust survivors and their families who are tracking down all the people in Operation Paperclip, the most egregious ones.
The things that go ahead.
Okay, one of the things that Miguel had said in Flat Truth, I got some of those friends back because you guys know that I'm kind of in a lot of liberal spaces and whatnot. And after Tyson and some of these other big names in science got Me Too'd, they're like, holy shit, these guys are dirtbags. I'm like, exactly. The same thing I've been saying from the very beginning. Like, it just took you a little bit, some more information to get where I was at. Because Miguel had said he lost a friend who was defending Neil deGrasse Tyson. People don't anymore. Even the Globe side, they throw this guy under the bus. They, like he's dumb.
Yeah, that's the awkward part, Miguel, is how some people will try to defend guys like NDT, and then the next wave of 10, 15 guys will throw him under the bus. So, like, imagine defending someone that your own side discards, It's weird. It's so weird. All these double standards. In one breath, they'll be like, oh, you got to trust the astronauts and the experts and the scientists. And we go, well, here's Buzz Aldrin. Here's Don Pettit. Here's Neil deGrasse. Oh, well, not those guys. It's like, well, what the? 2 seconds ago, you said those were the guys. Now they're not the guys. So who's the guys? Like, it's always some vague panel of people that you can't speak to. And I've been trying to tell them that this vague panel of people, these experts that have all the answers, this entity that you guys keep creating doesn't exist. They're not there. This is your group of imaginary friends. Oh, they've got all the answers. Who? Well, them over there. Over where? Who? Well, those smart guys. Where are they at, though? Well, you can't see them. It's like, dude, if you're in court and I call a witness to the stand and you go, well, you can't call this person directly. You need to address them vaguely as a panel. It's like, no. Who? No, I'm calling this witness to the stand. Neil deGrasse Tyson to the stand, please. They prefer it to keep it vague. This vague entity, a random group of people that don't even exist that have the answers somewhere over there somewhere. Yeah, I'm not buying that. No, I don't buy that for a second. That's why it's good to get specific. Oh, well then who? Name someone. Well, I don't know. Well, I can't name a scientist. So you just believe in some random vague entity What's happening here? So it's good. Drill into them specifically. They don't like the specifics. If you watch any Fresh and Fit, you'll hear accountability is kryptonite. And that's true not just for men or women, it's true for people in general, especially Globers. You try to hold them accountable, especially to the things that they said. Oh, that's a big problem. They don't like it. They don't like being held accountable. So that's a pro tip for you guys out there in the panel. All you got to do is sometimes you don't even have to make claims. Just tie them down to the words that they previously said. Easy. Oh, you said you saw a curve. How? Where? But you guys don't believe in gravity? We'll get to that. You said something about seeing curves, so you want to talk about that? Well, so it's really easy. Just let them speak, number one, and then just they say something crazy, tie them down. So I'm just thinking about the take clip when Luke goes, "I saw the curve," and they're like, "You didn't see shit." But like that's something you could tie them down to. Be like, "Oh, you saw a curve. Where?" So it's a little pro tip for you guys.
Yeah, put some numbers to it, like how much curve did you see? I said before to a globalist, I'm like, isn't it interesting that you, in your worldview, you think everything can be mathematically defined? Math is everything, but the curve of the Earth. That's the only thing you can't mathematically define. Find that interesting at all? Because I can use math and mathematically define the flatness of Earth. And you post all those articles where they did that, which state is the flattest. So in there it says it's mathematically damn flat. Huh. They didn't say mathematically damn curved.
Oof. Yeah, read it and weep, Globeheads. Read it and weep. Yeah, what kind of cope have you got in response to that, the Kansas is flat thing? Like, what kind of cope responses have you heard in response to that?
Probably the best one was it was a bad choice of words that they used.
God. Dude, this is the Globe Whisperer at its finest. These folks come out of the woodwork after somebody... they're just speaking in plain English. Oh, Kansas is flatter than a pancake. Oh, here comes the Globe Whisperer. Well, actually, what he meant was... Like, bro, it wasn't written in Chinese. Doesn't need to be translated from English into English. You're not Caesar the Dog Whisperer, and you're not Geek the Globe Whisperer either. So, we don't need you guys to go Globe Whisperer and start translating plain English into globe head English. Mathematically as damn flat. The degree of flatness might be described mathematically as damn flat. Well, what it meant was... No, I don't need you to interpret for me, dude.
Here's a
Globe
good one.
Whisperer. Yeah, it's the Globe Whisperer for you. CB original, by the way. You guys are welcome to use that one if you'd like. The Globe Whisperer.
Yeah.
I'll get you a description here. There you go, in the chat. So these people are the only ones able to interpret what is being said because the experts meant something other than what they actually say. Cringe. I haven't gone and made the roll yet. I need to make the roll and just start giving it out to people who try to do stuff like that because it's not uncommon. Oh, Neil deGrasse Tyson said you can't see curve. Well, what he meant was...
Yeah, Professor Dave is, you don't see curvature from the surface of the Earth. What he really said was...
Yeah. It's like, dude, why didn't they just say that in the first place then? Well, they were speaking simplistically. Like, so if they were speaking simplistically, how come you need to translate it from something simple into something retarded? So, no. Don't let those globe whisperers, work their magic. This isn't freaking Caesar the dog whisperer. We don't need their help.
When Mr. Giggles one time had said that Florida is not the Earth, or whatever, all the different states that are flatter than Kansas, right? So I was like, look at, because he disputed that's just one study, right? So I pulled a second one. It's like, look at, they did it in multiple states, and some of them are even flatter than Kansas is. And then Florida, because there's here another one too, where they have this article where the sky, the big super lift SLS, space launch system. It says it towers over the flat landscape of Florida. So then I said, how about that? Is Florida on Earth? And then he has to say yes, because he said the rockets are launched from Earth. So he was kind of done at that point. It also reminded me of that one skit where Star-Lord or Star Commander from the Marvel, they met with the Magic Dude and the Iron Man on the spaceship, and they were like trying to figure out who's working for Thanos and who's not working for Thanos. And at some point he says, how am I supposed to answer that? Am I working for Jesus Christ? And then Iron Man says to him, wait a minute, you're from Earth. And then the Star-Lord says, no, I'm from Missouri. And he goes like, that's on Earth, you dipshit. And that's what I kind of did for Mr. Giggles too. He goes, yeah. I go, Florida's on Earth, you dipshit.
Dude, like, they don't realize the things that they say half the time. Like, this happened with Indio and I in a Sneeko server maybe a month ago. Some guy was like, well, when you go outside, there's just you and then the sun. There's no air there. Dude, me and Indio were like, wait, what?
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. So you're telling me you go outside, there's no air between you and the sun? He's like, no. Like, dude, are you hearing what you're saying, bro? And so, like, because he said that spawned a new idea from Indio. You guys will love this. I really like it. He calls it the space porch. So, like, if you're in your house, right, you open up your windows. You experience earth, air, etc. The front door, earth, air, etc. Back door. They have a secret door in their house that opens directly up to space. So dubbed it the space porch. Because they often ask you questions and their mind is already in outer space. It's in a place that, first of all, it's in a place they've never experienced. Oh, but I'm trying to look at the Earth from this outside view. So like this this idea that they can skip reality. Oh, there's no air between me and the sun. What do you mean, bro? If you go outside, what are you breathing? So this is what I'm saying. This is the idea that they completely skip reality and put their minds in outer space. So thus the space porch was born. So if you guys see Indio, make sure you guys give him a shout out. That's a really good idea. The space porch. What they want to do is sit on the space porch and rock in their rocking chair, right? Like they don't want to observe reality from reality. They want to observe it from this non-reality place. And so, you just to kind of riff off what Kurt was saying, like they will say things that they don't like. You kind of have to check them, you know. What do you mean?
What they do is they pick a key word that you said, and then try to like cringe it up, or it's like it doesn't mean like I'm like where he said like, hey, I'm looking at the sun, I'm using the angle to the sun. You're like, yeah, but did you factor in refraction and all these atmospheric effects? Oh no, then none of that is there. You're like, what? How is it not there?
Yeah, they're real quick to say things. That's why it's good. You got to have your head on a swivel and really listen to what they're saying, because they'll say things like that. Oh, there's no air between you and the sun. What? Oh, the Earth isn't whatever that guy said before, Cred. He was like, what did he say? Oh, well, that's not the Earth. Then what else is it? What? So, the Globers say the darnest things.
You had this dude say that I bring out the worst in him. I'm like, no. You're doing exactly what you're going to do, and you want to blame someone else for what you do.
Classic. Yeah, go ahead and blame your behavior on somebody else. Yeah, that makes sense.
You made me.
Yeah, the whole thing with the Joker, right? When Joker told Batman, like they're arguing between each other who made who. You know, who? Like Batman says, "You made me," and Joker's like, "No, you made me." You know, like
this goes right back to accountability. What up, One Deck?
Hey, mate. I think what it is, it's because they know that if you just stick to the normal globe claims, that they just so easily debunk. So they have to just come out with these extraordinary things now that just take it away from there, and we'll have to deal with there's nothing between me and the sun. So let's talk about that for a while, because if we talk about the real globe claims, we can debunk them all day long.
Yeah, and that gets into this like BYOB territory. This is I've been calling these globe heads out. But you know, you go to a party and they're like, "All right, guys, BYOB. You know, bring your own booze, bring your own fun, bring your own whatever." Well, when it comes to the globe, there's no need to BYOB. It's already provided. When you show up, there's going to be plenty of B for you. So
yeah, that's good. It's a good way of putting it. Yeah.
Well, it's like, dude, they feel the need to show up and start coming up with new claims and new ideas. Well, my globe does this. Oh, well, my globe, I can see this. No, dude. If we're flat earthers and we're supposed to drop the flat earth and get back to the globe, that means the globe. Not your globe, not John's globe, not Jerry's globe. The globe. So the claim's already been laid out on the table. So we don't need you guys to be like, oh, forget about refraction. It's like, no. No.
Yeah, you can just picture them all at a little globe party with all the little globes and saying, hey, John, how's your globe doing today? Hey, Dave, what's your globe up to? Anything changed with your globe? It's like, okay, no. Yeah.
Well, you can call them out. Like, you should call them out because they do this all the time. Oh, well, you know, my globe is like this. It's like, no, it's not. Like, it's trash. You're making up your own claims here. And, you know, we don't accept. This isn't bring your own cosmology day. You know, you bring your kid to work day. This isn't freaking bring your own globe to work day. All right. This is crazy. So feel free to call people out when they start doing stuff like that. In bringing in their own cosmology. You know, it doesn't work that way. So,
well, like I say, once they start doing that, it's a waste of we don't, you know, let's stick to the globe claims and we'll go through them. I ain't talking about anything else that you're putting on the table that's just total garbage. You know, we shouldn't even be going down that road with them, really. You know what I mean? Stick to the claim, the globe claim only, not the anti-flat earthers claim, not fucking daydreamers, globe, space monkeys claim. The globe claim. Let's stick to that and keep debunking it like we do.
Correct. Yeah, exactly. Well, the big problem on deck is that we spend like 80% of the time educating these ding-dongs on their own worldview. Can you imagine that? You show up to a debate, you show up to court, and you don't even know the case you're supposed to be presenting. That's embarrassing.
Yeah.
We're having to teach them, hey, this is what you're supposed to believe in, and then here's why it's wrong. So like you can almost every time you can hear them Googling stuff. Like, bro,
have you heard the ones they're coming out with now with the I don't know how long they've been saying it. I only came across it the other day about they're posting things now, a cartoon and some documentation on submarine cables on the ocean bed. And they can measure it between one point and another and give a distance which fits the globe. And if you was to put these distances on a flat Earth map, it's totally wrong. Therefore, the Earth is a globe.
Bruh.
This is what they're on about now.
Wow, that's dude. And like, how much do you want to bet that they heard about these like underwater cables probably from like flat earthers in argument? You know, like because before it was always satellites. We have satellites. It's like, yeah, but what about the underwater sea cables? Because I didn't know that when I was a Glober. So now they're trying to hijack another argument, just like they did with refraction, just like they did with the Earth curve calculator. They hijacked perspective. They've hijacked refraction, and now they're trying to hijack their water cables. Come on, dude. What's next? That's the best they can do. Slide behind our arguments and pretend that they came up with it. Yeah, no. As long as I'm here, I'm calling that out.
Yeah. But they're really saying this to me at the moment. This is what proves. I said, well, all you're doing is measuring. Not that you've even proved the globe yet and can tell me how it was measured. You're just measuring a distance between A and B, 0.2 points, and then saying, you know, that fits the globe mathematics, which we haven't proved or can't demonstrate. A flat, which I've not claimed one, and you've not got one. It doesn't work. I mean, it's just fucking insanity.
But I remember when I was 8 years old on a plane, I saw a curve out the window.
Stop the cap.
And then I got on mute and go, "Oh, you did? I jump out of the fuckers and I don't see it ever." So
yeah, exactly.
How did you see it when you were 8?
That's embarrassing, man. I would love, like, you know, I'm a big combat sports. I love MMA. I love boxing. It's like my favorite thing to do. And, you know, imagine someone's talking a big game. Hey, man, I want to spar with you. And then they show up and they don't even know how to throw a punch. Like, that's frustrating. I'm here to work on my craft. I'm here to work on my skills as a flat earther. I want to work on, you know, developing my arguments, coming up with new ways to say things. But if I have to spend most of my time educating your dumbass how to think straight or how to throw a punch, that's kind of frustrating. Why'd you show up?
About a month and a half, maybe 2 months ago, there was some Glober in here claiming he saw curve from an apartment in Dubai, from a really tall building. He was in a tall building and he could see curve. And I'm like, oh, really, eh? Well, I jump out of airplanes. I don't see it from the airplane. Well, how high was the airplane? I think it was higher than the building you were standing in. Dipshit.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking there, Flatman. It's like higher than the freaking... higher than the building, ding dong. Holy smokes, dude. They don't even think about what they're saying half the time. I've had that happen multiple times, Flatman, where they'll be like, well, if you just go on a mountain, it's like, yeah, but what about a plane? how are you seeing something at a lower altitude? Like, that's retarded.
Yeah, but I mean, if you were starting out in this and researching it, if you could put, evidence that we live on a globe, you'll get the 7 best proofs and evidence, and one of them is climatry. I mean, climatry, and you can see the curve.
Awesome advice. Climatry.
I can't believe they even said that to begin with, man.
I know, but this is what, if you was I did it. I read it out on Nathan's show once, and we went through it. I said, "This is what people are getting: climatry, boats disappearing, eclipses, just bullshit that we can rip apart."
Look, if you just search in the server search bar, there are 817 results in 33 pages of climbing tree discussion. So, a lot of it is coming from us mocking the idea, but nonetheless, that's 30 plus pages of people talking about, we'll just climb a tree. You kidding me? This is ridiculous. It's like showing up to a boxing match and you just start punching yourself in the face. Well, what am I supposed to do? So, this is crazy, man. Here's a message from me, channeling my inner, what is it, Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. Climb a tree and assume with me in a world of global imagination. Holy smokes, dude. Can't believe this stuff. They also have the other one that's not the climate tree. They have the one that's like, well, lay on your stomach on a beach and then stand up. Maybe you guys have heard this before. I've had people present this as an argument.
Yeah, that's a great one. That.
It's like, dude, if you presented this stuff as a flat earther, people would think you're crazy. Oh, flat earth, just climb a tree. They'd be like, dude, what's wrong with you? Or if you're like, well, just lay on the beach and then stand up. They'd be like, what? But for some reason, that's good enough for them, for their globe. Retards.
Thing is on that, though, I mean, it is pathetic in what you're saying, but if you Google these are the answers. You get climatry, stand up, and all that. Now, I mean, I have asked them this question sometimes, and they'll say, nah, they won't. They know that's untrue. Some of them will say, well, no, we're not claiming that. But I'll say, well, if I'm researching how to prove the Earth is curved, then that's the answer I'm getting. It's climatry. But you're telling me that.
It's so sad. There'll be, well, the boat goes over the curve of the Earth, and you'll say, well, when I was on an airplane, I didn't see the Earth curving. They'll say, it's too big to see the curve.
It's like, yeah, which is it?
Okay. Thanks. That helped.
I'll be right back, folks. Just a quick break.
Well, I didn't run him over. The car did.
Wait, what did I do?
I wonder if that thingamabob ever probably doesn't feel anything about it. You know, they ran someone over, not long after their change. Was in the news for about 3 seconds. Can't remember if it was before they were named Woman of the Year or after. Proof anything is possible. Even if you're a guy, you can be Woman of the Year.
All right, I'm back. Yeah, man, dude, there's a lot of the stuff that they try to get away with, you'd never be able to pull off as a flat earther. For example, we go through the 3 points, we ask somebody about gas pressure. What do? They point at the sky and declare their claim to now be proof. Would they accept you pointing at the sky to talk about, oh, well, you need a container for gas pressure, just look up? No, no one would ever accept that. But they expect you to accept that from them. Double standard. Same thing with the climb a tree or lay down on your stomach and stand up. If you told someone that all you had to do to prove the flat earth was climb a tree, you'd be mocked, laughed at. If you said the same thing about laying down at the beach, oh, just stand up, that proved the flat earth, they would laugh at you. But for some weird reason, those things are good enough for them. So, feel free to call out the double standards, man. I'm not sure if they even recognize it, but I think the more you highlight, hey, look, you wouldn't accept that from me, so why would I accept that from you? So...
Yep, true. I didn't hear everything. I broke up, but I know what you're on about. Yep.
Well, just the double standards. It's like how they have a lot of double standards. They apply a certain standard to you that they don't hold to themselves. They'll apply a bunch of rigor to flat earth. Oh, well, where's your measurements? I need to see this. I need to see some hardcore empirical evidence. But they don't apply that same standard to themselves. Whereas they're not resting on hardcore empirical evidence, although they require that from you. So that's a big thing I picked up now that we're in season 9. I wasn't picking up on stuff like this early on. But now that we're not in our, we're not in season 1 anymore, we're in season 9.
Season 9, mother. Season 9. If you don't know what the goes on in this show by now, I don't even know what to tell you. What do you not understand about that?
So now that we're in our 9th season, we've been doing this for a while. I'm picking up on certain things like these double standards that they have. So it's good to call it out. If you highlight their behavior, they might recognize it better.
It's weird how things have unfolded and unravelled. As you get to know things and realise what's going on, it's taken me a while, and we're all, even the Eratosthenes story, I didn't understand that 2 years ago. I thought that was a globe claim. It was measured, and that's what you did, and you didn't realise that it was a presumption to start with, and it's got nothing to do with measuring curves. It's just measuring an angle, distance from a light source, and like you say, there's other claims, isn't they? The perspective and other things where it took us a while to filter, and then as you get through it, these other things start popping up. Then, just eventually, we're just breaking it all down and destroying it bit by bit. It's great.
Every lie we uncover that they've been pushing for since day one is one more lie they can't hide behind any longer. That's how I see it.
Yeah. And that's now why they've gone into fantasy land, as we were saying earlier. They can't deal with this now. They have to take it to space and event horizons and fourth dimension bending of space-time areas that don't exist. That's what they're talking about now.
Exoplanets.
God, it must be difficult for them. But, it's just come down to... it comes down to triangles, angles, and basically, how did you measure the Earth curve of 8 inches per mile square drop? How did you do it? And they can't answer the question. Well, they can, but then you can just rip it apart. You can rip the Eratosthenes apart. You can rip Al-Biruni apart. You can rip submarine cables apart. I mean, what else did he claim? What else did he claim in for Earth curve evidence? What did he throw at you as well? What anything I don't know about?
Surveyors always factor in Earth's curve.
Yeah, I mean, surveyors can counter in, the curve of a pavement on a flat baseline. They can do arcs and things. They're not measuring in the radius of Earth, are they? They can counter in some sort of. They measure in angles, obviously, but they do counter in for when they're doing roads and things. There's fucking roundabouts and
elevation levels and whatnot.
Yeah. So I mean,
we've had a few in here that say we never factor in Earth's curvature.
And then, other than that, they're going up to the sky again, aren't they? And shadows as well, dark areas on celestial bodies, sunsets, time zones, which is nothing to do with measuring the geometry of the Earth that we're standing on.
Nope, that's the last thing they want to do is focus on the actual surface of the Earth. They want to. I have an image of a basket with a bunch of cables in it, wires and USB chargers and boxes, outlets and all this stuff, right?
Yeah.
And what that's like, I actually really like this because to me it's extremely analogous to the Globers, right? They have their basket of claims, and some of them attach to each other. You could take that box outlet and the USB and connect it, and you might even be able to take the other end of the USB and connect it into something else. But the problem is, all these claims are sitting in a basket, and none of the wires are plugged into any power. So they don't have any foundation whatsoever that all these things. Sure, your claim of star trails might connect with this, but they're not actually rooted to the power. So they don't have any foundation whatsoever. And it's just loose basket of claims is what they have.
Yep.
And so that's what we spend a lot of time is trying to get them to, we'll try to connect it to the power. So that's why we ask them, okay, well then if it's globe, then you have to have curvature, has to be rotating, then you have to have this gas pressure existing without a container. That's your foundation. I watched a short video of a guy who said he spent, I think, just under 80 days building a house from scratch. And he said the majority of the time and the money was spent on the foundation. And that stood out to me as like, well, that's exactly what we do here. We spend all of our time on the foundational claims. They want to build the house from the shingles down. That's their loose basket of claims. Well, this claim, and I'll attach it to this, and then we'll attach it to that. But the problem is, once you've completed your house, where are you going to put it? You still need a foundation to lay it on, which they don't have. So
that's right. Yeah. Need to stop begging the question of a globe and tell us, prove it is a globe and how it was measured in physical reality. Who did it? Where was it done? And what instruments were used? You don't need to know that. So I got told off Ruhif. Doesn't matter about that. I've measured it, he said. He's claiming he's measured it.
Stop the cap.
I posted a Glober home in the live stream.
That's hilarious.
That's good, yeah.
What I was going to say is that it's almost like there's two camps, because there's the camp of people that are new, that haven't experienced the Flat Earth Rodeo, they haven't done the dance yet. And there's the folks that have done it, and the one, they keep coming back. Folks like Goofy or Roofy or whatever his name is, who also doesn't want to come in when the big boys are here. He slides in when everyone's asleep, tries to pick on the new guys. But I have two attitudes. It's like, one, we do a lot of asking, hey, where's the curve? And I think that's a good thing, to send someone who believes that it's there. You send them on a wild goose chase to look for something that they'll eventually realize isn't there. So it's very effective to ask them. But I think there's also the other side of that, which is just telling people directly there is no curvature. So you have to be really, that you have to decide which route you're going to take, but you have to read the room on how you're going to apply it. Someone that's new, maybe it's better to let them go take a look for something they believe might be there. But for folks like who've been around, asking them, oh, well, but where's the curve? I want to see the measurements. We know it doesn't exist. Just tell them point blank, those people, there is no curve. Period. Earth doesn't move. Period. So, it's a little pro tip for you guys.
Yeah. No, you're right. You can get, yeah. I fell back in it the other week. I went into a bloody server and started. I stopped doing it for a while, but then I thought I'll just go in and have a mess about. And I thought, why the hell am I coming here again, messing about with these idiots? You're not gonna, you're not gonna change the mind. I just go in to see what they're coming up with and where they're at in the, the cables on seabeds, palaver and outer space, just to amuse myself a little bit. But yeah, you're never going to change them people. But like you say, you might get people coming in just wondering, and you can point them in the right direction, and they'll realise that the globe is a lie, and that'll be a good result.
Once you go zombie, unless you have the right, medication or something, I don't think you're going back. So, yeah, but there's still some genuine people walking amongst the zombies out there. And I think that's why it's good that we have this fort set up for folks that can, that maybe will find their way here. So it's not like we're going door to door. I'm not knocking on doors and trying to spread the message. I mean, I know some people want, to pump the numbers up and let's, really, we gotta, and I've been even talking about getting on Rumble and spreading the message, and I think that's good. But it's not necessarily about that. You guys have surely heard me talk about the guru and the jungle mentality. They come to you seeking answers, questions, and all this stuff. So the guru doesn't go knocking door to door trying to spread his message. It's only for a certain group of people that want to find it. They'll come looking. And so that's how I found this place. So.
When the student's ready, the teacher will appear. I think of it as a soft awakening. Those people that are stuck on stupid and, we're going back to the moon. And did you hear the latest about Mars? And we just found a new planet. Well, after a few years, it might be 5 years or so, they're going to be like, what was I thinking? We're still not on the moon. Be a soft awakening for them.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point there too, Flatman. It's not, it's not a overnight process. It does take time. Think about how long you guys have been in this topic. For some people, it's shorter than others. But for a lot of people, it's been a couple years now. A good say a good wine or good whiskey takes a few years to age. And so you can think of it like that. It takes time to really, like I said, season 9, right? We're in season 9. So yeah, it's not, I don't expect people to figure this out overnight. And so, yeah, it takes time to develop. And so it's okay if you haven't, figured it all out yet. I think I said that in one of my songs. It's, I said, I know it takes some time and you won't get it in a day. So you have to keep in mind, if someone pops in here tonight or, just right now, the expectation isn't for them to figure it out, on the fly. Ideally, they'd want to leave and go and test some of the things that we said. I'm trying to get them out of autopilot, auto-believe mode anyway. Stop just believing people on face value. Go and check with them and with us. So. Yeah, man. It's crazy though how you do develop over time. You know, when you first hear about flat Earth, for me, it was like flight paths and what else? The horizon was a big topic at the time, still is, of course. But things like flight paths. Oh, well, what paths do you go from this country, and how do you go from this way, and is it a curved path, and blah blah blah. You almost never hear that come up from our side anymore. It's not that's something that's like a day one thing, you know. And like I said, we're in season 9. We're developed. We've refined our arguments. We don't even need to use things floating around in the sky or doing things above the surface to say what the surface is doing. So that's part of this, season 9.
Season 9, mother. Season 9. If you don't know what the goes on in this show by now, I don't even know what to tell you. What do you not understand about that?
So by now you should have some better arguments, especially if you've been in it a few years. So. I mean, I'm still coming up with new ways to say things all the time. And it's, I feel like I've been just trying to reduce it in simplicity. Oh, is your house moving? How much more simple can you get? Is the earth moving? Do you think the earth moves? Like it just can't get more simple than that. And that wasn't really something that I would present to people when I first got started. That's something that I only recently started using. Moving houses, moving buildings. If you guys have been in the chat or you've been around for a while, you maybe have heard me talk about the moving houses or moving buildings and stuff like that. So, you know, that's part of my season 9. So, and that, you know, some people go really technical, and that's fine too. I don't find myself to be the most technical person. I like analogies. I like simplicity. You know, I'm your layman's layman. So, you know, and same thing with like the water hills. How much more simple than a hill of water can you get? So even in our 9th season, I'm still coming up with new ways and what seems to be better ways to say things. So I'm just, you know, if you're new, if you've only been here like a month or so, you'll get better over time as well. And if you've been here for a while, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
You're telling me you haven't tripped over a 6-inch hill of water yet?
It's still trying to find it, man. The Globers are saying the hills of water are out there, but I'm not seeing any. I don't see water doing that whole curved mound thing. So, like, yeah, I mean, it's just it's funny. It's interesting that it took me this long to figure that out, to say it like that, you know. And I'm still, like I said, I'm still coming up with new ways to say things all the time. I've recently started talking about how, you know, people will start asking you, well, what shape is the earth? And how do you see it from this outside view and all this stuff, right? They want to look at it from, you know, like it's as if, you know, it's a puppet on your hand. You're looking at it from this outside perspective. So
I saw this. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, no, I was just going to say, recently I've been taking them to their quote unquote edge. Can you see outer space from this outside perspective? And they often agree that they can't. They're like, oh, well, no, I don't know what that would look like. Well, that has helped me answer the question of, well, how come I can't see the whole earth? Well, for the same reason you can't see all of outer space. You can't quote unquote leave reality to turn around and see what it all looks like. So, and I just recently came up with that in 2023. And I'm hearing other people use it as well. And feel good about that. So, I'm just encouraging other people out there that keep working on your flat Earth skills. You will get better, but it's not an overnight process. Go ahead, Flatman.
I was just going to say, I saw this artist in New York. I can't recall his name at the moment. New York born, everything else. And his statement, apparently New York decided to start charging pizza owners that use coal or wood burning ovens more for carbon taxes or whatever. They have to reduce their emissions by 75% more than they do or whatever. So the artist bought 8 extra large pizzas and threw them over the fence at City Hall and stuff. And it was a great statement against the stupidity of what the city's trying to do to the people. But in his interview, he holds up a piece of paper with an image of the sun and the earth. Like this little tiny speck is the earth. And he's pointing at the earth speck in the image. And he's going, we live on this little dot, and da-da-da-da. And all I'm thinking is does nobody think, how the fuck could they get a camera behind the sun to get that? Like, what the? I was like, I wanted to, I wished I could have joined into the conversation, been like, look at that piece of paper you're holding. You really think you're on that dot in that image?
Yeah, I mean, dude, that used to be me. Just if you rewind the tape 10 years, I definitely believe that. It's kind of scary. How easy it is to believe such a thing, but it's not like you were presented with any other option back then either, so.
I suppose there's another part of me that's thinking, so the wood burning pizza business owners, I guess in the winter, everybody that owns a wood burning stove has to incur some extra fees too then or something, or just stupid. Some Nimrod will go so far as to say that crap, and some douchebag that owns a stove will be like, okay, what do I have to pay for my winter season of wood burning? And after the first guy lines up to pay, they'll expect everyone else to line up and pay.
Thinking about the guy that drew the Earth as a dot, and it's like, well, there really is no way to draw the Earth on a piece of paper. I think the only way, if you were going to force me to draw something for somebody, the only thing I would do is just put a line across the bottom all the way from edge to edge, but that's not seeing the Earth in totality. I don't think there's a way to draw the Earth in totality. You can't see it from your space porch. You know what I mean? So
I think there's an artist. There's an artist who once said that the world's a small place until you try to paint it.
That's good. That's good. I like that. I would agree with that. Like that kind of ties in exactly with what I'm saying. I don't think there's a way to see the Earth in its totality. You can't look at the Earth from this kind of perspective that they want. Like people come and ask you for, well, just show me the selfie. Because that's what they're used to. You know, they're used to seeing the Earth from this outside perspective. It's like, number one, they've never had that POV in reality. They've only seen that on a screen. But they're so used to it. They've been so, engulfed in that type of imagery. When you present them with a flat Earth, they're expecting that same type of outside perspective. They want to see it from the outside. So, like, that's been my latest goal, is to show them that you can't see it from that perspective. I understand that you're asking. I might, get in line. I might want to know too, but that answer isn't going to come from me or your neighbor or you. That's like a God's perspective if you believe in that. That's not a POV. You don't have the POV from outer space. You don't have a POV from outside of reality. You don't have the only POV that you do have is the one when you go outside. And you can go up in the sky as high as you can, but you can't go out of the Earth. You can't go out of reality. And you can zoom in. Get your Nikon P1000. Get a telescope. You can zoom in. But you can't zoom out and see the whole Earth. So you can't go out of the Earth, and you can't zoom out your eyeballs or get some equipment and zoom out to see the whole thing. So you can tell people that when they ask you, like, well, what shape was the Earth? Well, what shape is outer space, bro? If you can't tell me what shape, you can't leave reality to look back on outer space and say, well, this is what it all looks like. Then why would you have that expectation of me? Why should I be able to leave reality and then take selfies and come back and show you what it all looks like? I don't have that ability, neither do you. So the goal is just to help people understand that the only POV that you got is the one that you have, not this, idea that like I like the idea of this, having a puppet on your hand and looking at it from your eyes. Like, you can't look at the Earth from that view, that point of view. So that's been my goal lately. And I think taking people to the edge of their reality, aka outer space, will help them see that. Go ahead, Flatman again.
Thought just popped in my head is like, why is it so hard for them to just accept what they see and what they know and what they can verify, and let go of what they're fed? Like, why do they feel a need to constantly hear, oh, 3 light years from here, X, Y, and Z has been discovered? Like, why do they feel a constant need to feed on that crap?
They trust the white coats. And if you don't believe me, just rewind your brain 3 years and look at what happened. The whole
Amen.
Coco thing. Yeah. People really, really trust the people in the white coats. So
they were literally the stranger in the van their parents warned them about, and they were like, candy, yay.
Yeah, damn, that's kind of scary, bro. That's true. Wow. That's a good analogy. That's it's scary. They have that much faith in this thing. But you see it from everybody, high and low on the totem pole. You've got the astrophysicist guys that come in. You've got the students. You've got the teenager, all these kids and stuff. You have people all up and down the totem pole, and they all say the same thing. I don't have all the answers, but someone in the corner over there does. So that guy in the white coat, in my mind, my imaginary friends, this imaginary panel of people in my mind that are all wearing white coats, they've got the answer. So they have a lot of faith, so much so they're willing to just like imagine an entity that has answers. That's what I'm starting to like trying to point out to them, is that this group of people that you think is over there somewhere with answers, they don't exist. It's more likely that the people to your left and to your right are like you. They're believers. They don't have the answers. Well, every person we go to, high and low on the totem pole, hey, where's the answers? I don't have all the answers. Someone else does. We go, okay, we go to the next person. He says the exact same thing. We go to the next person. And they say the exact same thing as the last two guys. So they all have this belief in that there's this panel, this group over there. They've got all the answers. Well, I'm here to remind you that group does not exist. That's like an imaginary group of friends. You're having a tea party with, your imaginary friends. So that's how much faith they have in the white coat. They'll literally just imagine a group.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead, loud and clear.
I remember one of the humps that I needed to get over was, before I became a truther, was they can't all be in on it, All these countries with all these scientists, they just can't all be in on it. That was one of the big humps for me to get over. But I got over it. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big hump to overcome. How come these guys figured it out and those guys didn't? It's like, well, those guys, the so-called scientists and stuff, are just like you. You believe in this thing. You have a lot of faith in this thing. And we decided to go and check. Because, I had faith too, but not enough to just keep believing without proof when challenged. So I think that's the big thing is you can believe in the globe all day long. It's easy to believe in it. But it starts to fall apart upon investigation. So it requires your investigation. And you notice a lot of these guys don't do the investigation. When we have a big debate, they're Googling their worldview on the fly. You can hear them typing up, well, what am I supposed to believe in here? How big is the globe? Clickety click, 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 click. Oh, well, it's this big. They're having to look it up on the fly. They don't know what it is. So most people are just like that. They believe, but they don't really know. And so I think it's a failure for them all to just lean on this idea that there's some group out there that has all the answers. No, what there is out there is more believers. People with a stronger faith, perhaps. So I'm here to strip away that idea that there's just some vague panel of people out there that has answers. If you were in court, I talked about this earlier, you can call a witness to the stand. I'd like to call so-and-so to the stand. Now, when you do that with these faithful globers, they're like, well, you can't call a specific person to the stand. It's just just an overarching group that knows. Collectively, we have the answers. I've heard this specifically multiple times. Well, there's all the evidence from all the scientists. Okay, well, can I call one of them to the stand? Oh, well, no, just, it's collectively. So, I'm just here to remind you, if you're out there listening and you're a glober, or you think that there's some group out there with all the answers, I'm here to tell you that that group doesn't exist. We don't even have all the answers. And it's weird that they come here and expect that from you too, don't they? They'll be like, well then what is the moon? Well, I don't know. Like, well, why would I know that? You know, you guys have seen that meme that's like, oh, well, if you're a flat earther, then explain every single thing in the universe. It's like, well, so that group, we're not the group that has all the answers either. I often tell people, like, get in line. Oh, you want to know what the moon is? Yeah, hop in line, bro. Because we all want to know too. Welcome to the club. They haven't realized that we're all in the same boat together. There's a lot of mystery. There's a lot of things that we don't know. So this whole idea that someone has all the answers, I don't know if I agree with that. And that's probably a tough pill to swallow when you get to this, you know, you start talking to these flat earthers and they're telling you that, well, we don't know what the moon is. And it's like, I can already hear them in their minds going, oh, well, they just don't know. I know, they don't. No. Like, that's why I feel like you have to be careful the way you say it. Like, oh, we don't know. What they're gonna hear is, oh, the flat earthers don't know. No. No one knows what the moon is. And that's weird because, like, even before I got to flat earth, I heard a quote that was like, thank you, Cuddy. That's exactly the meme I was talking about there in the chat. One of the quotes I heard, but way before I got to flat earth, was, greatest mysteries known to man are the sun, the moon, and the stars. And that's when I believed that the stars were, you know, big gas balls, and the planets were rocks and other earths and stuff, and the moon was a big ball of, you know, whatever, rock that glows or whatever. And so now I realize that the quote makes a lot more sense now than I'm a flat earther. Yeah, these things are mysteries. No one knows what these things are. The stars twinkle. What the hell is that? Planets, they're glowing like stars. What's going on there? The moon it's not lit up by the sun. That's ridiculous. It's glowing. What's happening? And then it disappears for 3 days, a month. What's happening there? So it's like when you get to flat earth, we don't have all the answers. I didn't make the earth. I didn't make the moon. Why would I know that? So get in line. Join the club. If you have questions, yeah, so do we. You might have to ask somebody else. You might have to ask whoever you think made this place. Why don't you go ask them? Because the answers you're seeking are not going to come from man or woman here on Earth. Sorry. I have a list of icebreaker questions, and one of them is like, what have you done to test your active worldview or your current worldview? What have you done to go out and kind of put that to the test? I would probably imagine most people, at least the large majority of people that we speak to, they haven't really done anything. Number one, because they haven't even looked up what their worldview is. They don't know what their worldview is. So how do you test something that you don't understand or know what it is even saying? So what are you actively doing to test your worldview? That's a good step one. Go and check. Stop believing that there's people out there that have all the answers, and go and do something on your own. Go leave your computer. Go out in reality and put that to the test. I think that's a good medication, a good diagnosis for someone that believes that there's people out there that have all the answers. Why don't you go and try to find the answer? Still a skit I've been working on. It's probably like the 4th time I mention it, so bear with me here, but Globers have a low burden of performance. They do feel like they can sit behind the computer, Cheeto dust on the chest, and they can still achieve their their worldview because someone else has done it for them. They don't have to leave the basement. They don't have any burden of performance. Whereas you, the flat earther, your burden of performance is much higher. You've had to leave the couch. You've had to go out and actually get some equipment. You have to go somewhere, book a trip, etc. Your burden of performance is much higher. So I only came up with this because watching some Fresh and Fit, right? And that idea popped up there, that the idea that women often have the lower burden of performance. Say I'm an attractive female and I just want a little entertainment for the night, just to keep it PG. What would it take for me to achieve that goal? Well, as an attractive female, probably wouldn't take me very much to achieve such a goal. As a male, maybe it's just like, your average Joe, to achieve that same quote unquote fun for the night, your burden of performance would need to be a little bit higher. You have to have some things going for you. You'd have to have, you know what I mean? You'd have to have some riz, etc. Your burden is a little bit higher than hers. So same thing with like a globe earth or flat earth. They feel like their burden of performance is much lower. There's someone out there. They have the answer. I don't need to do it. I don't need to leave the basement. Whereas you, the flat earther, you have to actually have some things going. You have to go out in reality. You have to go and put things to the test. So you can call them out on that as well. It's like they do have a low burden of performance, and they lean on the fact that they feel like someone out there has answers. Basically, the Globers here are the in the basement covered in Cheeto dust. They don't even feel like they need to leave the computer. When I think that's a good prescription for someone that does believe that there's people out there with all the answers. Go and leave and put that to the test. I would tell that to anybody. Someone that joins here, like, well, dude, stop listening to people on the internet, whether that be these so-called scientists or whatever. Stop just listening to them, just on face value. And don't do that with us either. Turn off that autopilot mode and go and kind of take a fine-tooth comb and go through things on your own. You don't just label everything crazy and put it in a box. You don't just label everything automatically true and put that in a box. Go through it one at a time. I have 2 clips here that talk about how the information matrix has been tainted, and how to kind of combat that. They're only like a minute long, so I'll pop them in the hopper here, and we can talk about it. But the idea is to get away from people just saying things and what you can do about that moving forward.
Nothing is what it appears to be. Surely you've noticed that. That's A, right? A is nothing is what it appears to be. Well, therefore, complex, difficult, tricky, and mercurial things are even less likely to be what they claim to be than other forms of reality. So, confronted with the endless whispered rumors and doctored photographs and breathless testimony from the denizens of trailer courts and so forth and so on, what is one to make of all that? Well, I think what the message is return to basics. The information matrix has become compromised. The data stream is now suspect. Return to first principles. What are first principles? That's what the 20th century is trying to figure out. Yes, what are first principles? I'd like to suggest to you that a place to begin is the body.
Yeah, so just a couple highlights from that clip there. He goes, endless whispered rumors. What does that sound like? People to your left, the people to your right, your neighbors, the people who write all these articles that these guys are posting here in the chat. Endless whispered rumors. Oh, rocks are going to be coming from the sky. Earth is tilting another way. All these things, right? You go on and on. The rumors are crazy. Doctored photographs. What does that sound like? Robert Simon. All these Himawari 8. All these quote-unquote photographs from space. We all know that are not real. Breathless testimony. And who's that coming from? The way Terrence McKenna summed it up in the clip there is like, from the denizens of the trailer parks or whatever. That was really funny. I'm not as crafty with words as he is, but breathless testimonies coming from these quote-unquote scientists and all that. So he says the data stream is suspect. The information matrix has become tainted. And so his prescription is to return to the body, go back to basics. And this is exactly what Globers are telling you not to do. Oh, don't trust your senses. Don't go back to the basics. Don't rely on your senses. They might be lying to you. So I agree with what Terrence McKenna has had to say here. Clearly, the way things are, he starts off by saying, he's like, the way things are presented to you, not always the way it is. Clearly, if you haven't noticed by now, you need to wake up and smell the coffee.
Old Haas, I like to call that James Webb Lucifer's testicle.
So I have one more clip about the information matrix being tainted here. Let me read this one.
Who could have predicted that it would have saw something?
But the job of what I think what Brian and I try to do is, beyond the levity of what you see sometimes in the show is, it's like, guys, this industry cannot be trusted to run by the people who run it without someone looking around the corner and making sure what they say is true is actually true.
Yeah,
You
just
just
asking
cannot.
a question. We're not even allowed to ask follow-ups. You know what I'm saying?
Let's just state it outright. Like, promoters are not to be trusted on their own. Let me finish. Regulators are not to be trusted on their own. Fighters making statements to the media without double checking it, anyone powerful without double checking it, are not to be trusted on their own, because everyone is trying to manipulate the information space for their own ends, or otherwise are just bad fucking actors. There are people who you cannot trust, who have ties to awful people from every nook and cranny from across the earth. So what is our role? Yeah, to have a little fun, to get you ready for the fights, but to be in a position to be like, guys, this is obviously not fucking true. What they're saying is not true, and it has consequences for people beyond themselves. How effective we've been in that, by all means, people can grade us, but that's the job.
Yeah, we're the ombudsman of the scenario right now. We are our job is to be a critic, to be critical, to ask critical questions. And so.
Yeah, that's it. And so he said that's what's interesting is like the McKenna clip was from, the 60s, 70s, whatever, a long time ago. And the second clip was from 2023. And they're both saying the same thing. The information space, everyone's trying to manipulate the information space. So how do you fight back? Because he even said, the regulators, what they're saying is not true. These big corporations, these big entities, you have to ask questions. That's how you fight back. And I agree with that. It's like, that's a good tip for Globers out there, man. Like, these big entities are saying things that just simply aren't true. That's what Luke said there. And he said often people are just bad freaking actors. And that's also very true. So what you need to do to fight back is number one, start by asking questions. And that's what we do here. It's a very powerful thing to do, is to ask questions. I noticed that right away, just by simply asking questions. When I was presented with the Flat Earth in 2017, I was like, oh, well, I'd go to my friends. I had a friend who was training to be a pilot. So I'd go ask him some questions about the flight paths and stuff. I noticed right away asking questions was getting me in trouble. And so, yeah, asking questions is an extremely powerful thing to do. And I have another clip or two about that.
Because of probably, I will say, 1,000 anti-establishment people in the last 270 years in America. That's why. And those 1,000 anti-establishment guys fought for you and I, and they've never met you. You'll never meet them. You don't even know what they went through. You don't know how they targeted their families, all this other stuff. You and I are able to have this conversation because the world still has few anti-establishment guys that can't be bought and can't be bullied. Power to those guys that are not afraid to fight.
Yeah.
Power. By the way, do you know what is the ultimate riskiest job in the world? You know what's the riskiest job in the world? Position. What is the riskiest position in the world?
Very good question.
It's not a president.
Politician?
Anybody that's loud, vocal, fighting against the establishment.
Oh, yeah.
It's the riskiest job in the world.
Of course, they'll cancel you.
Period.
Yeah. We've seen it.
Yeah.
Andrew Tate.
Yeah. Andrew Tate, Ryan Dawson.
Yeah.
You know, like if you talk about anything that challenges the establishment and you have a big enough platform, or you talk about certain taboo subjects, they're going to cancel you. So, yeah.
The anti-establishment people are the most annoying people in the world. You know why? Because all they do is ask questions. And there's nothing more annoying to the establishment than those who ask questions.
You know, some people might say that what that is also called is getting red pilled.
Yeah, of course.
Right. So whether it's politically, whether it's in relationships, it's like the understanding of like everything that you thought that you knew, maybe it ain't that true. Everything that the government told you, everything that we learned during the last couple of years, hey, you can trust this, trust the science, trust Fauci, trust whatever. Who got canceled? People asking questions. Yeah, I don't know about this. Where's that mask? Where? Hold on. You're telling me the Wuhan lab? What? We can't talk about this lab leak? Well, okay. You can't talk about the mask thing? You can't talk about... Hold on. Women are supposed to be everything nice, sugar and spice and everything nice. Hold on, we can't hold these women accountable. Hold on, women deserve less. Why? Why is that? This is getting red pill. So in many facets, what we talk about is becoming a free thinker.
Yep. That's the clips there. So it's like, what does that sound like when he says things like these anti-establishment guys can't be bullied or bought? Well, I'm not. No one's buying me out. How much money would it take for you guys to stop talking about flat Earth? Hold on, Russ said, did he say Andrew Tate and Ryan Gosling? Oh, Ryan Dawson.
Okay, makes more sense.
Yeah.
Ryan Gosling canceled. I'm like, what?
Yeah. Ryan Dawson has done 3 episodes recently on a day show about 9/11 or the 7/11 if we're speaking in code. So I guess he's been canceled. I never even heard of Ryan Dawson because he's been canceled everywhere for speaking out about the 7/11 being a part-time job. So yeah. So I mean, like, yeah. So the guys that can't be bought, can't be bullied. No one's gonna bully you into not talking about flat Earth here, and no one's gonna buy me out. There's not a certain dollar amount that I'd be willing to sell my soul for where I would like go and like, start preaching the globe and, never talk about flat Earth and to go against the flat Earth and stuff like that. No one's going to be able to buy me from that. So, I can't be bought. I can't be bullied. I would imagine that's true for other people here in the panel. He says the riskiest position are people loud and vocal fighting against the establishment. Well, that's an interesting thing because I would imagine there are a lot of people in the world that understand the Earth might not be a globe, but we are the vocal ones. We're loud and vocal about it. And I think there's a lot of people out there that just simply aren't as vocal. Tate, for example, right? We listened to 2 clips earlier where he's like, globetard, stuff like that. So like he has ways of getting it out there, or like at least talking about it without necessarily taking a stance where he's being loud for a certain position. He's not necessarily fighting against establishment on that position. So we are, and it's a very risky position. That's probably why someone like Tate doesn't do it, because how risky it is, risky it can be. Being loud about a certain thing like the flat Earth, not going to win you a lot of people over. So it's a very risky position. So I do agree with that point very much. What else do we have here? And then Adam says maybe what we are told isn't true, and he gave you some examples. And so that's exactly what Luke said. What the regulators are saying, it just is not true. They're actors. They're not being questioned or challenged. So these are the type of things that we do. We challenge, we ask questions. We're not going to get bought or bullied. And you see what ends up happening. And because like the last 2 clips showed, because the data stream is suspect, the information matrix has become tainted, you need to go out and do your own work. Go to your own lake, do your own test. Forget National Geographic. They obviously lied about the boats with the stripes and stuff like that. That was many years ago. Now you can go out and do your own thing. And so that's good advice, whether you're a flat earther or not, is to leave your house and go and do your own test. I have one more clip about how people might mention, or, the message can still get out there without being extremely vocal like we are. I think I don't know how to put numbers to it. I couldn't say what percentage of the Earth is flat earthers. That'd be really tough for me to give you a number there. If I had to, if you were going to force me, I'd probably say like maybe 20% or below. So then the next question would be, so what group is, doesn't go with the globe and just aren't vocal about, flat Earth or being against the globe? I wonder what percent that would be. I'm sure it's a nice bump from that 20%. So this would be an example of someone that falls into the category of not a vocal, loud flat earther, but someone that's, maybe in that extra camp.
Go they crush the crown and shit, the golden road is promising. Pray that I keep it honest, but what if they say I'm crazy? Like fuck it, it would've changed. Like Kobe, I got an 8 for you, you pray for me, I pray for you. They say the word 360, but what if it's flat? Breaking down, I'm breaking too. Say you wanna change, but keep changing it back.
Ooh, man, I love that song. But yeah, he says, they might say I'm crazy, but effort, I wouldn't change. They say they were 360, but what if it's flat? And so those are examples of people putting the message out there without being extremely obvious about it. And I wonder how many people are in that. I'm sure it's a large group of people that exist in this world that aren't flat earthers per se, but because for us, I don't care. I'm just gonna come out and say it. I'm gonna tell friends, family, whoever, and if they don't like it, so be it. So I think there's probably another group of people that are kind of like you, but not as vocal about it. And so I think there's probably a decent group of people out there that fall into that camp. It's a good example of it there. The song is "Through the Wire" by Dally Austin. I can get you a link if you'd like. Southside Chicago. I mean, compare his song where he's like, they say the world 360, but what if it's flat? That's a question. It's not too obvious. Most people probably wouldn't even pick up on it. Whereas Chocolate or, Elijah or one of my songs, we're just like, space is fake. So it's a little different vibe where or like Tate, for example, where he was like, go globetard, and talking about flat earth in just more of a indirect light. I'll throw that one in just in case anyone missed that.
The Earth is flat. I follow all the flat Earth pages.
Yeah, so, okay. I mean, it's not flat.
You're a globetard.
You're a globetard. You think this isn't flat.
It's not.
Is the world round?
Yes, it's a globe.
Globetard.
Alright, so how's it flat then? Prove to me it's flat.
Look outside.
I see the curve.
You don't see shit.
I do. I see the curve.
Tell him more proof that the world's flat.
More proof. Did you know that not once in the history of space travel ever has any astronaut panned his camera around 360 degrees? Not once. Why don't they?
What do you mean?
It's all fake, it's all manipulated.
Studios, yeah.
Images, yeah. You're a globetard. Your name should be Luke the Duke, but instead your name is Leek. The Geek.
We're gonna start calling him Lurd.
Lork.
Lork.
Lork the globetard.
This is stupid. I'm not a globetard.
You have a spacesuit, you can go up there and see it's flat. But you ain't fucking got
It's
one.
not
And that's
flat.
why you're Lork the globetard.
So is space fake? Is there even space?
Space is fake.
You're Lork. You can't drink your
So it's a dome?
Space is CGI. Yeah, it's a solid dome.
I need to clip that up a little bit where he goes like, so you think it's round? And they just start geeking out. That's a good clip right there. And Tristan goes, globetard. That's a funny clip. Shout out to I think Spake posted it on his YouTube channel. I'll drop a link there if anybody wants that. So there's ways to have fun with it without being extremely direct, where we like me, I don't care. I'll rock the boat. Where there's probably a lot of people out there that don't really want to rock the boat. doesn't win you much. Hold on, I'm gonna try to make a clip real quick. I'll be right back. Yeah, I agree with Spake's comment on his video here. He says, I saw Tristan call someone a globetard previously, so maybe they know more than they are letting on. Yeah, man. I might agree with that to some degree. I mean, who uses the terms like globetard? If you're super into the globe, I don't know, like, you don't see people that are really passionate about the globe being using terms like that. Flatzoid said, I don't want to be associated.
What you flat earthers don't get is like in 1969, we landed on the moon. There's 3 rovers and a chopper on Mars. Get to the chopper! And space exploration is growing. Like, obviously, we're on a spinning space ball. You think the government's going to...
The other clip of him talking about
nine-
you guys can judge for yourself what you think.
$9 billion to
Andrew, do
blow
you
up
believe the Earth is
two-
flat or round, spherical, globe?
Round.
What? You believe it's round, right? But when you walk outside, it feels like it's flat.
brother, and I
It looks flat. It feels flat, but you believe it's round. Why do you believe the Earth is round?
Because I have personal experience that would prove to me that the Earth is round.
Oh, you have personal experience. What happened? Did you go up to the fucking moon? Is that how you figured it out?
Exactly. I flew up into space and I looked down on Earth and I
Yeah.
saw a big circle.
That's crazy. Okay,
down there,
you don't have to.
looked
Hey,
down
listen, you don't have to concede on that point, but I think you and I both understand the importance of scientific, the importance of empirical evidence in that one, right? Or
Including all our fun.
science.
I saw it.
Shut your fucking mouth.
We all know damn well Hassan doesn't respect empirical evidence. Goofball. But yeah, I thought he handled it quite well. dealing with those types of questions. Trying to be pinned into a flat Earth position, even me as a flat Earther, I'm careful about that. So, yeah, I kind of agree with what Spake said. I think they might be, they might know more than they're letting on. Good to them. Good on them.
World's biggest welfare recipient, Elon Musk, $9 billion in government grants to blow up tubes with mannequins on them. And we're so glad it blew up because we learned so much.
Yeah, it was a successful explosion.
Just like the beginning of time.
All right, guys, I got to head out for a bit. I'll take over. I'll be back later.
Have a good day.
Today I'm going to go back in time and have a quick peep at the original moon landing. And in doing so, we're going to highlight the absurdity of the current so-called moon landing, known as Artemis. It's taken a bit of a bashing already, and rightly so. But we're going to delve back in time today. Like I say, and because we do, the reflections of the past don't bode well for the future. So let's have a look.
If you really took your finger and poked hard at it, you could poke right through the outer skin of the spacecraft. It was about the thickness of 2 layers of aluminum foil. But it's the kind of thing that you were reasonably cautious that you didn't jab any pointed objects through.
The skin of the lunar module is so thin that you could punch a hole right through it.
The skin, the aluminum alloy skin of the crew compartment was about 12 thousandths of an inch thick. That's equivalent to about 3 layers of Reynolds wrap that you would use in the kitchen.
You don't just build something and hope it works. You study to see what the threats are, the environment is, and then you say, how thick do I have to make the metal on the spacecraft so that going through this kind of radiation or these kind of meteoroids, it won't get hurt. And then we build it that way.
You could punch a hole right through it.
Need I say any more? Yet we're expected to believe that craft did ludicrous speeds, hundreds of thousands of miles away, in a terrifying environment. And yet you could punch a hole through the shell of it. And that, of course, explains why when Buzz was questioned about how terrifying his journey was to the moon, he responded in the manner in which he did, because it would have been terrifying, traveling in a craft that you could punch a hole through.
What was the scariest moment of the journey?
Scariest? It didn't happen. It could have been scary. Circuit breaker.
Would have been absolutely terrifying if the official story was true and you travelled and landed on the moon in a spacecraft that, in NASA's own words, you could punch a hole through it. But like you said, you weren't scared because it didn't happen. Trust me, Buzz, we know, fella. And of course, looking back at the old moon landing is all we need to do to debunk the new charade known as Artemis. And then when you address the footage like we have done, looking at Artemis, it's a cut and paste charade lapped up by gullible, naive individuals. The game is so up. Oh dear.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Yeah, because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
We
were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas.
It don't let it slip. Sky's not the limit. You fly to the moon in another second, but we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew, except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF.
And what you would do is lose air.
I'm going to talk about a mind virus, and I'll describe it to you in a way so you can understand. So I'm going to ask you 2 questions. If you can just respond to me in the most honest way possible, and we'll see if you can understand what I'm talking about here. So first question would be Flat Fact 64. Are we talking on Discord?
To my knowledge, we are, yes.
Okay. Yeah. Are you 100% sure we're talking on Discord?
Yeah. With the reality of this world, no, I'm not 100%. We could be talking on flaming goo for all I know. I mean, the reality, I don't know. No, I mean, I cannot, I don't know. I cannot definitively say to anything 100%.
Okay, so the mind virus has reached you. Now let me explain. I'm gonna, now that you said what you said, you answered honestly, and I appreciate that. But I'll tell you how the mind virus is still latched onto you. This mind virus that you can't know anything to be 100% sure is going to keep you from the truth. It'll stymie your critical thinking. It will stop you from looking into things.
Send in the clowns.
Like, if I was to ask you, Siruz, right? Go ahead and tell me what you're doing right now. Just, and I don't mean exactly. Generally, what are you doing? Like
sitting on my computer chair.
Okay, if I was to say you're 100% sure of that, what would you answer?
No.
You're not 100% sure that you're sitting down?
Not 100%. Like 99.99999999999%.
Oh, okay.
Bomb has been planted. Let me get a question in for Riverboat. Hey, welcome to the server, by the way. Can you for 100% guarantee that you're sitting down in a chair talking on Discord?
Nothing's 100%, man.
Bruh. Oh, okay. That's all I needed to know.
What kind of shit is that?
So let's go to the second follow-up question, which is only 2. There's nothing really big. Are you 100% sure you're talking on Discord? I know that's redundant, but please answer the question.
Am I 100% sure? No.
There you go. Audience, that is it. Mr. Sensible, your goose is cooked. What are you doing right now? Just tell me what you're doing. That's as simple as that. What are you doing right now? Be honest. Like, I don't have to know, but
I believe I'm sitting down on my chair, and I'd say that's yeah.
But just, sir, you're not going to tell me, and that's, I believe. Okay.
He just said he believes he's sitting in a chair.
Yeah, you said that. I mean,
Can I defend myself here? Is that okay?
Please.
So I don't use prediction a lot. So I don't interact with the world in absolute facts. It's all based off assumption. Those assumptions have a degree of probability as to whether they're correct or not. So I assume I'm on Discord talking to you guys right now. I can't 100% say that's a fact because I might not exist at all. I've got, I'm that type of person, but I can pretty much say it's 99.999% sure that I am here talking to you guys. That's what I mean by nothing's a fact, things are a presumption, but they have a degree of probability attached.
If that makes sense. We get that. You're not 100% sure of anything.
Correct.
99.999999999%. Let's find out real quick. Let me just ask this. Punjab, what are you doing right now? You can tell me. If you're not, we'll use another example. What are you doing right now, Punjab?
I assume I'm laying in my bed.
Okay. What? I was just going to ask you if you're sure you're laying on your bed.
He assumes it. He's assuming it.
Just assume.
But wait! There's more! Listen, did you or did you not say you can't be absolutely sure of anything? Did you say that? Okay. Are you absolutely sure of that?
No.
Got him.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
You can get really close. Like, I can be like 99.999%.
Well, yeah, we're not saying
about
any sign. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever eaten food before?
Very likely, yes. You can't say I'm not consistent.
Bruh. Also, like, whatever you're doing right now, are you sitting down, standing up, I mean, what are you doing?
I'm sitting down.
Okay. Are you 100% sure you're sitting down?
I hope so, yeah.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Are you 100% certain that you are speaking with us on Discord right now or not? Oh, fuck.
Tough one. No, it's not. It's not tough. So you can say you're talking on Discord, right, Crepuscule?
Yeah, I suppose I'm talking on Discord. Yeah.
Suppose? Wait. Well, why was there hesitation, and why now is it you're supposing that you're talking on Discord? Tell me about why you think that.
Because I could be just a dream in the mind of God. Who knows?
You're doing something like if okay. I'll ask you this: what are you doing right now, Crepuscule? Standing up, sitting down, laying down? What is it?
I'm sitting down and I'm about to eat some bread.
Okay. Can you tell me that you're doing that 100%? With all certainty.
No.
Hello? What did you say?
No. I said no.
Why?
Because I know that I can't fully trust my senses because I'm somebody who's literally delusional. Okay. I've literally had false memories. So you're the wrong person to ask that.
Shut up, bitch!
I'm not 100% with anything. Right, but I am more than 99% sure.
Excuse me. You're not 100% that the Earth is a globe? I'll tell you
nothing's 100%. Nothing's 100%.
What?
Nothing's 100%.
What are you talking about? Okay, so let me ask you a question. Just because you said that, you need to answer this question. This next one I'm going to ask you. Have you ever eaten anything?
Oh yeah. I might have eaten something, right? Okay, and then now I remember eating that. Now, what if there's a very small possibility? Let me finish. There's a very small possibility that my memory has been altered. I'm a schizophrenic. I'm suffering a psychotic episode. Yeah, I can introduce factors that I'm completely unaware and oblivious to. So, if I ate something, there's a high probability that I'm correct that I ate something, but it's not 100%. Nothing's 100%. Right?
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
But let me finish the point here. Quantum mechanics, the most technical field of science currently, is not 100%. They use probability.
Why would I talk to a psychopath? You just finished saying you just finished saying you could be schizophrenic. Why would I want to have a conversation with a schizophrenic?
I was making a hypothetical situation.
No. You just said I could be schizophrenic. It's not.
Yeah. To tell you, are you 100% sure that you're sitting down watching your screen?
Well, nobody knows what's outside their perception.
No, that's not what I asked. What I'm asking is exactly what you told me. I'm just repeating it back to you as in, are you 100% sure that what you told me is exactly what's going on?
No, because you don't know what's going on outside of your taste, your smell, your hearing, your sight.
Okay, so this is the issue that we have. Are you swimming in an ocean?
Probably not.
What? Probably not. Well, that's
He's
that
not
guy.
even sure of that.
He's whispering in your ear again. That professor.
You would have to define what an ocean is and what.
No. You know. Like, no, we don't have to get into semantics. So for the reason of this conversation, we both understand each other in a way we know what we're saying. So you know what I mean when I say ocean, right?
Excuse me. You can roast me for saying this, but I don't think I can touch a ball before, so.
He probably is. Hey, man, are you talking on Discord right now?
Yeah, I think so.
I didn't even get the second one. You're already caving. What the hell, bro?
I think so.
This is madness, man. Yeah, all you guys, you live in your own fantasy. Have you ever eaten before?
Bomb has been planted.
Yeah, I think so.
Look at this guy.
I don't think he remembers his last meal.
You don't remember when he's eaten? Or if he has.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
I can prove that.
Oh, he can't.
How big is the jar your brain in?
Are you a brain in a jar sitting on some shelf somewhere?
No, I don't think I have one of those.
Shut you! I don't have one of those. Listen to this guy. Not if you have one. Are you one? In one? Are you in a jar?
I think he's just a jar. He's not even in the.
Are we?
I just said I believe I'm on Discord.
Are we talking?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay. Are you 100% sure that we're talking on Discord?
I can't be necessarily.
There you go.
To be plugged in to a simulation, something like that.
There you go.
Are you sure about that?
How about what are you doing right now? Are you sitting down, standing up, Deck?
I'm sitting down right now.
How sure are you of that? Are you 100% sure you're doing that?
I'm pretty fucking sure. As sure as I can be about anything else.
There's damn good evidence in there.
Guys, it's not that fucking hard of a jump to understand that if you don't know if the world is real, then you can't know if anything's real. Like, it's not surprising.
Stop the cap. Stop the cap right now. Stop the cap. No bullshit, bro.
Are you staring at a computer screen or a phone?
Computer screen, yeah.
Okay. Are you 100% sure that you're sitting down staring at a computer screen?
I mean, that's a pretty philosophical question.
Not really. No, it's not really. It's not really.
Definitely folding for the globe.
A few moments later.
As a logically thinking human, you would then tell me, well, I'm sitting down and I'm staring at my computer screen, right? And then if I was to follow up and tell you 100% certainty, do you know that you're doing this? Without the professor's voice in your ear, what would you tell me?
Sure. I'm 100% sure.
Right, and what would give you that inclination to tell me that?
In my defense, I'm a social sciences student, so again, my inclination would be to say that based off my conception in my mind of reality, the way my brain interprets its sensory input.
There you go. Because of your senses, you start to realize the world around you, and you're able to navigate. So you're telling me exactly what's going on.
Ego, are you 100% sure that you're speaking to us on Discord right now or not?
No. Bruh.
Oh,
there you go.
Fuck.
Yeah. There you go, Levelist.
These fucking people, dude. These relativists, dude. What the fuck is going on?
I'm telling you, bro. You don't know until you know, and now you know.
In my epistemology, I don't believe you can have absolute knowledge.
What epistemology is that? Shit for brains?
No. Let him finish. Let him finish. You don't think you can have absolute? Your epistemology is what?
I'm a fallibilist.
Oh, okay. So you don't think you can have absolute knowledge? There's no objective truth.
Well, I think I can know that I exist. And I think I can know that certain logical truths are like. True.
Have you ever eaten before?
I think so, yeah.
What? From 1 to 100%, how sure are you that the Earth is in fact a spinning globe in a vacuum with a radius of 3959? I'd say 99.2, something like that.
Shut up, bitch! Oh my God!
It's all over. It's all over for him. I don't know if you realize it, but it's over.
Hold on, not yet. Clear?
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
the moon, but we can't talk between 3 buildings.
.24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
The countdown has begun.
NASA feeds your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Astronauts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction. NASA feeds your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Astronauts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction.
I'm trying to see the curve. Oh wait, that's fake. Just another fish-eyed lens. Let's look at the ships at sea. They're getting farther now. Oh, they're not disappearing. And hey, there's a land that I should not see. But as I'm staring right at it, all this time did I believe in a big lie? Could I not see the earth was a straight line? I never saw a curve, never saw a curve. Only NASA's rendition, they say it's CGI. I have to test, show no curve, but a straight line. box predicted. Been feeling different from the system. Too much distance. It's just so sick, sick, sick. They're so complacent. They worship 666 and don't even flinch. It's just psychotic, chaotic. Following false prophets. It's psychotic, chaotic. Made the world agnostic, babe. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, they really wanna hate right now, right now. But I think they're just afraid right now. Got their heads in the clouds with a mask on the face like a clown. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now, right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground. Gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lies and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling. What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? You about to have a panic attack real quick. Like, sorry, the earth's flat, it's fact, no trick. Just look at the proof and the true measurements. Cause I've been winning arguments against the best physicists. But this, don't know what it is. Lately I've been going around in circles, but I do not feel the spin. Oh, this, don't know what it is. But you gotta keep it like a secret, you can't even tell your friends. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna pick up and leave. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna fall back asleep. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, they really wanna hate right now, right now. But I think they're just afraid right now. Got their heads in the clouds with a mask on the face like a clown. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now, right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground. Gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lies and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling. What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now?
I must now tell you why, as you awaken from this global lie. Despite what they have said, Earth is not a globe spinning, but instead they mind tricked you to steal your plane, as someone close to you programmed your brain. But why? So clear this is, improve your stance. Space is fake, we are contained, their scheme is over. The truth has just begun. There's a place up in the sky, a pathway for the moon and stars at night. No parallax view of them, we're only using real lies, and truth is shared. Earth's a place that doesn't turn, so face your fears, believe your ears. No motion do they find. I'm handing you this lovely world. Promise me that you will seek this logic with devotion. truly see your point of view. I'm gonna teach you how to prove. I still detect the global lies as I explain to you the lies that you do not see. If you're blind, I will help you see. You must deny the vicious lies you believe. What draws you here, my friend? Come listen now and let's fly to truth end. Giving advice for you to learn. Forsake the claims, let truth sustain your soul set free from lies. A heartfelt yearning to be at, lost in the illusion, using real lies. You will despise all the global lies, but truly see your point of view. I'm gonna teach you how to prove. Still detect the global lies as I explain to you.
Well, we all believed in that spinning ball. Indoctrination blinded us all. From the very first day that we went to school, they put a globe in your face and that thing looked cool. The teacher explained how it all worked. Of course it sounded so berserk, but who was I to question it? Because I was just a tiny kid. It sounded crazy as could be, but teacher would never lie to me. She was real nice, she didn't know. She too was taught to believe in that globe. I don't blame her, it wasn't her fault. She was only repeating what she'd been taught. I went through life believing that lie. That spinning ball was now in my mind.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. No.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. face on a road to nowhere. So I live my life without a care, cause I was taught that there ain't no creator. That's what I was told from my educator. So I live my life so selfishly, there ain't gonna be no hell for me. I'll do what I want with no care for others, with no respect for my brothers. Until one day when I woke up and I drank some truth with my coffee cup. I learned that things ain't what they seem. This so-called reality is just a dream. There's deception everywhere that I look. The news, the TV, and in my school books. And pretty soon I'll realize that everything's just a pack of lies, man.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. Don't.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Let them take your mind, man. Yeah, man. It's deception on a biblical level. It's orchestrated by the devil. Many think that hate don't exist, but that's what he wants. That's one of his tricks. But I found out that dude's real. And I tell you, man, that's a bitter pill. So I questioned everything I was told. I had to question that spinning globe. I had to relearn it all again and get some truth inside this brain. And pretty soon I realized that the globe I was taught was a pack of lies. So I studied as hard as can be. I found the flat earth conspiracy. Man, it hit me like a ton of bricks. The globe I was taught was a devil's trick.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. Don't.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Let them take your mind, man. I started to connect the dots, and I'm telling you, man, there are lots. I soon realized that the earth was flat. It's not a belief, man, it's a fact. And once I found out that reality, well, it did a funny thing to me. For a while there, I was pretty shocked, but now I know that there is a God. And once you get to that point of understanding, and once you know there ain't no moon landing, and once you know that space is fake, you view your life with a different take. It ain't just random chance that we're here. We ain't living on no stupid sphere. It ain't some ridiculous spinning ball. The earth is flat and God created it all.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. Don't.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Let them take your mind, man. Well, now I found out about all these lies. I live a completely different life. I stopped reading the news and turned off the TV. That thing is evil as can be. I started being a nicer guy. And God forbid I tell a lie. I treat people with more respect, and I've got me a wife that I'd never neglect. Yeah, being good's working out for me. Now I ain't blinded and I can see. I know that there is a God above, and if I'm good, then he'll show me love. I try to live life selflessly to be the best that I can be. I treat people how I want to be treated since my indoctrination was defeated. So don't believe in the devil's lies because it's God he wants to hide. That's why they teach that spinning ball, to make you think you ain't special at all. Don't believe what you're being told. Don't believe that you're evolved. It's all an accident and you are too. No, you're someone special and God made you.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, no.
Take control of your soul.
You gotta take back control.
Find the truth.
Find the truth.
Find it all.
Find it all, man.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it.
Let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind. Yeah, play that guitar.
is part of the natural physics of water and other fluids to always find their level and remain flat. If disturbed in any way, motion ensues until the flat level is resumed. If dammed up, then released, the nature of all liquids is to quickly flood outwards, taking the easiest course towards finding its new level. If the Earth is an extended flat plane, then this fundamental physical property of fluids finding and remaining level is consistent with experience and common sense. If, however, the Earth is a giant sphere tilted on its vertical axis, spinning through never-ending space, then it follows that truly flat, consistently level surfaces do not exist here. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. That is, rivers are flowing in all directions over the Earth's surface. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. If the Earth were a globe, rolling and dashing through space at the rate of 100 miles in 5 seconds of time, the waters of seas and oceans could not, by any known law, be kept on its surface. Whenever experiments have been tried on the surface of standing water, the surface has always been found to be level. To drop the theory which supposes a curved surface to standing water is to acknowledge the facts. If the Earth were a globe, the surface of all standing water would be convex. This is an experimental proof that the Earth is not a globe. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Rivers do not flow uphill. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill.
What you're seeing here is a mirage. A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a famous on the galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof. It seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type. You're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living like on a cartoon ball.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now? You lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I'm taking. But you can see if you check all the percentages. So many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living like on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
Day from night, hanging above the clouds. When you see the total masterpiece, there will be no doubt. In the firmament, celestial tapestry. In the firmament, firmament. Celestial tapestry in the firmament. Declare your majesty in the firmament. The footstool of your throne. The heavens declare the glory of God. The skies proclaim the works of his hand. In the firmament, celestial tapestry. In the firmament, declare your majesty. In the firmament, the footstool of your throne. Life under the dome.
Light things rise up. Heavy things fall down. Simply a natural property of weight and density. That is very different from gravity. Gravity is a hypothetical magnetic-like force possessed by large masses, which Isaac Newton needed to help explain the heliocentric theory of the universe.
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow the spinning ball. It makes us stick. Gravity is magic. It's magic. It's magic.
Now, even if gravity did exist, why would it cause both planets to orbit the sun and people to stick to the Earth? Gravity should either cause people to float in suspended circular orbits around the Earth, or it should cause the Earth to be pulled and crashed into the sun. What sort of magic is gravity that it can glue people's feet to the ball Earth?
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow the spinning ball. It makes us stick. Gravity is magic.
Gravitation is only a subterfuge employed by Newton in his attempt to prove that the Earth revolves around the sun. And the quicker it is relegated to the tomb of all the Capulets, the better will it be for all classes of society.
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow the rules of the spinning ball. It makes us stick. Gravity, it's a con trick. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic.
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
knows every path leads them to nowhere. Moon landing on closed sets. Slave to money, slave to debt. More like codes they found from somewhere. Yeah, they come to snuff the truth out. Oh yeah. Yeah, here come the truth out. Yeah, you know he ain't gonna lie. No, no, no. You know he ain't gonna lie. Yeah, they come to snuff the truth out. Oh yeah. Yeah, here come the truth out. Yeah, you know he ain't gonna lie. No, no, no. You know he ain't gonna lie. We ain't spinning on no globe, man. We see for miles in our homeland. NASA sends us pictures photoshopped. They feed us pills, can't see ourselves. Turn TVs off, seek bookshelves. Oh God, please, won't you help them see the truth? Yeah, they come to snuff the truth out. Oh yeah. Yeah, here come the truth out. Yeah, you know he ain't gonna lie. No,
clearing away stumbling blocks. Yeah, we're moving down obstacles. Water seeks to find level and stopping it is impossible. May as well say this is just like Where's Waldo? Being born until the last, not your fault though. You still think you're living on a ball with your friends. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles an hour. Never felt the earth spin. Space wizards claim that they landed on that moon, then destroyed the technology like a congress of baboons. Mankind became tools. Now everyone is oppressed. Took God out of schools. Now these fools need some new vests. Why do you think there are so many churches? When you make some things common, they start to become worthless. Why would they lie? So you would pay for your sins. So currency for eternity is what devils stealing. About their father's business, still destroying, killing, and stealing. Now there's hidden knowledge, and you're living by your feelings. Reaction's just a product of external stimuli, but action's always something that you get to decide. Every action leads to reaction, and you can't even lie. Speaking of lies, did you know that's a means to deceive? Propagating the faith and orchestrating belief. Predictive programming on perpetual repeat. With scrying me signals as you walk down the street. If the earth is a sphere, then where's the drop over distance? Without a fishy lens, Earth's curve has never been witnessed. Scientific means that this thing must produce knowledge. And models require measurements you won't find in your college. Always begging for a model like you needed to live. Meanwhile, scientific role models don't even exist. You keep watching cartoons and thinking this is what real is.
Without measurements that produce knowledge, there is not a scientific model. The word modulus means measure. Scientificus means producing knowledge. The scientificus modulus of Earth does not exist.
Once went to school
to the show where you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show. If you don't know, it's part of the show. And they teach you to reach for the stars while opening up the bars and keeping you chained down with mortgage bills and cars. Vaccines for your arms, kids sounding like supercharged. Caffeinated hate-filled scars and rage-quit repertoires. No answers for yards, caught up in emotion that's not even yours. Imposter truths like impeccable retards, lined up for your serving of gish galloping wars. No remedy can't save the lost, in love with the yarn. I'm tired of walking into refracted shards. Poor science displayed by disgusting bards. Soaked in sin with your dupe is delight and a new hand of cards. Been so long, seems like for love I'm just too hard, I'm just too hard, I said. Welcome to the show where you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show. If you don't know, you don't know. Intoxicated ache makes you believe you're spinning in space while you have no shame or grace. It's a disdainful state I used to contemplate how to save myself from my own self-hate. Wonder why I was even made with a dreadful fate. Forced to try and awake with a full plate. No one to help me stay awake or educate. I got to liberate and fight through even gates. But my brother, heaven could never be late. And rockets don't work in space. It's all fake. The show is on Mars. It's a joke, but you're too far gone. It won't be long. Pepe's beak is strong. We have our sun and we march along like streams of knowledge leading to God's holy pond and lives of truth that hits the bong and sings the song, turns mankind from the wrong. We come in peace with a holy gown and all of us wearing our holy crowns. So the earth is flat and we probably just won't get along. Just to go along, I said. Welcome to the show where you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show. If you don't know, you don't know. Welcome to the show where you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show. If you don't know, it's part of the show. And they teach you to reach for the stars while opening up the bars and keeping you chained down with mortgage bills and cars. Vaccines for your arms, kids sounding like supercharged. Caffeinated, hate-filled scars, rage quit repertoires. No answers for yards, caught up in emotion that's not even yours. Impossible truths like impeccable retards, lined up for your serving of gish galloping wars. No remedy can save the lost in love with the arm. I'm tired of walking into refracted shards. Poor science displayed by disgusting bards. Soaked in sin with your dupe is delight and a new hand of cards. Been so long it seems like for love I'm just too hard, that's it.
Not from where I'm certain, 'cause I can't see no curve at all. I've waited all my life just to think for myself, just a little bit more openly. Now I've grown out far to be true, but my senses always knew. I just wanna scream at this black. Open my eyes, no going back. It's black. Not a surprise, the earth is flat. And now it feels so good to me. I'm working every day with this mind full of positivity. Waited all my life just to think for myself, just a little bit more critically. 'Cause now I finally found to be true what my senses always knew. I just wanna scream at this black. Open my eyes, 'cause it's a fact. It's fact. Schoolmaster's lies, the earth is flat. I found out for yourself. No one's telling the truth. It's all their own mind. Now it's down to you. You stop with every debate. You can trust in what he says. Spends the time with ODD, Max Cruz, B.O.B. And if you take the time, you simply cannot fail to see that it's flat. We don't live on a spinning
lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is Photoshop because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a
Freemasonic galaxy.
They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof, it seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type, you're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the glow model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is Photoshopped, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages, so many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small, and now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the glow model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
It is Photoshopped, but it has to be. It is Photoshopped, but it has to be. It is Photoshopped, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage. It is Photoshopped, but it has to be. It is Photoshopped, but it has to be. It is Photoshopped, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
Join discord.gg/flatearth and enter a check-in room. Someone will come along and verify you to get involved in the conversation about our Earth.
One day,
Maybe he joined Discord just to come to this server.
There we go. No, I joined it to Banivate from another server. I just figured I'd join this server in the process, because what the hell? I'm gonna delete this account and probably tonight, so.
Why?
Because it served one purpose, which was to Banivate on my school Discord, and I got banned from there, so.
Okay, so you're just going around getting banned from places, are you?
Well, it's my school server, and so yeah, they're a bunch of dickheads.
Yeah, that happens.
Can you invite me to your school server?
Yeah, sure. Please troll, please.
Send us the link, man. Send us the link. We'll jump in.
So they said that you've got an interesting view on the globe and science. Can you fill us in?
Oh, also, I can't send links in chat.
Right, yeah.
That's all right.
Yeah.
Send it to Gemsy, directly to Gemsy. GEMSY, Gemsy.
Send him to Gemsy, yeah. DM him.
Don't rat me out, okay, guys? Don't tell them that Nage the Great sent you. Don't.
No. Hush the word, man. Hush.
Nah, we keep it cool. We keep it cool and civil. We keep it cool and civil. Don't worry about it.
Just do a bit of flat Earth trolling. Like go straight to the debate chat and just troll.
Yeah, but it's not really trolling. If it's flat Earth, it's just telling the truth.
Yeah, man. Totally.
That's what I was gonna say. It's not really trolling. We just be going there to flat smack people and tell them the truth, and then all right, peace. See you later.
Yeah.
Let's flat pill those boys.
Flat pill them.
Yeah.
Maybe there's some physicists that could maybe educate you a little more.
Maybe we could educate a few physicists.
That's crazy.
You never know how it works.
Yeah. So why don't you believe gravity exists?
Depends what you mean. Which gravity you're talking about?
What do you mean? There's only one gravity.
Oh no! Well, that's where you're mistaken. No, there's two sets of gravities. Well,
what are they?
It's Newtonian or Einstein. Pick one.
Yeah. So how are these different gravities?
Well,
one's
bending and warping.
Mass attracting mass. Sorry, dude. You go, mate.
Mass attracting mass or bending space-time, man. Which one do you want to talk about?
Yeah, so under general relativity, mass still attracts mass.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
So.
The reason
it
bends
the concept of space and time.
Yeah, and that causes matter to be attracted to other matter. That's what we observe when space is bent.
But it's not the same concept, because otherwise they wouldn't have gotten rid of Newtonian gravity.
Nobody got rid of it. It was just more complete. It was just
two different geometries, man. They're two different geometries.
NASA scientists still use Newtonian gravity for small flat Earth approximations and sending stuff to the moon.
Flat Earth approximations.
Yeah. So the
flat Earth approximations.
Yeah. So
can you show us a demonstration of mass attracting mass?
That would be great.
Yeah, sure. So there was an experiment done. I'm sure you're familiar with it. What was
Cavendish.
his name? Yeah, Cavendish.
He's a tweaker.
That didn't do anything.
Why not?
Well,
can you explain the experiment?
Certainly.
He's making a bunch of claims. Do you comprehend what you're actually saying? Do you know what it actually means? The gravity and the Cavendish right now. You already moved 50 different books already. So go ahead, Cavendish.
Yeah. So gravity is just the idea that mass attracts mass, but Einstein discovered, in the 1900s, that the reason why mass attracts mass is because matter bends space, and so the path for which objects travel is altered. Right, because the space is bent.
Can you explain the Cavendish experiment then?
Yeah, sure. So Cavendish set up 2 rods, and he put some steel balls on either side of the rods. And then I forgot. Did he put?
Yeah.
I think he put one steel ball on one side, and then another steel ball on another side, and he connected the balls to the rod with a string to negate Earth's gravitational impact, right?
And what was the result and the data from that? What happened?
Yeah, so the results matched the predictions, right? So the calculated
predictions.
Yeah. So the prediction. So the prediction was, given this mass, right? The gravitational force is going to be this much.
Do you have the data? Do you have the data and the numbers and things like that, or are you just saying?
Yeah, I got to pull it up. 1 second.
Please.
So, are we talking about a cause and effect relationship?
I don't know. He's pulling up.
I mean, if I hold any object or my finger even and look into a straight, any light source or something, I can see in a slight aura at or any object. You know? And this is not the gravitational
force.
Yeah. It's bogus.
Yeah, it's bunk. Gravity's bunk. Anyway, that's an old term.
So, are they claiming that the only so-called experiment, it's not really an experiment, but the only one that proved gravity was Cavendish? Is this what they're claiming?
Yeah, it's a begging the question fallacy. Man, it's not even a scientific experiment. If nature
Yeah, so why don't you think it's a scientific experiment?
Well, he just hung some balls and
it's an engineering experiment. It's an engineering experiment.
Well, what's the observed natural phenomenon?
Sorry, what?
What's the observed natural phenomenon?
What do you mean? Mass attracting mass.
That's begging the question.
Where's the natural phenomenon? Where is it?
What do you mean?
What's the cause of the observed natural phenomenon?
Einstein discovered about 100 years after that it was matter bending space. So that's.
But we're talking about the Cavendish at the moment, though.
Einstein never did an experiment in his life.
In the Cavendish experiment, I guess you could say that the
jumping all over the place.
Was matter, and the dependent variable was gravity. No, I'm just going over the Cavendish. You asked about it.
Okay.
So is gravity the cause? Is gravity the cause of the natural observed phenomenon?
Yeah.
Is gravity mass attracting mass?
Yeah.
Okay, so the cause is the natural observed phenomenon.
Right.
The cause is the effect, is what you just said.
He just said that the dependent variable is matter, and the independent variable is gravity. Well, okay, what's the dependent variable?
I said, yeah, so the dependent variable would be the gravitational force.
Because that would be begging the question, sir.
No, it's not.
That would be begging the question, sir. That would be begging the question because where do you observe that in nature?
Well, you can call it whatever you like. We observe attractions, right? So, I mean, you can call it whatever you want. We observe some kind of attraction when things fall.
Where?
Right?
Where do we observe that? Where do we observe that? How do we observe it?
Yeah, so if I drop a pen, I observe that it falls.
So that's observing something fall, right? So that's observing something fall, right? Where does the attraction come into it?
The attraction is the thing falling.
That would be begging the question. That's the,
what if I drop
trying to prove?
Yeah, what if I drop a helium?
Yeah, so what other force would be causing the balls to move?
Bro, but you drop the rock. You drop the rock. What if you drop a helium balloon?
What is the rock made of? And what is the pen made of?
Ripcord, just wait, man.
Rocks are made of atoms and pens are made of atoms.
Okay, so atoms relate to what?
What do you mean?
Yeah, what do atoms relate to what?
What do you mean? What are you asking?
Do they relate to themselves, or do they relate composed of a different composer or something like this?
I still don't know what you're asking.
It might be good for now if you just let T-Dub take this.
Yeah, just for now.
Right, so you observed a pen falling through a medium which is less dense than the pen, okay? That's what you observe.
So density doesn't imply a direction. There's no vector with density.
Right. To assert that it was due to attraction is assuming the cause in your premise, right? That's called begging the question fallacy. So what you're doing, right? You take the observation. Okay, I observed, let's say, something in nature. I saw the apple fall from the tree. That's an observed natural phenomenon, right? Okay. Now you want to speculate on the cause, right? That would be your independent variable. So what is your independent variable for the apple falling from the tree?
Hold on. Why do you think causes are independent variables?
Because that's that's the scientific method, mate.
Find me one source. Find me a source.
Oh dear. Degas, can you post the source?
Independent variable just means independent, right? It just means that it's something that we choose. Right. So in this case, we choose the value of the weight of the mass, like how much it not weighs, but like the value in kilograms. So that's and then the dependent variable, which is the gravitational attraction, is dependent on the mass. And so we have some equation to calculate this attraction, and the results match our expectations. So that would entail that Newton's equation works. Right.
Well, so, I mean, if you start off with an assumption, though.
There's three constituent parts of compactness of a substance.
The buoyancy of a substance is its ability or tendency to float in a fluid such as water or air. The word gravity comes from the Latin word gravitas, meaning the weight or seriousness of a person, place, or thing.
I just muted the bot. I don't know why that was there.
Oh, that was actually me. It was only a couple seconds. It was over.
Okay.
Right, so to form a hypothesis, in order to do an experiment, a scientific experiment, using the scientific method, you're going to need your dependent variable. That's your observed natural phenomenon. Right? That's your observed natural
That's false.
Yes.
Then find me a source that says that, and I'll believe you.
I just did. I just posted a citation, live stream voice text. You don't know what an independent variable is, please review the citation.
I can read it out loud if you want.
Let's do that, Flat Earth dude.
Therefore, in experiments, a researcher manipulates an independent variable to determine if it causes a change in the dependent variable.
Oh, okay, I understand. Gotcha. So I'll retract. Okay. So in this case, the independent variable is the value of the matter, like the, what's the word? How do you say measurement of like mass without saying weight? I'll just say weight. So the weight of the steel balls was the independent variable, which causes a change in the detected attractive force.
So you're trying to prove weight or what?
Yeah, so I mean, if it's not electromagnetic forces that are causing this attraction, and it's not weak and strong, right? So, like, what's left?
Where is the attraction coming into it? How are you establishing that there is an attraction? You've assumed there's an attraction.
No, we detect it. It's moving, right? It's being attracted to.
Detect it.
No, yeah.
So literally. Weight causes movement.
The only attraction that can happen if it's charged by magnetic figures.
So you can look at the Cavendish experiment and you can apply Gauss's equations. It wouldn't match the results.
So what's the natural observed phenomenon in the Cavendish experiment?
Yeah, so by the definition of your source, in an experiment, a researcher manipulates an independent variable to determine if it causes a change in the dependent variable.
Of an observed natural phenomenon, and something occurring in nature that you've observed happening. All right, hang on a second.
That's fine, yeah. Because maybe you don't know, maybe you're confused about naturally observed phenomenon.
You're confused. The only one that's confused here is you.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So an apple jar. Oh my god. Who just posted this source about Archimedes? You do realize that the physics surrounding buoyancy literally depend on the gravitational constant G. Like, come on. Like, have you guys opened a physics textbook?
Big G or little G?
Little G. Big G. So under the flat Earth approximation, it's little g, right? But when you don't.
What do you mean the flat Earth approximation?
Yeah. So local to. So we observe the Earth to be flat, local
Always.
to the Earth, right? Yeah. But when you go out, right, when you go above, then curvature starts to matter, and then you switch equations from M2 to G M1 M2 over.
Where?
Well, you don't have to. I'm just telling you what it is. You just asked me what it was. I'm not like we're not arguing about whether or not it's true, right? That's really what we're discussing.
What I'm hearing is you're saying words without knowing what they mean. Like you're just saying words.
Like what? What?
Like okay, in relation to reality, when you actually can point to something that is tangible, verifiable, demonstrable, that's something that we can put words or labels, right? Define things in reality. You are saying words of things that you've never experienced, haven't verified, never seen. You cannot point to them. You're just saying words, bro. That's what you're doing.
So let's stick to the Cavendish, okay? Because that was what was originally discussed. Independent variable.
The thing that you're questioning is a scientific experiment. So you're saying that T-Dub was confused about a naturally observable phenomenon. So what would you say is a naturally observed phenomenon?
Hang on, I'm confused as to why this is even a prerequisite. Like, can you find me a source?
Because that's what an experiment is.
No, an experiment is a hypothesis. So an experiment is just a process whereby you fix some environment, right? You have some control group and some experimental group.
Yeah, you follow the scientific method. Do you know what the scientific method is?
Yeah. So
what's the first step of a scientific method?
Oh, hold on.
Observable phenomena, natural observable phenomena.
I mean, yeah, that's usually what triggers somebody to form a hypothesis, but you don't need that to form a hypothesis. Prove that you do, and then
of course you do. Because what are you trying to look? What are you looking for? What are you trying to prove? If you don't have a natural phenomenon,
well, in this case,
an observable natural phenomenon, then what?
Sir, a man-made device, and
then what are you trying to work out?
Bro, a man-made device is not a natural observable phenomena, sir. Man-made device.
Yeah, so that's why I'm pushing back on this naturally observed phenomena thing. I need like a source on that.
Pushing back? This is not an agree or disagree general. That's a category error.
Yeah, so find me a source.
Not out. Yeah.
You're saying that we're just gonna skip the scientific method and just do whatever we want, right? That's what you're saying.
Well, no, I'm saying that usually, like, I think they add that there because usually you observe some phenomenon and then, okay, that triggers you to form a hypothesis, right? But you don't need that step. You just
how else are you going to form a hypothesis?
By forming it, right? So I don't have to observe.
Yeah, but you need something to form it to.
Yeah, I don't know what you're saying, dude.
Okay, give us an example of a hypothesis without a natural observed phenomenon. What would that look like?
Sure. So I have a hypothesis that... So suppose that my light bulb is broken. Or would you consider, like, the light bulb a naturally observing phenomenon? Like a naturally observed
phenomenon?
No.
Okay, well, we can still do science on a light bulb, right?
On a light bulb?
No.
Yeah, so this is just a categorical error, right? So every scientist agrees that this is still science.
You might look at a light bulb and agree that it's broken, but that's not science.
No, the science comes in where you form a hypothesis about why it's broken.
Every scientist agrees. I heard those words. Do you want to repeat those words?
So you're forming a hypothesis. You're forming a hypothesis that the light bulb is broken. You can see the light bulb is broken.
I said about why, right? But everyone was talking.
What do you mean why? It's broken. Who cares?
No, what do you mean who cares? The point of science is to determine the causes behind things.
Do you know what a phenomenon is?
No, actually, I don't think I could put that into words. How would you define it?
It's a thing happening, right? So you watch something happening. Yeah. And you have a supposition about what causes that to happen, and that's what you're going to test with the scientific method.
Yeah, so if you have a broken light bulb and you want to determine why, you could form some hypothesis like you could think, okay, it's broken. Maybe
it's not a natural. It's not a naturally occurring phenomenon. It's a man-made thing. That's okay.
Yeah, so science. Find me a source where scientists make a distinction between those two things.
Well, there's been two definitions
The
of
scientific
natural science
method.
has been posted in the live stream voice text.
Natural science. Are you saying that science proved the globe or something? Because that's what I'm.
Yeah. So the intellectual. And
So yeah, that's the thing, right? You're saying
study of the structure.
Bro, you're saying that science proves the globe. Is the globe natural?
Observation and experiment, right? So
is the globe a natural thing?
Yeah,
guys.
Okay, so if the globe is a natural thing, where are you making a natural observation, right? Because natural science, right?
Yeah,
the globe is natural. You're claiming the globe is natural, and then you're saying, "Oh, let's make a man-made device that is going to prove."
Hold on, define natural. Because maybe there's a confusion over terms here. So what do you think natural means?
Naturally occurring, not man-made, not synthetic.
No, that's tautological. So what do you mean naturally occurring? So if you
How
don't even
does
know what natural means, why
determine
do you
itself to us that we determine the natural?
No, I'm asking you to define natural, and you're just using natural. What do you mean by that? Do you even know what this word means?
Yes, not man-made, not synthetic.
Not synthetic, not a contraption. A natural phenomena. Not man-made. I pick up a rock, I can drop it. Is that man-made? No. It's a natural phenomena. Okay? See the difference?
But that's the thing that you're saying that with this, you're proving the globe. How do you use science to measure things? You don't. You don't need science to prove the shape of something, do you? You don't use science to measure something, to do geometry, right? Those are two different categories.
Yeah, a globe wouldn't be a phenomenon. That's not a thing happening. If you see a ball in your yard, you don't call that a phenomenon and ask what's causing that ball.
Yeah, it is a thing happening. So there's atoms,
a ball,
right?
Oh, okay, so a ball is a thing happening.
Yeah, there's bonds, right? So there's a physical state, right? So there's atoms that are bonded to other atoms, and that's something that's happening. There's
That's not what you're
electrons
talking about
orbiting.
when you're just pointing at a shape, though, and trying to quantify it or find its dimensions or whatever. Just looking at a shape.
The globe is made of atoms, so there's still.
Yeah, but that's not what you're talking about. You're being a sophist, though, because if you're looking at a ball and you're like, oh, this looks like a big ball, I want to measure it, you're not going to start talking about the atoms. You're just doing geometry and trying to work out a shape.
Well, we recognize that there are things happening, right? Even if we don't care about them.
You're trying really hard to make a ball if
there are things happening, but not the globe happening. There's no globe happening. That's the point.
Okay.
There are things happening, but not
let's
the
clear
globe.
up this. So somebody pulled up natural from the dictionary. So I hope you understand that things in the dictionary can be defined differently from how things are used in the field. So in the field, natural just refers to like the natural universe, right? So any process that happens in the universe is considered natural.
That's literally what everybody just said. Oh my god. Cool story, bro.
The difference
So did you know that math isn't a natural science at all, though? It's not a natural science.
You know,
it's a formal science.
There's something else that he said that we should probably go back to as well, because he said earlier that when you get to a certain scale, you're going to start accounting for curvature. So what curve? Who measured that?
Yeah, what curve?
Yeah, sure. So I just
Where is that? Where is that in nature? Can you show us the natural observation of curvature,
So you
please?
dodged the Cavendish. So I gave you the independent and dependent variable, and you
dodged the Cavendish.
We had to tell you what those were, but yeah, that was our dodge. But let's go back to the thing that you're dodging right now, which is the curvature that you said we had to account for at some scale. Who measured that shit? How do you know that's it?
Just notice how we went from talking about Cavendish to talking about curvature without actually finishing the Cavendish.
We had to teach you what an independent variable was. We had to teach you what a phenomenon was. So let's get to the point here. You said that there's curvature that we have to account for at some scale. So where's that at? Who measured that?
So I'll just make the following syllogism. If gravity exists, then the flat Earth is impossible. Gravity exists, therefore the flat Earth is impossible. So it doesn't matter. My syllogism shows that the flat Earth is impossible. So
did you check the Earth to see if it was flat or curving first?
No, I just made a syllogism. So do you know what like a syllogism is?
Go for it. What's your syllogism?
Yeah, so if gravity exists, then the flat Earth is impossible. No, yeah, that's what a syllogism is. So if P, then Q, P, therefore
Define gravity.
Yeah, you haven't proven gravity.
Well, so that's what we were talking about was the Cavendish, and you dodged.
This actually isn't a logical syllogism. It's an illogical one because it doesn't lead to the conclusion, the necessary conclusion of a curved Earth. If gravity, then there is no logical pathway from where you are to a curved globe.
Do you know what a modus
in
ponens
reality
is? Do you know what a modus ponens is?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, we do. That's funny you say that.
Modus ponens.
Where's your globe at?
Yeah, so can you answer my question, and then I can tell you.
No, can you answer our questions that we're asking that you keep dodging when you say that we're dodging yours? We see what you're trying to do. You're trying to sandbag the conversation, right? You invoked a bunch of
have a logical syllogism.
Yeah, you don't.
My syllogism.
Yeah, put it in a syllogism. Put it in a syllogism for us. Yeah, let's just hear your syllogism. What do you got? Let's hear it.
So if gravity exists, then the flat Earth is impossible. Gravity exists, therefore the flat Earth is impossible.
No, it doesn't exist. You haven't proven the existence of your gravity.
So let's go back
to non sequitur.
Right?
It's not a logical syllogism.
How? Yeah, it is. Do you know what
it doesn't follow? It literally doesn't follow.
Guys, he admitted, in contrary to what he just said about flat Earth impossible, right? He admitted himself that his immediate experience is flat Earth, but then he goes to a place he's
Who
never
said
been
that my
to.
syllogism wasn't logical? Because it's completely valid.
Bro, you said earlier that your immediate experience is flat Earth, and NASA says flat Earth, right? Remember when you said that everything is flat in the immediate experience, right? Right? Remember?
So is it?
And then you go away from your experience, from everything you experience, and then you find a globe in fantasy.
Right. So my argument follows this form, and modus ponens is valid. So then my argument is valid.
You don't know what you're talking about, man.
Yeah, I know you've got suppositions baked in there. If gravity, you haven't defined gravity. Does gravity, as you're defining it, which you haven't yet done, exist?
Sure.
Bro, he didn't know what gravity was in the beginning.
Is the attraction, right, between masses.
Oh, that's not what the heliocentric model says.
Yeah, it's not. And you never proved that. You failed to prove that.
Yeah. So Cavendish, right? Let's go back to that because that's literally the proof.
You said weight causes movement. That was your hypothesis. Weight
I didn't
causes
say that.
movement.
I never said
you
that.
did, sir.
Nope.
Yes, you said your independent variable is weight, and your dependent variable is movement.
Bro, he's claiming Newtonian gravity.
No, sorry. The dependent variable was the observed force, right? The measured force, right? The measured
begging
force
the question. You haven't established that there is a force moving anything. You've just observed something moving, and not in nature, in a man-made contraption. So it is not a scientific experiment. You have not validated the cause and effect of anything in that demonstration, sir. It is not a scientific experiment.
Yeah, so if I alter my independent variable, which is the matter, right, the mass, the measured mass.
You don't have an observed natural phenomenon, sir. It is not a scientific experiment. You do not have a natural observed phenomenon.
Yeah,
it is not a scientific experiment, sir.
Find me a source that says that naturally observed phenomena means that it's not a man-made contraption. Find me a scientist or source that says that.
We read the definition of natural science to you.
You notice
through observation and experiment.
And once again, he's off of the Earth curve subject. He's once again gotten himself off the hook with that.
Yeah,
so
because I made a syllogism saying that if P, then Q, P, therefore Q, right? So if gravity exists, then the flat Earth is impossible. Yeah, I'm trying to, but you keep interrupting me. So the independent variable. So if I make some alteration, right, in
weight
in the independent variable, and that leads to an effect, right, which is the observed force, right? Or let me not say force, the observed attraction, right? So what do we mean
by attraction? You've observed movement. That's it, and it wasn't in nature. It was in a man-made contraption. Read the definition of natural. Read the definition of natural science. Sir.
Yeah. So, okay. Well, find me a source which you haven't.
Find us some Earth curve which you haven't. Yeah, find us some Earth curve which you haven't.
That's it, man. I gotta say, fuck off.
Ensure you observe natural phenomena. Yep, natural.
Yeah. Okay. So what you're saying?
Natural
is
doesn't mean not synthetic.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
So no
I'm just gonna have to take control of this.
It's okay. You're just wrong.
Yeah. Okay. Keep evading the Earth curve question. Who measured that?
Doesn't matter.
Nobody's going to be accounting for it at any scale because some guy in his cabin in the 1800s had a torsion bar twisting one way or another. Okay, NASA is not going to be accounting for curvature at some grand scale because you say that happened. That's just stupid. It's non sequitur. It's only going to be accounted for if somebody directly measured it and knows, therefore, that it's there. So who did that?
Yeah. So do you think that my syllogism is
Another question?
Hey,
the syllogism is one thing. It's what you put in the syllogism.
Yeah. Okay. So then you think it's unsound, right? So then you agree with premise 2. Gravity exists.
You're once again trying to shift off of the topic.
No,
here.
you
We're
guys
asking
keep
you
shifting
who
up.
measured Earth curve, right? Because that's how you would know that it's there.
Nate, I'll take both for you. So before the 1600s, was it flat then? Before they could prove gravity?
I can't unmute him.
Nate, if you had to have gravity first figured out, does that mean you agree with us that they haven't known it was a ball? They didn't figure it out? Nah, he's muted, yeah.
Just let's keep it maybe 1-2 guys at a time, and let's be concise and not jump on each other.
I agree with you. Let's just grill him on the Earth curve measurements, because the thing that he's desperately trying to do is get away from that.
No, I didn't get away from it. We started with Cavendish, and then you pivoted, and I'm trying to bring it back.
No, you've been pivoting the entire time. We went through Cavendish. We taught you what a phenomenon is. We taught you what an independent variable is.
You still seem to think that
don't have a logical conclusion yet that the Earth is a globe, right? So what we need is a direct measurement of the curvature, which would support the claim that it's a globe. You have made that claim. You said at a certain scale that's going to be accounted for. So who measured it? How do they know it's there that they need to account for it? That's where we need to go now. Good luck trying to pivot off of this.
So before we even get into that, you need to know what natural means.
Yeah, see, he's already trying to pivot off of this. No, we don't need to know what natural means. You are transparent, dude.
Because
you are transparent.
Okay.
Yeah, we see what you're trying to do.
Right?
He's trying to get away from it again. Okay, just mute his ass and ask him again.
Yeah.
Shut up, dude.
One sec. The definition of natural was posted in the live stream voice text for you.
Yeah, so somebody said non-synthetic, which is false.
So the red herring, doesn't matter. We're asking you where the curvature is. Who measured it?
Yeah, so you keep pivoting, and I'm not...
Where's the curvature? Who measured it?
Yeah, I'm not going to let you pivot.
Keep trying to pivot. Where's the curvature? Who measured it?
Keep trying to pivot.
Who measured curvature and how?
Keep pivoting.
Yeah, keep pivoting by saying I'm pivoting. Who measured curvature and how?
Keep pivoting by saying I'm pivoting.
Why are you running away from your claim, sir? Why are you running
away from that? Did nobody measure it?
Yeah, so you're pivoting.
Why are you scared? Are you scared of your claim, of the curvature claim? Are you scared of it?
No, it's just I'm not going to let you guys pivot.
Sounds to me like you're scared of it.
It doesn't seem like you're going to let yourself support your claim. That doesn't look good on you or your claim. You're going to do that? You're going to keep pivoting off this claim? Or do you want to support it?
Because this is a foundation claim. This is a foundational claim. Your curvature is a foundation, bro, of the globe.
Yes,
so if you can't protect, if you can't defend it, there's something wrong, bro.
So if gravity exists, then the Earth is curved.
No, non sequitur. Direct measurement of Earth curvature, please.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, let's go. Listen, if his conclusion is true, then by consequence, right, there must be measurable curvature. So who measured it?
Exactly.
So if you guys think it's sound, then you automatically believe that it's curved.
You're claiming it's sound. We destroyed and demonstrated how it is not.
So which premise is false?
Now we're going to move to the curvature.
Nah, you guys are dodging. So when you want to come back to the actual discussion,
That's funny. Yeah, it's us who are dodging. Hey, watch as he dodges again. By saying
put him in cock this, please.
You guys have a lot of time. No. Come on. We're gonna talk about what we're talking about. Let's get the feelings away from the conversation.
Let me diffuse a little bit. Can I ask him? Hey, would it be easier to verify Cavendish or the consequences of said Cavendish? The conclusion of Cavendish.
Like I could do the Cavendish experiment with $20. Way easier.
Okay. I don't know about that.
Okay, and so your conclusion from the Cavendish is that the Earth's surface must be curved because it's a globe, right?
No. That's not the result of Cavendish. That's the result of my syllogism.
Oh, okay. But you're putting the Cavendish into the syllogism, right? And that's your conclusion.
No, I'm not. Nope.
Okay, so you're not using Cavendish for gravity then.
No, I am, right? So Cavendish is a justification for premise 2, but it's not in the syllogism.
Okay, and so if it's a true syllogism and your conclusion is correct, then the Earth must be a sphere with curvature, right?
Yeah. So do you accept? So do you accept my syllogism?
No.
I take the syllogism, but it's the parts in it that we're questioning.
Yeah. So which premise do you disagree with?
If that conclusion is correct,
one or two?
right? If that conclusion is correct, then the Earth is a globe with curvature on its surface, and we can go check for that directly, right?
Yeah.
It'll be there, right?
Yeah.
It'll be on its surface because it must be if the components of your syllogism are true and the conclusion is therefore true, right?
Yeah. Right.
Okay. So what happens if we check and it's not there?
If you check and it's not there, then you've done something wrong.
Oh, I did something wrong.
Yeah, you did.
Okay, like what? Okay, so let's check. Let's check.
Sure.
And you can tell us what we did wrong, okay?
Do you have your paper? So I can look at it?
Do you have your paper?
Even better, I got
do you
the
have
Earth.
your paper?
I got the Earth. I just posted.
Do you have your paper? No, do you have your paper? Yeah, okay.
I got the Earth. I just
You're the
posted
one with
it.
the.
Yeah, okay,
you
posted in the
You're the
VC
one
chat?
with the claim, though.
Yeah.
You're the one with the claim, so you need the paper.
Okay, sorry, where is it?
Scientific paper.
I'm looking in live stream voice text, but I don't see the paper.
No, I didn't post a paper. I said I would do you one better. I posted the Earth, right? We're going to look directly at that, the thing that must necessarily be
you don't have a
curving,
paper.
right?
Okay,
at a
then I don't
specific rate, if your syllogism is correct and true and its conclusions are true.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't care. I don't have a paper that I can look at and
Dude,
we're not going to
fuck up for a second, man.
I don't care.
Hey, you're the one that claimed that gravity exists and the Earth is curved, and then Heretic said that. Okay, we must.
Well, no,
be
I
able
didn't
to
claim
measure
the Earth
it.
was curved.
Shut the fuck up for a second. And he claimed, and then he said that okay, it must be curved, and you're asking for a paper because he doesn't measure curvature. You're the one with the claim, so you should be giving us the paper. And you're asking him for a paper for something that doesn't exist. It's fucking dumb, man. You're full of shit.
No, he said, what happens if we measure the curvature and find that it's not there? And so I said, where's his paper where you do this? Yeah, so where's his paper?
We've got heaps of them, mate. We've got heaps.
No, we're just going to go out into the field and observe the Earth directly and see if it curves as it must, if everything you said was true.
Yeah,
that's what we're going to do.
So then put those results in a paper so that I can analyze it.
No. We're not going to put it in a paper. We're just going to look at the Earth directly. We're just going to look at the Earth directly and see if the thing is there.
So scientifically verifiable and falsifiable, and I have no way of verifying or falsifying your measurements because I'm not seeing any
Let's do what you did.
There we go. Okay, so here we have flat
just put it in there.
experiment. Perfect. So let's take a look at this paper.
What if we do what you did and form a logical syllogism? What if we do what you did and form a logical syllogism?
Yeah, let's do that. And don't let him off. Hold on, Ripcord. Don't let him off the Black Swan, though. Keep him there.
No, he wants to go with logical syllogism, so let's
give it
present to him.
Yeah, do it.
Yeah. Right. So, if P, then Q, right? He's going to be reading this paper now, right? Okay, if P, then Q.
Then Q.
Right. Not Q, therefore not P, correct?
Correct.
Right, so if Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then every measurable distance to the horizon should be no more than 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Yeah, you're speaking right here. I need a paper so I can actually look at it, at the results.
This is a logical syllogism. It has been posted in the live stream voice text for you to read along with.
No, I'm not going to read along with. I'm going to read the paper and then come back to you.
Read along with the logical syllogism. I'm sure it's been posted.
The paper's one page. Don't get crazy. It's literally one piece of paper.
Yeah, I think the question that has not been asked yet is how you determine nature.
Hold on.
This guy doesn't want to learn anything, man. Forget it. Let it go, man. Let it go. He doesn't want to learn.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean,
you know that nature doesn't define itself, or what? We're just gonna jump on each other. Okay, bye, guys. Go away. We don't want to talk to you anymore, right? That's what we're gonna do. Come on, bro.
No, of course not. But
yeah, but Twat was trying to do something there.
Yeah. Right, you see what I've posted?
Heretic's right there. Heretic's right though. We need to do it one at a time.
Well, yeah. T-Dub wasn't done. Like, let him finish his point.
I mean, he muted himself and doesn't hear anything.
That doesn't mean
therefore
keep derailing
he's
his
researching
point,
something.
Ripcord. For fuck's sake, someone mute him. Where were we? If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. He agreed, right?
Right, he agreed that if Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet, Q. If we observe not Q, therefore not P.
He's deaf and...
Oh my goodness.
And mute, and he's muted locally and deaf and locally, so yeah, he's not listening to anything.
I think he deafened himself so he could concentrate on reading, so maybe he'll be back in a minute, I guess.
Yeah, he is researching, definitely.
Guys, definitely keep it on point. If someone's gonna speak to him about one point, bring it to a logical conclusion, and then talk about other point. But jumping around is not gonna help a lot.
Yeah. Don't jump in there with your own point when somebody's working on theirs, right? That doesn't help anything.
Yeah, let's.
Yeah, I mean,
if he comes back,
himself jumped on one question to another.
Ripcord, you've done it 3 times now. I think if he comes back, then maybe just. I think Heretic and T-Dub are doing a good job. Let's leave it with that. Yeah. Because there's 3 times I'm not having a go at you, man, but 3 times you've jumped in and tried and changed the subject and given them an out.
I wasn't trying to change the subject.
No,
I was
man.
just staying focused on the question he asked.
That's not what you were doing.
But T-Dub had him somewhere, and they were going to go through the Black Swan with the logical syllogism, and then you started asking him about nature.
He wants to talk about nature and the definition of that word so that he can avoid talking about the direct curvature examples, right?
Yeah, and I was about to ask the question, how does determine nature itself? Because it doesn't. There has to be...
But what we're trying to get to is this curvature, right?
It was,
He made a claim of it, right? He's trying really hard to run away from it. He said at a certain scale, they do account for it. Therefore, it must be something that has been observed and measured. We're trying to get to that part, and he keeps trying to shift it off of that. And every time you go back to the thing that he wants to shift off to instead, you're helping him, right? He wants to talk about the definition of nature or literally anything other than what we're trying to get him to talk about, right?
Yeah, maybe he did it because he wanted to dodge it.
Okay, I'm back. So...
Right. They're on mute up.
Okay, so we gave you a logical syllogism. You agreed, right? If P, therefore Q, not Q, therefore not P.
Yeah,
right?
that's valid.
Okay. So if P, the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then Q, every horizon distance must be no more than 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer height in feet. Not Q. Every horizon distance is not limited to 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer height in feet. Therefore, not P, the Earth is not a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles.
Okay. Yeah, so that's valid. So that's a valid form, right? But do you have a paper that proves 2?
That proves 2.
Yeah.
What do you want proved exactly? What specifically? What part of that?
Yeah, so premise 2 requires justification, just like my premise 2 requires justification.
Okay, so it must be limited geometrically to 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer height in feet. So that's derived from the radius. I can give you a citation for that figure, no problem. Somebody else could post it, perhaps.
Here,
yes, for a paper. We'll get you a paper for the geometric horizon formula of a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles. You agree that there must be a physical tangent with the observer's line of sight over a curved surface of that nature, right, at a specific geometric distance.
Okay. Can you repeat premise 1 of your syllogisms so that I have it written out?
P, if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles.
Okay, so if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of, let's just say R.
3,959 miles.
3,959 miles.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Then
Q.
no, well, yeah. What's the Q?
Horizon distance must be limited. Yeah, go ahead, Tito.
You can look up any online horizon distance calculator or any curve Earth curve calculator. It will show you the horizon distance based on observer height.
Okay,
Yeah.
so what's premise 2?
Geometric horizon distance must be limited to 1.2 miles times square root of observer height in feet.
Limited to 1.2 miles.
Yeah, 1.225 miles times square root of observer height in feet. I'm driving. Somebody could post a citation for that because this man's keen on papers.
Yeah. Granting premise 1, which I'm not even sure I would grant, but yeah, granting premise 1, premise 2 would require some kind of justification.
Such as?
So your Q is the horizon distance must be limited to 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer height in feet. So the negation, which is your premise 2, in order to have valid form, is the horizon distance is not limited to 1.2 miles. 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer. So you have to justify that.
Because that would be the physical tangent point with the observer's line of sight over a sphere with that radius. That's just geometry.
Yeah, so
which part are you saying we have to justify?
Yeah, because in the sphere, the horizon is the drop over distance at a
so if it's simple
ratio.
geometry, then show me some kind of like mathematical derivation at length, so I can analyze it at length.
Earth's curve calculator, right?
Yeah, that's not saying Earth's calculator isn't a justification for premise 2.
It's not our claim. It's the
claim.
No, it is your claim. You just made a syllogism, right? P1, P2. So P2 requires justification.
Yes, based on your claim. This is what you're supposed to be defending.
No, my syllogism has a justification. Yours doesn't.
No, you put not yours. Listen. The globe that you are parroting, right? The globe claim that you are repeating that someone else said, that claim that they made, you are parroting that claim, and that claim has specific foundations based on geometry, because the globe has specific measurements, right? You know that, right? You know this.
So
it has a size.
This is a justification for P2. If you want to drop the syllogism, that's fine, but just acknowledge that you can justify it.
The globe has a specific claim about size, right?
So someone made a syllogism, they have to justify it. It's just simple.
So you're saying the globe can't be justified. So you're saying the radius of the Earth can't be justified.
I'm saying somebody provide me a derivation of that supports P2.
Would the justification be observations that the horizon is not where it's supposed to be? Is that what you're asking?
No, actually, he's asking that why if you are a 1 foot observer and you can only see 1.2 miles, where is the evidence for that claim?
No, I didn't say that.
You're asking for the derivation. You're trying to derail, but I posted that already anyway. Check the link I posted. You're asking for things that are already in the live stream voice text.
Oh, sorry. Could someone ping it so I can find it? Distance to the horizon, is that it?
Yes, 23 past the hour.
Okay. If h is in meters, that makes the distance to the geometric horizon times the square root of the height. Yeah, premise 2 is a negation of this, right?
All right, so
have to prove the negation.
Observation and measurement is the justification for P2, not a paper, not an equation, right? Out in reality, looking at the Earth. That's the justification for it.
Yeah, so could you provide some paper that some paper or
No, not a paper, right? An observation and measurement in reality.
Yeah, so can you provide these measurements and observations in a paper?
Here. No, not in a paper, right?
Well, we do have papers.
That's enough.
We do have papers.
No, that's enough.
This is a screen capture.
Kotsura sent me a derivation. That's enough.
Wait, this is a screen capture. Yeah. Wait, this is a screen capture from a video which somebody took in reality, right? From 1 foot observer height across ocean.
Yeah, the real is level. Important.
That's the thing that you said had to be a globe, right?
has to be curving at a certain set rate. If it's curving at that rate, it therefore has a geometric horizon at the distance that we just gave you. Is that what we see?
No, we've been out there, and it's nowhere. The globe is nowhere to be found in reality. Nowhere to be found. You could find it in the paper, in the book, in the page, in the cartoon. Yeah, you'll find it there. Once you go to the realist level, it's nowhere to be found, guys. You get that?
Deafen himself again?
Of course.
Why is he? Did you see he's trying to confuse everyone with just shut up for a second? Trying to confuse everyone for asking for a paper for his claim of curvature.
Well, somebody gave me a derivation, so that's enough. Like a paper, mathematical derivation.
You know what,
enough.
sir? We shouldn't have even given that to you because this is your claim. These are your metrics. This is the globe claim, the thing that you came here defending. If you don't even know what you're here to defend, why are we providing citations for you to learn your own fucking claim?
Yeah, so I gave you a syllogism. Do you disagree with premise 2 of my syllogism?
Who gives a fuck about your
you don't even know the foundations of your claim.
The globe Earth. My syllogism proves the globe Earth.
No, it does not.
The more you use that word, the less valuable it becomes.
Yeah,
to the point of meaninglessness.
Do you think that it's unsound or invalid?
Yeah, it's unsound.
Yes,
you haven't defined gravity properly once.
Yeah,
you haven't defined gravity property as per the heliocentric model even once, or heliocentric claim, I should say. They don't have a model.
You haven't. Yeah, he hasn't made a logical connection between his premise and his conclusion.
No, I did.
No, you did not.
So
it's
the
just
argument is valid,
it's just a baseless assertion.
And its premises are true.
It's a baseless assertion, sir. You've just basically claimed it. You're just making a claim. You haven't demonstrated any logical reason why the two are connected in any way.
You're writing the things you read the stuff in the paper. You read the stuff in the paper, and you're saying, "Hey, it makes sense in the paper." And you're saying, "Yeah, that's good enough because it says in the paper." But you didn't go check in reality. You haven't done that step yet.
Yeah, put it in your own terms.
So someone sent me a paper about a justification for premise 2, and it's actually justifying the negation of premise 2. So you need something else.
Oh yeah, justify that.
Right.
Justify what you just said.
Is that what you want?
I don't know. I didn't hear anything. You just said nothing and then said, "Is that what you want?" No, that's not what I want.
Oh, okay. So sorry. So what do you want me to prove exactly?
What you just said.
That the paper proves the negation of premise 2?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. 1 second.
Very convenient. Just reading stuff off, not thinking about this in any way, shape, or form, making his own mind. It's like,
I think this guy might be the most arrogant person I've ever come across.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen worse. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, are you in live stream voice text?
No. What are you gonna say?
No.
I'm driving. Sorry.
Oh yeah, so it says here, so for all practical purposes, we can estimate the distance to the horizon using 1.2249459 radical h, which gives the distance in miles when h is in feet, right? But premise 2 is the negation of this. So I can link the syllogism that I wrote out, or it wasn't my syllogism, it was someone else's, but I can link it, and what I just linked here is literally the negation of premise 2.
No, it's just a claim. You need to demonstrate it, sir.
The negation that the geometric horizon, the negation of the geometric horizon being limited to that 1.2 value. That's what you're saying?
No, premise 2 is the horizontal distance is not limited with 1.2.
Okay, it's not. So it's not geometric limited. There's not a geometric limitation of 1.2 miles on a sphere with a radius of 3959.
Yeah, but the source you said there is. That it can.
No, you're saying there's not. How is there not?
Wait, hang on. No, I never said that there was or wasn't. I said that quote, the thing that I just quoted, is literally the negation of premise 2, and somebody sent it as a justification for premise 2.
So premise 2 was the geometric horizon distance must be limited to the 1.2 value.
No, the premise 2 is the negation of that. They were doing a modus tollens, right? If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. Okay. So not Q. Right?
So not, okay, yeah. So not the sphere, not the 3959.
No.
So you're saying it negates...
No. So the conclusion is not P. The conclusion is the Earth is not a sphere with a radius of 3,900.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So that part, you're saying it negates that bit.
No. I'm saying it negates... You're driving, so I'll just read it out to you. So premise 1 says, if the Earth is a sphere with a so this is not mine. I literally just wrote down what I think it was Gemsy said. So Gemsy, if this is wrong, please correct me. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then the horizon distance is limited to 1.2 miles times the square root of observer height in feet. Is that premise 1? Is that right?
Yeah.
Right. So then premise 2 is the negation of Q, right? Q is the horizontal distance is limited. So a negation of Q would be the horizontal distance not limited.
It's not limited to that. Correct.
Oh,
it's not limited.
Okay, so is that what you're saying? So Q is it's not limited?
Q
it's not.
It should be limited.
Yeah, the whole point is it's not.
No, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So Q is
okay, I'm sorry for the confusion there. Welcome to Flat Earth. We've been saying the same thing as one another. My bad.
That's okay. Yeah, so you said that Q was, right, it is limited, and the negation, which is what you're saying, proves the conclusion. No, that is P1. That is literally P1. I read it out.
Okay, yes, sorry. Yeah. So not Q, therefore not P.
Right, yeah. So then you need to prove not Q, right?
And we showed you.
No, your source literally proved the negation, that the horizontal distance is limited by this equation. That's literally what your source said.
Where did it do that?
That's an equation, dude.
No,
that's an equation.
That's the claim.
That's an equation.
It didn't prove. Well, hold on. It didn't prove the limitation. That was just the claim and a geometric necessity of the globe with that radius, right?
Okay.
Now we're looking at the actual Earth, right?
Okay.
Yeah. Now we're looking at the actual Earth to see if that limitation is observed. I've posted in the live stream voice text. Do you think it's observed?
Do I think it's your argument? I mean,
no. Do you think the limitation is observed? We've given you an observation, right, where this limitation should be observed. Now take a look at it. It's been posted about a dozen times. I don't know why you haven't seen it yet. Well, I think I do know why. But take a look and tell me.
Is it the video 19-mile flat Earth laser test? Is that
no.
Then there's a lot of stuff being posted, so if somebody could just link it.
It's the one that has the same syllogism we've been talking about for like the past 10 minutes written out on top, right? It's got
33
oil rigs,
past the
right?
hour.
Is it
33 past the hour? Posted by Platter. 33 past the hour. Look at it. Read it.
Okay.
Look at the picture below.
33 past the hour.
Yeah, it's a.
Where is the horizon in that photo?
Sorry, I can't find it. Did somebody link it?
You gotta be kidding me.
Bro, just look at the chat. Yes.
Is it the photo? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So does the photo provide calculations at length?
There's a screenshot from a video, and the video has been provided for you if you want to go through the details, the specific details.
So where's the horizon in that picture?
Yes. So then I'll have to go through that and then come back to you. So that
you have oil rigs, right? Markers of known distance, right? Demarcators in those pictures or that picture, right? To reference the distance of the horizon to.
So in 34 minutes past the hour, there's one that asks you, where is the horizon? Is it A, is it B, or is it C? Or are you not even going to answer the question? And that would be D.
Okay, so I'm watching it and like just right off the bat, they're not.
Well, hold on. What are you watching? Why are you watching something? It was just a still.
Oh yeah, because somebody said that there was calculations at length in the video.
We gave you the calculations. We already did those.
Wait, where?
Just the photo, not the video. Just the photo. It's very simple.
Photos aren't calculations at length, right?
You can watch the video later for a detailed analysis.
Well, yeah, the summary. So the detailed analysis. I don't care about a summary. I want the data. So I'm going to go to the data.
Yeah,
so I'm going to watch the video.
The oil rigs are there for references of distances, because these oil rigs are set in a place that this is not for debate. The distance between the observer, the oil rigs in between each other, and the shore, there's no debate about this, sir. It's right there.
Okay. Are there any uncertainties associated with those calculations? Like any error bars, any confidence intervals, right? Like, do you do any sort of statistics and hypothesis testing in this photo? Right, that's what I'm looking for.
It's not a scientific inquiry, sir. It's not
How do you do that? Explain this.
Yeah, so anytime you take measurements, right, you have to have some well-defined uncertainty so that you can propagate it to your end result. But that's not being done here. So why am I to trust these results? Right?
Yeah, I mean, how do you determine the trustworthiness of your eyes?
By math, right? I rely on math.
Yeah, come on.
Nage, okay, just in this photo, where do you see the horizon? Just in this one.
It doesn't matter. I don't see any propagations of uncertainties here. So how am I to believe that these results are accurate if you're not even performing basic?
Because it's falsifiable, so you can go out and try it yourself and then falsify it that way.
This is the best thing we can advise.
Yeah, well, but I'm saying that your measurements are automatically untrustworthy off the bat because you don't even have uncertainties that you propagate to the end result.
So it's this hard for you to answer. So it's this hard for you to tell us where you see the horizon in that picture. That's all we're asking. Where do you see it? Before and in between, or after the oil rigs?
It doesn't matter. Your results are untrustworthy.
It does matter. It does matter, but it doesn't matter if you think that it doesn't matter. We're just asking you a simple question, whether it matters to you aside or not, right? Where do you see the horizon? Before, in between, or after the oil rigs?
In the video with the 29 miles, that one, the picture of Google Earth?
It's a still, so you keep saying video. We're not exactly talking about a video. We're talking about a still from a video that's been posted probably about 36 times now.
Sure.
Yeah.
So I see the horizon after the oil rigs.
You see it after the oil rigs. Okay, that furthest oil rig, that's at 9.4 miles. Is that horizon at 1.2 miles?
Is it at 1.2 miles or 1.2 plus 0001 or 005? See why it doesn't matter what it is? Because you don't have uncertainties that you propagate.
Is it at 1.3 miles? Perhaps.
I don't know. Your measurements are invalid because you don't have uncertainties that you propagate.
There's landmarks, places on the earth that are actually landmarks. These distances are not up for debate, sir.
No, distances are up for debate because distances are measured.
We got a landmark at 9.4 miles. That would be the furthest rig, which you said that the horizon. That you said the horizon.
001.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah. No, let's just say 9.5.
No, not let's just say. No, not let's
plus
just
or minus.
Say. Yeah, it doesn't matter. No, are you just saying that, or did you actually have?
I just want to say one thing.
Right, you're just making. You're just making up uncertainty. It doesn't matter. You're making up uncertainties. You can't make up.
You're making them in your mind.
So there could be like a 9-mile uncertainty to the location of that rig.
There could be. I mean, do you have your uncertainty?
That's preposterous.
I can run the math.
Yeah, this is literally statistics and hypothesis testing 101. So I really don't care.
Wait,
geometry, sir. You're failing. You're failing third grade geometry, sir. Failing it right now.
So measurements aren't third grade geometry. Measurements have uncertainty, and you don't have uncertainty.
Hey, dude, whether it's 9.6 or 9.6042, it's still too far.
No, you don't know that because you don't propagate the uncertainty to your end result. So you don't know.
We don't know what the all rigs are.
No, it's within your confidence intervals. You don't know any of this.
We do know.
We do know. Yeah, but listen.
You don't know. We do know.
You don't even have a measurement of the globe in the first place, let alone one to be uncertain of. Right? You don't even have that.
Yeah, I don't need one because my syllogism proves that the Earth is round.
No, it doesn't. You don't even know what gravity is in the paradigm of the globe Earth. No, you don't.
Do you know what round means, sir?
What is?
Do you even know what round means?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
You haven't defined gravity correctly within the heliocentric paradigm once yet. So no, your syllogism doesn't work. Your logic is screwed. You don't even know the terms you're using. You might as well just say, if true international pressure exists, then the Earth is a globe. Oh, true international pressure exists, Earth is a globe. You could just say any word in place of gravity, because you don't even know what it's supposed to mean in the paradigm that you're trying to use.
He said the Earth is round, but he doesn't know what round actually means.
Spherical. Why don't we slow it down a bit, because he's like, what is the uncertainty of what I'm looking at? So why don't we talk about what is the horizon?
Yeah, slow it down for him. Go ahead.
Sure. Yeah,
that sounds good to me.
So what do you think the horizon is? Is it an apparent optical observation, or is it physical geometric Earth curve? Like, to you, where you're at right now, what do you think the horizon is?
I think it's like if you have your eyes, right, and you extrapolate that line from your eyes, it's where that line meets the tangent to the Earth. It's like where that line is tangent to the
Okay, who measured that tangent? Who measured that curve?
I don't know.
Oh, are you certain of that?
Am I certain that I don't know?
What's your degree of certainty of your uncertainty?
100%. I'm 100% uncertain.
Okay, so you have absolutely no clue whoever established the thing that you've been in here arguing for all this time.
You just asked me, do I know who measured it? And no, I don't know who made those measurements.
Yeah, okay, so you don't even have measurements to provide us with to even get to the point where we could talk about the uncertainties that you want to talk about when we show you something. You don't even have that.
Yeah, because I don't need it. My syllogism proves the Earth is round.
No, it doesn't, because you don't even know what gravity is. Like I said, you could just put any random. You could just put any random set of syllables in place of where you said gravity within that syllogism, and it would have equal. It would have equal meaning to what you said. Because you don't even know what gravity is supposed to be on the globe. You haven't defined it correctly yet within the paradigm. No, it's not. That was superseded by Einstein over 100 years ago. Get with it. If it's a mass attracting mass, the best thing you can argue for is a stationary geocentric ball Earth, and you'll need curvature for that, because mass attracting mass is not compatible with the heliocentric claim. Doesn't match the presumed orbit of Mercury. There's a 3-body problem and a bunch of stuff. It does. So that's why they threw it out, right? It's been superseded for over 100 years. I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to help you.
Okay. Yeah. So do you have any paper that says that that general relativity negates Newton's definition?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
So show me a paper.
Yeah, we can post citations all day in the live stream that say that Newton's been superseded, and all derivations thereof have been superseded by Einstein.
These are different claims. No, these are different claims. Derivations being superseded is not the same as saying that mass attracting mass.
Talking about Newton's mechanics, his laws.
Yeah, so his laws are just measuring
within the globe Earth paradigm, right? So. Your argument is completely faulty. Yeah, right. You don't even know what gravity is in the paradigm that you're trying to invoke it to argue for. And moreover, when we show you observations that do not comport with your geometric claim that you think your goofy syllogism that you yourself don't understand properly proves, right? You don't even have measurements to come back with.
Hang on.
Yeah,
it literally says in your source that in a non-relativistic limit, it should yield Newton's theory. You're fucking brain dead, bro. It literally says in your
irony
source
of that
in the non-relativistic limit, it yields Newton's theory. So Einstein's theory collapses to Newton's theory in non-relativistic limits. Dude, do you even know what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Do you know what you're talking about?
Was superseded in the early 20th century when Albert Einstein developed the special and general theory of relativity. Superseded. You want another one?
Superseded.
Yeah, the mathematical equations. The mathematical equations of Einstein's general theory of relativity, tested time and time again, are currently the most accurate way to predict gravitational interactions, replacing those developed by Isaac Newton several centuries prior. Do you want more?
How about Newton himself debunking his own non-theory?
Newton's two crowning achievements, the laws of motion and the laws of gravitation that had reigned supreme since published in the Principia in 1687, were toppled from the throne by Einstein.
Yeah, you're just...
Einstein's right, at least for now, says Gez, a co-lead author of the research. We can absolutely rule out Newton's law of gravity. Andrea Ghez, UCLA professor of physics and astronomy.
And you know what? He wants to invoke gravity to prove his ball. Whatever it is that gravity is supposed to be, he doesn't know what it's supposed to be. But we could throw gravity and his ball out all at once. We can defeat every aspect of that syllogism simply by going to the Earth and seeing if it in fact does curve the way it needs to for every component of what he said to be true.
He wants
So
to
if
run
gravity
from there.
then sphere, if gravity then sphere, okay, if that's the case, sphere then curvature. No curvature, no sphere, no gravity. Everything you claim out the window.
Okay. So no, because it says in the source that someone posted that Einstein's... Do you agree that Einstein's equations collapse into Newton's, yes or no?
Yeah, they both collapse because they both don't... you cannot demonstrate any of those in
collapse
reality.
into, meaning that in non-relativistic limits, right, the equations are the same. Newton's equations are the same as Einstein's equations in non-relativistic limits.
You want to move away from the real East
No, you're just dodging because you're saying... Okay.
Non-theories, ideas of the mind.
Right. Okay.
That's a really Jedi mind tricky way to dodge, to keep saying that it's the other guy dodging while you're literally dodging, but nobody sees that you're doing that.
You're saying that Newton's equations are somehow falsified by Einstein's, but literally that's not true.
Yeah, they are. They're ruled out. Here, let me grab
No, they're not ruled out. Because Einstein's equations are the same as Newton's in non-relativistic limits.
Listen, both Newton and Einstein's, they were both wrong. They're just making ideas of, and they didn't claim anything that conforms to the realist level. It's just stuff on paper, bro. That's it. They didn't went and demonstrate any of it.
Yeah.
So you were wrong about Newton's equations being falsified by Einstein. Yes or no?
Equations aren't reality. They're not.
Right. Yeah. So again, you're dodging. You're dodging. Yes or no?
Reality. You're dodging reality.
It doesn't matter. Whatever it is that you're calling gravity.
So I'm wrong, but it doesn't matter.
Whatever it is that you're calling gravity. Yeah, you are wrong, and it does matter.
No, you
whatever
are
it is that
wrong.
you're calling gravity, right? Whatever it is that you think is gravity, which then necessitates a sphere Earth, that collapses along with the sphere Earth when we go out to check for that sphere directly and do not find the curvature that must necessarily be there.
Yeah, your measurements don't even have basic statistical properties like uncertainty, so they're automatically on the face of them unverifiable.
You don't even have measurements to be uncertain of, so don't bother playing that game.
I don't need measurements. My syllogism proves
Yeah, you do need measurements because it's a geometric claim, right?
Yeah, you still
and we
haven't
can go and
engaged with my
test for that
syllogism.
geometric claim.
I shared the definition
Yeah,
of
I've been
collapse.
engaging with it the whole time. Whatever it is that you think gravity is, that fell apart when it was put into a syllogism, which necessitates the conclusion of a sphere. Then when we check for that sphere in reality and don't find it, that sphere collapses. Your claim of it does.
You didn't
and whatever
find
it
it
is
because
you
you weren't
think
doing
gravity,
statistics right.
and whatever it is you think gravity is, also goes by the wayside.
So your measurements are unverifiable and unfalsifiable because they lack basic statistical properties like uncertainty, which you need to propagate to an end result. And you'd know that if you opened a statistics textbook.
What measurements? What measurements?
Any measurements that people posted are lacking uncertainties.
Any measurements? Be specific.
Yeah, so the measurement between... Okay, yeah, I'll be specific. 1 second.
Any measurements. They're all just wrong. Okay, if all measurements are wrong...
No, I didn't say they were wrong. I said they were unverifiable and unfalsifiable because they lack uncertainty, which is one statistical... Which is one... Okay. Yeah, here.
Nate, talking about measurements.
Platform habitat, 9.41 miles. 9.41 miles plus or minus what?
Not 9.4 miles.
Yeah, so you don't know what the plus or minus is, so it lacks that statistical property, and so you don't know how to propagate the uncertainty. So your results, by definition, are unverifiable and unfalsifiable. This is basic statistics.
It's not unfalsifiable. We can get you the coordinates of the rigs.
Okay.
Somebody can post those too. We can get you every citation you're asking for.
Do those have associated uncertainties as well?
Nage, I'll give you one, half a mile.
Okay, then
let's just say half a mile, Nage.
No,
Nage,
let's just say half a mile plus or minus what?
Yeah, plus or minus half a mile.
Plus or minus half a mile? Okay, so how did you determine that uncertainty? Did you just make it up?
We have the coordinates. They're known coordinates. We can link a video that has all of this.
You know what you are, mate? You're
go for it. Yeah, link the video.
Clown.
Yeah.
You're a pretender clown, mate.
No, you guys just don't understand basic statistics.
Nah, you're full of shit, and you're a pretender clown, mate. The measurement
It doesn't matter. It's still too far. You're full of shit, mate.
You don't know if it's too far because you haven't propagated the uncertainty. And
Mage, half a mile is a ridiculous amount of uncertainty.
Half
a mile is...
Yeah, you don't know that. No, you don't know that because you don't have any error bars and you don't have any confidence intervals and you don't have any uncertainties.
I'd really like to know where the drop over distance is on a picture that's 200 miles away.
Oh my god.
You don't even know what the horizon is. So you should just kind of take a step back, eat some humble pie, come back when you're...
He does have a claim. He does have a claim. He says it's a geometric tangent point over the Earth with his line of sight. That's what he says it is. Right?
No, somebody asked me what I think it is.
Is there any falsifiability to that claim? Oh, what you think it is. So this is just in the realm of imagination.
Somebody asked, what do you think what the horizon is? And I said, I think it's this, but I'm not sure.
And that's why I said you don't know what it is. So just
the wrong definition.
Stop.
Exactly.
Yeah. So me not knowing what the horizon is, your measurements still lack basic statistical properties.
You don't know what the horizon is, but you know that the Earth is a sphere. If you know that the Earth is a sphere, you must therefore know that the horizon is a geometric consequence of that sphere. Yeah.
Irrelevant.
So
your measurements don't have any sort of verifiability or falsifiability.
Yeah.
So you can't
making
go
it
there.
about me when you actually just threw your own claim under the bus. You said that the Earth must necessarily be a sphere because of that dipshit syllogism that you gave us. If that's the case, then as a consequence of that, a geometric necessity, the horizon therefore must be a tangent point. It's not just, well, I think it's that. It must necessarily be that if the Earth is necessarily a sphere, like you tried to argue for it being. So which one is it?
Okay, so are you defining the horizon as a tangent point?
No. You are. By necessity,
I am
in claiming that the Earth is a sphere, yes.
Then yes, I'm defining the horizon as a tangent point.
Okay,
so how does this,
So it's necessarily a tangent point. Can you falsify that?
No, not necessarily. Do you believe that words?
Why not? Why not? Why can't you necessarily falsify or verify that claim?
Yeah, because it's not a claim; it's a definition. Definitions aren't claims. If I say water is defined as H2O, can I falsify that? No, because water is defined as H2O.
Well, you're giving an incorrect definition of the horizon.
Okay, so what is the definition of the horizon?
It's where the ground and sky appear to meet.
Okay. All right, I'll take that definition.
So, I'm
cool with that.
So if you're claiming that the horizon is physical geometric Earth curve...
I never claimed that.
Okay, well, if you do claim that... Well, if you don't claim that, then there's no way to measure Earth curve.
Yeah, so I mean, if we take so you said the horizon is where the line where the sea meets the sky, right? And you're saying that under the globe Earth model, right? That is the same thing, right? So the line where the sky meets the sea is the same under the globe Earth model as that tangent point. Am I wrong here?
What tangent point? We're still waiting for you to validate that.
I just said under the globe Earth model, right? It's a conditional, right? If the globe Earth model is true, then there is a tangent point. It's a conditional statement.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why we did the syllogism where if that tangent point isn't there, then the globe cannot be true because it's conditional, like you said exactly. Right. Yeah. So do you have any way of falsifying that? Have you tried to? Yeah.
Falsifying what?
That claim.
What claim?
That the Earth is a sphere, right? And that's a conditional. It requires a geometric tangent point, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I haven't really looked into that because my syllogism proves that the Earth is round.
Oh, does it? Because this one proves that it's not if there is no geometric tangent point, which you just said is a necessity of the sphere.
Yeah, so prove that. Prove that there is no tangent point.
That's what we just did, right? And you wanted to hand wave it. You said, we don't know how uncertain we are about those demarcations, so we have to just throw this all out. So what can you provide us as far as measurements, direct measurements of surface curvature of this sphere, which must necessarily exist if your syllogism is correct and true and the Earth is in fact a sphere? If that's true, then it must necessarily follow that the horizon is a geometric tangent with the observer's line of sight. It must necessarily follow that the Earth has continuous surface curvature in all directions.
Sure.
These things must all be true, right? So pick any, falsify it, or verify it.
Why?
What's a triangle?
Why? He asks why.
Is it?
The horizon's considered a fixed.
So that we can demonstrate that you and your claim are full of shit, but that's what you just did for us anyway by responding.
Oh yeah, those are all true, and those are all true by necessity of my syllogism.
Yeah, but they're not though. That's the thing.
Yeah, you haven't proven that they're not.
Yeah, we did.
No, you gave measurements
like, we don't know how uncertain we are about the coordinates of those rigs, but we can give you all the links that you would require in order to be sure of the coordinates of those rigs, right?
No.
Yes, we can do that. You're just hand waving. Yeah, you can take the time you need. Look, you don't have to just trust us because we threw a picture up on the screen. You can definitely go in and take a look at where those rigs are supposed to be, where the observer was supposed to be, and check each point of the claim.
No, I didn't say we don't know where the rigs are. I think we do.
Yeah,
you have some measurement.
You don't know what degree of uncertainty we have about where they are.
Yeah, or any other statistical property that is necessary
I have them.
to determine.
I have them, Nate.
Oh, perfect. Send them.
Right, it's 0.5646. I was actually close. Just a little more than half a mile.
Wait, plus or minus? So it's plus or minus?
Plus or minus 0.5646.
Okay, send me a paper with all your measurements, uncertainties, error bars, confidence intervals, and how you determined all that.
You're not worth it. The paper's in the live stream voice text. You can take a look there if you're that interested.
The flat Earth core one? Yeah, I looked at it. Yeah, so the flat Earth core paper doesn't have any of those statistical properties.
No, we're not talking about that. We're not talking about that at all. Yeah, you're not tracking. You need to pay attention. Right, we're not talking about that. You were whining about the uncertainty of the locations of those rigs, right? That's what he just gave you.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm whining about the lack of statistical properties that your measurements have, right? So it's not just uncertainties, right? It's all of them.
I gave you some, and now it's not good enough. Now you want to expand on it and have more and more and more. You're doing a kicking the can right here.
Yeah, because that's
physical properties is, dude. The lack of physical properties is the problem.
I said statistical properties.
Considering P hasn't even been proven, it doesn't even matter.
Well, yeah, this is why none of you submit your work to like real scientists, because they would they would find this immediately and tear it.
Not a scientist.
What would they do? How do you know that?
Yeah,
how do you know they would tear that apart?
Because I can do it. Because I can do it, and I'm not a scientist. So if
science is not science,
then they can do it.
It's a measurement, not science.
You're just saying, nah. That's all you're doing. What would they do specifically to tear anything that we've presented you apart?
They would make aware the fact that all of your measurements lack the necessary statistical properties to verify your measurement, to verify the calculations of your results.
He just gave the uncertainties that you asked for.
Okay, do you have error bars? Do you have confidence intervals?
Show us the measurements. Show us the measurements which validate P. Show us the measurements which validate the premise. The original premise.
My
Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. Show us that.
Do you mean the one that Platter sent? Because I never made that claim. That was someone else.
You do. You do make that claim.
My syllogism was, if gravity exists, then the Earth is curved. Gravity exists.
Then by default, you make that claim, sir. By default, you make that claim.
What claim?
It's essential. It's essential to the entire heliocentric model.
Yeah, so are you going to actually engage with my syllogism or keep dodging?
Syllogism is stupid, dude. We could say if dipshit exists, then the Earth is a sphere. Dipshit exists, therefore the Earth is a sphere. That's how logical it is. Because you don't, like I said, about 1,000 times.
You have to prove P2.
It's not a logical pathway to your conclusion because you don't even know what gravity is supposed to be within the heliocentric paradigm. Right? If it's Newtonian mass attracting mass, you're already done with your solar system, and the best thing you could possibly argue for is a geocentric stationary globe, and that's going to require surface curvature, the kind that we're not seeing, so that you then have to waffle about error bars and shit like that instead, so that you can hand wave what we show you.
Yeah, I can hand wave what you show me because they lack statistical properties.
So, look, if the Earth is a sphere, right?
Uh-huh.
Then it has to have continuous surface curvature in all directions. Can you provide us with a measurement to that?
No, because you haven't engaged my syllogism, so I'm not interested in continuing this further.
No, you can't. Okay. Didn't think so.
Yeah, I didn't think so either.
Yeah, you didn't think that you had it either. Yeah, we know. That's why you're doing all this diverting and stupid bullshit instead.
No, I started with this syllogism, and then you guys went all over the place, and I kept trying to bring it back.
Yeah, but your syllogism is irrelevant because you just put a word in there that you don't even know the proper meaning of within the paradigm that you're trying to use your syllogism to argue for. So stupid.
Yeah, so we already talked about this. When we brought it up, I told you that in your source, or not your source, in the source that somebody posted.
Cite it.
Right,
Cite it.
It said. Yeah. Okay.
Cite.
1 second.
Or Newtonian physics collapsed.
So Platter, right? So Platter posted this source here, and I'm going to link it in the VC text. Right? And in this source, it literally says 2 sentences later, right, that, right, so precise, in the non-relativistic limit, it should yield Newton's gravity, right?
Should. Oh, it should.
Yeah,
Can you demonstrate that? Okay,
yeah,
so that sounds like a claim. You're appealing to somebody's claim.
It's demonstrated in the paper. The paper demonstrates it.
Okay, show us where it does that. Cite that part. It's like you're just appealing to somebody making the claim that it collapses into Newton, but can you demonstrate that?
Yeah, so 1 second. Let me pull up the paper.
It's also still a theory.
I like the part where he said, no, point blank, I do not have measurements of surface curvature of the Earth to corroborate my claim of it.
I don't need the corroborate.
Yeah, you don't need them.
My syllogism corroborates that claim.
You don't need them because you're not actually here to argue for those. You're here to divert from that point.
No, yeah, I'm arguing. I'm not here to argue for those. I'm here to argue for my syllogism, which proves the Earth is round, and you haven't engaged it. You keep saying that, that I don't know what gravity means, and I've already told you what gravity means. So let me just pull up the paper for you.
Here's my syllogism. If gravity exists, the Earth is flat. Gravity exists, therefore the Earth is flat.
Yeah, prove P1.
If gravity exists, the Earth is flat?
Yeah.
Okay, things go down and I go outside and observe no continuous surface curvature of lakes or oceans.
Uh-huh. Yeah, it's not a proof.
Yeah.
Show me some.
Yeah, it's not a proof.
Show me some.
You're right.
Show me some derivation that. Show me some derivation that, assuming that gravity exists, right, that necessarily leads to the Earth being flat. Show me some derivation for that, because I can show you a derivation for if gravity exists, then necessarily a flat Earth would collapse into a ball, right?
That's you realize you're arguing against yourself.
But yeah.
Okay, well, whatever that gravity is specifically that you're arguing for, that must necessitate the existence of a sphere Earth. Prove that gravity exists. And it would be easiest to just do that by directly.
There's no this gravity or that gravity. We've already been over this. There's just gravity.
Oh no, there isn't. There isn't. There's multiple interpretations of gravity. It's been conceptualized many different times. Wait, yeah, no, not just one. There's Newtonian, there's Einstein talking about those two.
They're the same gravity. The source even says
radiation's way different.
So a force. So you think it's a force?
Do you know about the third and the fourth gravity?
Mass, is it a force?
First, you're going to need to provide a proper scientific experiment that shows that gravity is even a thing. First, you're going to need to do that before you even tell us that gravity's a fact.
You see how you went quiet. Is asked if it was a force. See, again,
I was answering this.
It is in the paradigm. That
so under Newtonian mechanics, it's a force, and under GR, it's not, right? Because a force is a push or a pull, and before Einstein discovered that gravity wasn't a push or a pull, people didn't know what it was, so they just said it was. But it's actually just a bending of space.
Right. So not an attraction then.
Who discovered what?
How was that discovered? What do you mean discovered? How was that done? How do you happen upon that discovery?
Which discovery?
The bending and warping of the fabric of space-time.
Oh yeah, sure. So I'm more than happy to link his papers where he details his discovery. One second.
Just tell us how he discovered the fabric of space-time and how it bends and warps. And that's why objects fall. And that's why different things in the sky happen.
Uh-huh.
Like, do you think about it for a sec? If I said that density determines whether an object will rise and fall, but I couldn't provide you with an experiment that shows you that at any way, shape, or form, you would think I'm a retard. This is where we are right now.
Yeah, so we have the Cavendish experiment, and people dodge from that, so we can go back to that if you'd like. So independent variable.
Because that would just be you dodging from the surface curvature measurements that we've needed this whole time. Although, I guess
No,
to
you
your
don't need
credit,
them.
you can say that you did just say point blank, no, don't got him.
Well, he was just about to tell us what the independent variable in the Cavendish is.
Yeah. So the independent variable. Hang on, someone DM me really quick. Can you send the school link? 1 second.
Oh yeah, that's Phil. Phil's DMing him. Phil DM'd me, so yeah. Hi, Phil.
Here you go, Phil. Please, I want to troll. There we go.
So let's make this clear. You're giving us your independent variable. So this is your claimed cause.
Phil's giving us his independent variable.
Phil is right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we observe some kind of measured attraction, some kind of measured force, right? And we want to know, okay, well, what will cause changes in this measured
We
force?
already taught you what an independent
Right.
variable is. Just
And
get
so
on with it.
that
Tell us what
independent
it is,
variable
Phil.
is the I don't want to say weight. How do I say the measured mass? Like the amount. 1 second, let me find the right word.
So mass determines whether an object will fall down?
Yeah.
Well, then that means
Set up the independent variable, Phil.
The independent variable is the weight of the balls. Or I don't want to say weight because that implies a force, right? So mass, like the measured mass. If it's 50 kgs, then that's going to cause a certain magnitude of attraction and in a certain direction.
Mass. Define mass.
Yeah, 1 second.
Yeah, type to Phil real quick. What's mass?
Just a second. Hold on, man. Get to the past.
Yeah, my independent variable. Supposed cause mass. What's that? Yeah, I got to go ask Phil Bell. 1 sec.
Clouds have a lot of quote unquote mass, whatever that
Should
is.
we just ban him since he's just sitting here chatting with Phil?
No, I'm not chatting with Phil. I'm talking to you guys. So you asked what mass is. Mass is an object's resistance to change.
Okay. Resistance to change. So suppose cause
Object resistance.
Yeah, an object's resistance to change.
That doesn't apply in aviation. No, it doesn't work.
So an object's resistance to change attracts an object's resistance to change.
Because, I mean, at this point, we're just talking through him to Phil. Or I guess that's what we've been doing the whole time. Should we just ban him for that?
I think this is where we need to be. I think he needs to.
You just got blown the fuck out, so of course you'd want to ban me.
When did that happen?
It happened when I literally proved that in your source it said that Einstein's equations
My
reduced to
source?
Newton's.
Wait, my source.
Sorry,
My
Platter source. Apologies. Sorry, Platter source.
So I got blown the fuck out on something that you proved was in somebody else's source. Did you prove that yet? I'm still waiting on the citation.
When I said you, I meant all of you. I believe you the fuck out.
except you were kind of projecting there because we're still waiting on the citation from that source that actually shows that it says what you're just claiming it says.
We just want to know what the independent variable is right now. That's all.
It's the measured mass, so the mass in kilograms.
Okay, mass in kilograms, so not gravity. So resistance to change basically in kilograms, not gravity. Nice job.
Is the cause of
the measured attractive force, which we call gravity.
What?
What?
Is that what you observe? Is that what do you observe in the Cavendish? What do you observe in the Cavendish?
What we observe is some attraction, which matches our predictions given by Newton's equation.
That would be begging the question, sir.
Nope, it's not begging the question.
What did you observe specifically?
In the experiment, I observed some attracted force.
Just what you observed.
Yeah.
Just what did you see with your eyes? What did you see?
Yeah, so I saw the balls moving to the other balls.
You saw the balls moving. Right, that's it. You saw the balls moving. That's where it stops. Now you're making an insinuation that there's some kind of attraction.
No, that's what attraction means.
Based on what?
Something that causes.
what?
Yeah, so something that causes acceleration of objects is an attraction. Do you understand that?
Based on what?
What do you mean? What is based on?
What are you basing your insinuation of attraction on? You just saw some balls move. Yeah, so what?
Yeah, so I'm observing an attraction. Do you agree or disagree?
Well, he's saying mass. He's saying mass is the cause, right? So we only have to look at anything that has mass that doesn't attract, which would be clouds. How do they stay up in the air?
So we should tie this back to his goofy syllogism, right? So if resistance to change causes an attraction to resistance to change, then the Earth must be a sphere. Are you sure about that?
So I have a question. So if the balls, what if the balls were cubic? Would they go to each other? No, they wouldn't. Well, mass doesn't have anything to do with it. So you know.
Well, it sounds like his supposed cause is a resistance to change. A resistance to change causes an attraction to a resistance to change.
I'm confused because a helium balloon has mass, but it doesn't attract downward. What's going on here?
Exactly. He has no observed natural phenomenon anyway.
So what part of what he said necessitates a sphere Earth?
I'm back.
Yeah. So you said that your supposed cause is a resistance to change, right? Supposed cause. Resistance to change, i.e. mass.
So when I say cause, I just mean the thing that's impacting the observed attraction, right? Which is
we know.
Mass,
we talked what an independent variable is already. That's what I refer.
Okay. Just wanted to clear that up since you've been confused about other things tonight.
Like what?
Like about what gravity is.
No, that wasn't me.
You're drowning right now, dude.
Yeah.
Actually, I just blew you all the fuck out.
No, the attraction is the thing you're trying to prove, right? So to say you're observing an attraction is begging the question.
No. The attraction is what I'm trying to prove. We observe an attraction, right? Do you know what an attraction is?
Circular reasoning.
Define attraction, and then we can continue.
The attraction is the thing you're trying to prove.
No, what does attraction mean?
Which the Cavendish wasn't even designed to do anyway.
What do you think attraction means?
It was an attempt to measure the density of the Earth. It was an attempt to measure the density of the Earth, not to prove gravity, sir.
Yeah, I know it wasn't, but it indirectly does. So what's your point? Define attraction.
So where's the hypothesis?
Can you define attraction for me?
Where's the hypothesis?
So you're dodging. Yeah, so
Show me the hypothesis.
All right, yeah, 1 second.
In Cavendish's experiment, in his papers, show the hypothesis.
I don't even know what experiment he's talking about.
You also just said that causation of acceleration is attraction. That's not true.
Yeah, not at all.
Yeah, an attraction is an observation of acceleration.
Post Cavendish's hypothesis in the live stream voice text. Now.
Right, gotcha.
That's not what you said before.
Did he say observation of acceleration? Oh, that's a big echo. If I observe a race car go really fast, is it attracted to something on the other end of the racetrack?
Yeah, there are many observations where attraction does not depend on mass whatsoever.
Okay, so here's his hypothesis. Now, so you're upset about this word gravitation, right? So you don't have to use that word if you like.
Is that from his paper?
Huh? Well, somebody just asked me what his hypothesis was, and that's it.
Yeah, is that from the paper? I want the hypothesis from the actual paper, from Cavendish's paper.
Yeah, well, you should have mentioned that. So
I did.
No, you didn't.
Yeah,
we have 10 witnesses here. We have 10 witnesses.
Nage,
here.
it's recorded. Nage, it's recorded. You can't weasel yourself.
Okay, yeah, then go back on the recording, and you'll find that he didn't say that.
He did though, so stop.
We're focusing on the Cavendish and the independent variable, the presumed cause, and you're going to keep on going off into the woods on this because you're not going to find an answer that's going to make you look good.
So it's not Cavendish's hypothesis. It's his hypothesis that he made up for Cavendish. So let's see here. When attracting masses are positioned close to the test masses, the gravitational attraction between them would cause a small twisting motion of the torsion balance.
That's what I just said.
Yeah, so we're observing...
Oh, you were reading what I said?
Of torsion balance due to masses, your supposed cause is mass, and you say that this scenario necessitates a sphere Earth. Justify that.
Yeah, so I gave a syllogism. I'll repeat it. So if gravity exists, then the Earth is round. Gravity exists, therefore the Earth is round.
Oh, so you've got to demonstrate why the two are connected logically.
Exactly.
Oh, so you want a justification of premise 1? That's fine. Yeah, 1 second. I'll grab a paper for you.
No, you got a twisting motion of a torsion balance, right?
Yeah.
Justify that phenomenon necessitates a sphere Earth.
No. This is the justification for premise 2, right? And premise 2 is part of a bigger syllogism which necessitates a sphere Earth. So you're making a categorical error here.
Okay, the twisting of the torsion bar, right? You're attributing that to gravity, right?
No.
Okay, so how are you going to demonstrate the existence of gravity then?
Yeah. So you have. Oh. Sorry. Maybe I misunderstand what you meant. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, I think you have that problem a lot. But okay, so you're attributing the twisting of the torsion bar to gravity, right?
We're attributing it to some attraction measured by Newton's laws. If you want to call it gravity, it doesn't matter.
So you're not really sure if it's gravity.
No, I'm not. Gravity is a label we give to this attraction.
Okay, so is it gravity or not that's causing the apparent motion?
Yeah, so gravity is the label that we give to this attraction.
Okay, so that would be gravity.
Yeah.
And so you're saying that this scenario demonstrates that gravity exists?
It demonstrates that an attraction measured by Newton's laws exists, yes.
So gravity, an attraction measured by Newton's laws, you're calling that gravity?
Yeah, we're calling that gravity.
And that necessitates Earth?
Correct.
Okay, so if I see that torsion bar twist, right, that phenomenon tells me necessarily that the Earth is a sphere.
It justifies premise 2 in the syllogism.
No, just answer the question.
Yeah.
Straight up.
So
does it tell me that the Earth necessarily must be a sphere?
No.
Okay. Good night.
Yeah. Good night.
Yeah, you're done. Thanks.
Yeah. I've said this multiple times. It justifies premise 2, and the syllogism necessitates that the Earth is round. So you're just making a basic logical categorical error here, and I can't help you for that.
You said if gravity exists, then the Earth must be a sphere.
Correct.
Right. We went through your demonstration of gravity existing.
Right.
And you said that demonstration does not necessitate that the Earth is a sphere. You're done.
Yeah. No, the demonstration proves premise 2, so you just don't know what you're talking about. The syllogism necessitates that the Earth is round, not the single premise.
Oh boy!
Right.
Yeah. So you just like.
Okay, let's just do it again. You can just fall on your own sword again. So.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so does gravity exist, as per this demonstration that you gave us?
Yes.
Okay, and does the existence of gravity necessitate that the Earth is a sphere?
Yes.
Okay, so how does this demonstration you just gave us then show us necessarily that the Earth is a sphere?
Yeah, because so do you want me to repeat my syllogism?
Okay, so it proves the existence of something that causes torsion bar twist. Therefore, the Earth is a sphere. Justify that.
Yeah, I did with my syllogism. So
no,
I'll
you
repeat
didn't.
it.
No, so we could just put if dinosaur exists, then Earth is sphere. Dinosaur exists, therefore Earth is sphere. We could just put any
I'll make it like logic 101 here for you.
You have to tie it logically to the conclusion, like Twad said. You don't just insert words into a syllogism and call it a proof. There has to be a logical connection between the torsion bar twisting and the Earth necessarily being a sphere, because that ultimately is what your claim is. So justify that logical connection. Tell us how that torsion bar twisting can only happen if the Earth is a sphere.
Yeah, that's not my syllogism, so you're just making another categorical error.
Well, it's a contingent fact of your syllogism if the syllogism is true. Has to be the case.
It isn't.
Yeah, no, if gravity exists and is demonstrated as such by this torsion bar demonstration that you've given us, right? And if the existence of gravity therefore necessitates the existence of the sphere Earth, then torsion bar twist tells us that the Earth is a sphere.
No, the torsion bar twisting tells it. The torsion bar tells us that that gravity exists. And
and gravity existing tells us that the Earth is a sphere. So now give us the logical connection between the torsion bar twisting and the Earth being a sphere. Your conclusion.
Yeah, so the torsion bar twisting justifies premise 2, and if premise 2 is true, then the conclusion is true, right?
No.
So that's the logical connection. I just made it. If P, then Q. Do you know what logic is, dude? Like, what do you mean by logical connection? What do you want me to justify?
Don't ask me. I'm not the one having trouble with logic right now. Because your logic just boiled down to, if I see torsion bar twist, Earth must be sphere, and we're waiting on you to justify that logically. Please.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, except you just said that you did, but never did.
Okay.
He's saying that Earth is a twisted torsion bar.
So I have to walk you through this, okay? Do you know what a modus ponens is?
Yeah, we've done it times.
Yeah, what is it?
Yeah, if gravity is okay, if gravity
no. Give me the logical form. No, don't care. No, give me the logical form of modus ponens right now, or we're done.
No, we are done already because you've told us no point blank. You can't.
So because you don't know what a modus ponens is, you don't know what my argument is, you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I do know what your argument is. Okay, bye. Did he leave, or did he just pretend to leave?
If anyone else wants to engage, that's not this guy because he doesn't know what he's talking about. Sure.
Yeah, because you got blown the fuck out. You want to engage with somebody else. We all saw your stupid syllogism. It reduced to, if torsion bar twist, Earth is sphere. You couldn't logically justify that because that's retarded. So now you want to talk.
No, I did. Right, yeah.
Oh, you did?
Yeah,
okay, run it past us again where you did justify if torsion bar twist and Earth sphere. Let's hear that again.
Right.
Because I missed it the first time, and I'd love to hear that.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So it looks like I'm going to have to be very explicit for you. So, baby steps. Yeah, 1 second. I'm going to type it out for you.
1 second while I DM Phil and get my answer.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Now he's just going to go quiet again. You would think he would know something about the stuff that he came here to talk about, but he's got to research it by DMing Phil.
No, I'm not researching anything. I'm making explicit the logical connection.
What? No, you're not. You're just sitting there in silence trying to figure out what the fuck you're going to say to make this.
Well, now I'm muted, so now I can't even type it out.
Oh, you're muted. Why are we hearing you then? Are you a schizophrenic?
Muted in chat.
Oh, no.
Yeah, man.
He means somebody put him in cognizant so he can't type in the
I'm just going to ignore you now. You're just being irrational.
Yeah, I'm just being irrational because I'm the guy who came in here and said, if torsion bar twisty, then Earth must be sphere. Oh, I proved it with my syllogism. Yeah, I'm being irrational. Nice project. Hope it helps you feel better.
I'm writing it out for you right now.
Why? Can't you just give it to me? It's not in your head? You don't know what you came here to argue? Figure.
Yeah, so you asked for the logical connection, and I'm going to make explicit the logical connection through, propositions, right? Through propositional symbols.
Yeah, this will be great.
That's logic. That's called logic, man. Look it up.
Can you do that over the mic?
No, logic is very it's basically a language, but so I'm being as explicit as possible. So I'm gonna just type it out, and then he can pick a premise to disagree with.
Just give us the logical connection between torsion bar twist and Earth being a sphere.
Yeah, if you're patient, I'm doing that for you right now.
Okay, so you have to go and figure out what your argument is after you made it.
I have to formalize it for you since you're not understanding, which is fine.
I'm not
a lot of people aren't familiar with logic. That's okay, but I mean, I'm just saying.
Namely you. So hopefully you get familiar with it real quick, so you can figure out how stupid the logical claim you made is, and illogical it is.
I'm still waiting for him to say one coherent sentence.
Okay, yeah, here it is. Would you like me to send it to you?
No, just say it.
Okay. So here's the actual form, right? With just propositional variables, and I'm just going to sub in propositions for those variables. So if P, then Q, right? If R, then P. R, P, therefore Q, right? Do you agree that this is valid?
No.
Okay. So which law of logic does this argument violate?
It violates the question that I asked you, which is what is the logical link between torsion bar twist and the Earth sphere?
So I'm giving it to you, right? The logical connection is the underlying structure.
Yeah, but I'm not asking for a logical form, though, is the problem.
Well, that's
I'm
what
not
you're
asking for you to just lay out a logical form for me, necessarily.
That is
what
what
I'm
you are.
asking
That
you
is
to
what you are
do is to provide any logic you can which demonstrates the connection between your premise and your conclusion. That's what
logic does.
So I'm not asking for you to paint a logical form for me. I'm asking for you to justify the conclusion from the premise. Do it however you have to. Put it in whatever logical form you have to, but make sure it actually justifies that conclusion.
It does, because it's valid. And if it's valid, then if the premises are true, then the conclusion is necessarily true. Do you understand?
Yeah, but we're not talking about logical forms here. We're talking about a specific claim you made. So use whatever logical form that you have to in order to justify the validity of that claim.
Sure. Well, so you have to accept that the form is valid in order for you to accept the conclusion.
I'm not going to sit here and argue with you about logical forms because that's a diversion that you're trying to use.
No, my argument takes on this form, right?
I want the substance of the argument, not just a form. You have to fill that form up with something. You have to put some substance into it, right?
Yeah,
so validate the link between torsion bar twist and sphere Earth.
Sure. So the argument's valid, and I'm just going to give it to you, right? So subbing in propositions for these variables. Suppose that P is gravity. Suppose that Q is the Earth is round, right? So if gravity exists, then the Earth is round. If the torsion bar twists, then gravity exists. The torsion bar twists, therefore gravity exists. Therefore, the Earth is round.
Oh boy! So he just said everything I already said.
Yeah, you asked for the logical connection, and I made it for you.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know how many times I ran you through this, and you got tripped up on your own stupid claim and said, "Oh no, that doesn't follow." Now you're just saying all the things that I said back to you, as if I didn't already just say them to you. I already did.
Can you repeat the part about the torsion bar twist?
Yeah, go ahead.
Repeat a bit about the torsion bar twist.
He left. This whole thing boils down to the torsion bar twist and how that correlates with we living on a globe.
Did you hear what he did? Yeah, sorry, go ahead. My bad. I'm revved up.
No, that was all I had to say. I'm like that. You're saying exactly what I don't know what's going on about.
I already did exactly what he just did, right? I already broke down his claim into those parts, and he just came back and said the same thing that I said about his claim to him.
It wasn't about winning a debate. It was about arguing with you. That's all. He didn't actually care about debate or discussion or logic or any of that. It was just about the argument.
Yeah, sandbaggery.
He keeps trying to turn his affirming the consequent into a modus ponens, but he needs to justify the reason why the two are connected to begin with. He needs to demonstrate why they're connected, not just declare that they are.
Yeah, just declare. That's why I kept saying you could just insert any random word. You could say dinosaur, therefore globe Earth, right? It wouldn't matter because he's not offering anything with any logical connection, right?
Yeah. It's like a pigeon like playing chess with a pigeon. You just knock over all the pieces and shit on the damn board and declare victory. Okay, whatever you say, man.
Yeah, that was so stupid because I already did what he came back and did. Like I said, okay, so torsion bar twist, therefore gravity. That demonstrates the existence of gravity. Gravity existing, that demonstrates the existence of the sphere. When he heard it put in those terms, he went, well, no, that's stupid. And he's like, oh, hold on, let me just put this in a logical form. Comes back, says exactly what I said. And then what, did he leave or did he get banned?
He probably was making a YouTube or a TikTok video or something. He was live streaming. I'm going to make these guys look stupid. This guy's been planning on coming in here for a long time. Yeah, that was not random. He knew about us. Dude, he made his account in here yesterday. Right?
Yeah.
And he knew his cuckery. He knew his cuckery really good, man. Anyway, thank you guys for doing that, man. That was really fun.
But Phil was getting quite triggered by that because he ended up in my DMs, thereby outing himself, showing us that he's probably in his DMs too. Well, I know for sure he was, because he kept saying, I have to go check this DM.
Dead giveaway.
Yeah.
Dead giveaway.
Well, I don't know if he wants to use that. Power to him if he does, though.
Yeah. Good luck with that. Yeah.
Is that kind of like the Obama thing with the headset or whatever? He sent this other kid in here to be a proxy?
Yeah. That's what I was vibing on that, but and I could be wrong, but we'll see. This guy destroyed flat earthers today in Discord on YouTube live. Whatever, man. Who knows what he's doing, man? Something like that. He was too rehearsed.
Yeah, and he was ready with all sorts of tricks, right?
Yeah, he had like a trigger fucking bag, right? Trick or treat, man. Not trick or treat, man. Trick or treat, man. He had a whole fucking bag of trigger treats, man. That was kind of funny. Yeah, I'm over here laughing. I was typing in the chat, but it became a little ridiculous, man.
It was like he wasn't trying to.
Okay.
Notice that he was stacking another affirming the consequent on top of things when he said and he said that his syllogism proved the premise that because the syllogism is like the black swan. That's not the syllogism's not the focus. It's a way of explaining it. That's not the proof.
He came in with these certain trigger points that would. He knew he could like ride for a little while, man. What was it, like an hour and a half? So yeah. And he just kept diverting, divert. It was it was diversism and whatever you want to call it, but yeah, he diverted every chance he got, man. It's poor
Lots
guy.
of shifting, and look how particular he was about the measurements we were showing him when he hadn't even show us.
Exactly. Yeah, that was wicked.
And even said it. No, I don't have them.
I don't know.
I don't think he was too familiar because we were asking him like, "What's the independent variable in Cavendish?" and he said mass, and then he's scrambling.
He was just trying to avoid it. He just wanted to talk about his syllogism. That was it.
Yeah, that was his main point.
I would give him credit though. He was good at like maintaining his composure, no matter how retarded his claims were.
Yeah. He cracked a bit. He cracked a bit.
Yeah, he cracked a bit. I can tell that. I picked up on that too, Heretic.
That shit was so ridiculous. I'm like
Duper's Delight set like thing, you know what I mean?
17 all over again. And I'm like, what? Stop it. Stop that.
You did well there, Heretic and T-Dub. That was good.
Thanks.
It was holy crap! It was so hard to bite my tongue, dude. Like keeping myself muted just so y'all could chat. He was ridiculous, man.
That's why I had to mute. I was gonna fucking lose it.
Yeah,
you too, man. Ah, man, I'm over here going, no. Wait
I think it could have been executed better on my part, but
not really, man. He was an interrupter and he was just all over the place. And as soon as you say a word that was a little bit off topic, he'd jump on that word.
Yeah,
go off in that direction.
And as y'all Angle said, he was gaslighting you on purpose, like every 5 fucking seconds, like anytime he could.
Dude, he was like a troll or whatever you want to call him. He knew. I mean, he made his account yesterday to come in here, man. I mean, whatever, man. Somebody like that he's been on Discord for at least 5-6 years, something. That guy was just waiting to come in here, man. Somebody talked him into coming in here.
They're biased too.
We had him in Cogdis. We had him in Cogdis, and he was making a bunch of claims. So we said, get into the Cogdis, and we challenged him to come into the live stream and discuss it. So I got him into the VC and verified him. The first thing I asked him was, why is your account so new?
Right.
You know, and what that usually indicates to us. Oh, no, I was trolling another server and they banned me, blah, 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 you know, like, whatever. Okay.
Didn't he, at the beginning of this conversation, openly admit that this was a throwaway account, that he just joined here because whatever?
That's right.
Yeah.
He's straight up he's a troll. Sorry. Yeah, y'all go.
I was just saying, a burner account, That's what he claimed.
A burner account.
Yep.
That's like a burner phone, right, man?
Heretic did do really good, though. This dude came in like a kid, trying to push every button to see which one worked to do what, and then get reactions.
I gotta say, man, the chat was blowing up, man. The chat was blowing.
Yeah. I couldn't follow it. It was going too fast.
Man. Thank you, chatters. I contributed a little bit here and there, but it was good. Thanks. I just kept muted. I'm like, I'll type in the chat because. Yeah.
How many spams of the Black Swan did it take for him to actually look at it?
He kept pretending he didn't see it. Kept pretending he didn't see it. Oh, which one? What are you talking about? I don't know. Oh, the video. Yeah, I'm watching. No, not the video. Like, it's only been 50 times in a row now. Oh, what are you talking about?
For sure, he was doing that on purpose. It was like a frustration tactic. Yeah.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, that was totally on purpose. I agree. He might have been playing a video game at the same time, man. Saying, I can talk to
I reckon he came in. I reckon they made up a plan. Like, okay, come in. If they go this way, you've got to go in this direction. If you go that, I reckon he had it in front of him because
I think so.
He had to keep. He's on the debating team and he's the captain. You know.
You notice he kept deferring to the plan, though. He kept going, "Oh, just hold on a sec. Let me check." Like he just kept gapping out in the middle of the conversation. He has to go figure out what he's gonna, what he's gonna say, what form he's gonna put it into. Like he's figuring
what
out
direction he's going.
Supposed to be, right?
Yeah, that was weird.
Yeah, it was weird.
But yeah, Phil was in my DMs as well too.
Yeah, so. Phil, you outed yourself, you idiot. You're not supposed to DM us coaching a guy to come in and talk to us.
He gave it away.
Busted, Phil.
What did he send you? The two different pictures of the Black Swan?
Yeah, same old. Yeah, both are Black Swan, Phil. Good job.
Yeah, exactly. It just shows us that the horizon is not physical.
Yeah, not limited by geometric Earth curve in either picture. That somehow shows that both are geometric Earth curve.
He helped the argument that we were having.
His logic is that even though there's a black swan, because there's white swans, the black swan doesn't exist.
I would say that this guy was slippery enough and smart enough to not actually make a definite direct claim for Earth curve.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, I noticed that too.
Defend that, so he kept trying to take another way around it to sort of try to trick us or whatever.
That was part of the coaching. They would have said, "Don't make a claim." So his claim was, his only claim was the syllogism is good. Can you refute my syllogism? Whereas it's you can't, it's not like, how do you, it's what's the word I'm looking for?
He just wants us to argue with a logical form, basically.
Yeah, and not an argument.
Right, and that's why he did that.
This is this, yeah.
Yeah, because he didn't want to discuss curvature. He wanted it to be about gravity and the Cavendish experiment, and he came up with that modus ponens to try and keep it to coming back to Cavendish. So how many times did we have to destroy it, and he still tried to cling on to it? You know what I mean? It was ridiculous.
Cavendish. I like that. You went
10 different ways.
Yeah. That torsion bar. So torsion bar proves Earth is a sphere.
That's what it boiled down to, right? I mean, that's really what it boiled down to. Okay, gravity. If gravity exists, Earth's a sphere. Okay, so what is your justification or proof of gravity? Oh, torsion bar twist. Okay, so basically then break it down. Torsion bar twist equals Earth sphere.
Yeah. When he, I think he clicked on that, didn't he? Like, ooh.
Yeah, he's like, well, no. That's what he mean when he heard it. Just the simple, just put in those simple terms, he immediately went, well, no, that's stupid. But it's like, well, that's your claim. He's like, oh, let me just try to figure out how to put this into a logical form. Came back and said just that.
Went back to his plan. Or his,
so it's like yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Class. His philosophy class were all sitting there and they were working out ways of dodging.
I think that they're trying to convolute a very basic and stupid statement in hopes that we'll get lost listening to them and then not know what we're arguing with. So they're just trying to spin confusion, right?
Yeah.
Instead of actually just make a concise, cogent point.
Like halfway through when we were talking about the Black Swan syllogism, and he was saying, have you got a paper for the curvature? You go, what? For the horizon. Have you got a paper that states that the horizon is there at that place? You go, what? What the fuck are you on about? It's your claim,
He
mate.
said that. Matt, he said that word so many times that it lost all value to me, and now I don't care. And if anybody uses that word excessively, I'm going to hate them. I'm just saying, he just somehow planted that seed in my mind that I will hate you if you keep using that word over and over again. Use it 50 times in conversation, I'm going to be like, what the dude?
What were the other words that he was using? The ones with the measurement? It was statistical. What were the other ones?
To me, it's like invoking gravity over and over and over. Yeah, we get it. You said gravity the first time. You don't have to say it over and over.
Uncertainty. He wanted to. Yeah.
What were error bars? What was that? What was going on about there?
Want to know what possible error there could be to the coordinates of those rigs? How uncertain are we of the locations of the rigs?
Yeah, but it's not 8 miles, is it?
So he wanted. Wait, so he basically wanted a measurement of a margin of error so that he could basically predict falsifiability.
Yeah, but even if we gave him errors, like Beekals did, then he didn't accept it because he wanted a paper explaining the plus or minus.
Oh, and I promise you that paper would have to be written like college level with all of the citations put in and actually formatted properly, not so much as a space wrong.
Yeah, he was claiming that the equation itself disproved P2.
I do get what he was trying to do, though. It's like, first, it has to do with deduction, like deductive reasoning, and basically reversing, like you're kind of reverse engineering the answer instead of just straightforward doing a test. And the way that he was doing it was combining sophistry with deductive reasoning, which is really effing annoying.
He tried to say that a ball is an observed phenomenon because it has, subatomic bonds and things like that going on.
What the
Yeah.
Or at one point he's like, oh, I'm reading it right here. It says that Newtonian physics collapsed into Einsteinian or whatever. And I put the definition of collapse as to fall down or give way to. Like,
he never posted the citation for that. We asked him for it, and he didn't post it, but he quoted something from the article where they claim that it should do that. He didn't demonstrate that it does do that. And I know it doesn't because
Nage is back here for round 2.
They're completely different geometry. Back in here. Someone moved him in. All right. Well, is he just going to sit there?
Oh, I'm back.
Welcome back.
How about those?
Anyway,
Really quick.
No, really quick. What's your best proof that that curvature is there?
Yeah, so it's the syllogism I gave, right?
No. That's not proof. What's your best physical proof that the curvature is there?
Why would I need physical proof when I have logic?
Because we live in a physical world.
Yeah, which obey the laws of logic. Do you disagree with that?
So logic. What do you mean? It's physical. It's not logical.
Yeah.
The physical.
The proof that you're asking is a logical proof.
Just shut up for a second. All right. The physical place where we live that you say is a ball is supposed to have curvature. It doesn't matter about your logic. Where is the curvature and how is it measured? That's all we want. That's it.
Well, I'm not going to engage someone in bad faith, right? If you reject that the laws of logic aren't true, then we have to discuss that first.
It doesn't matter about logic. I can measure something.
Science,
I can measure
math,
something.
Yeah,
I can measure something, and it doesn't have to be logical. You just measure it.
How do you know that? How do you know that what you're measuring is accurate?
Because I've got a measuring tape.
Yeah, and how do you know that your measuring tape is accurate?
Because there's a standard that we all go by.
Yeah, but there's a tick, right? And that tick has some length, right? So how do you know the true length of what you're
the percentage of error. What's the percentage of error?
So how do you know that percentage? So do you even know so the point I'm going to make is percentage.
Are you going to ask me about measurements? Are you?
Yeah, statistical properties.
So we're talking about measurements and not logic, yeah?
No, we are because
we're talking about measurements. We're just talking about measurements. That's it.
So to know that you're measuring
grab something, you grab something physical. You grab something physical and you measure it. Yeah.
So how do you know
logic involved in that?
Well, how do you know those measurements are true?
Because we have an agreed upon measurement.
Yeah, and how do you know? Well, that agreed upon measuring stick, right, has some sort of the ticks have length, right? So how do you know the true?
But they're all agreed upon. They're agreed upon.
Yeah, but so if I have a ruler, right, do you understand that the ticks that denote the length are themselves have length, right? So do you understand that?
Do. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a measurement.
So there's some implicit uncertainty to that, right?
Well,
The claim is the globe has a radius of 3,959 miles. We can measure miles.
I'm trying to lead him to
but
physical.
You're going off the point again. We're going off the point again.
You're not even letting me make my point.
No, you don't need to make a point. You're talking about I measure shit all day.
Then I'm not going to respond to you.
So, of course you're not, because you're just going to go into these stupid. You're just going to go into these stupid chats. You're going to go into these.
That's fine.
You're going to go into these stupid things.
You're not debating.
You're going to go into.
You're not even letting me make my case.
You're going to go into these stupid things.
You're not even letting me. You keep interrupting me. You're not letting me make my argument. If you let me make my argument,
because your argument.
Yeah, you keep interrupting me. No, you don't even let me make. You don't even know what it is. What's invalid? What premise is false?
I'll show you how it's invalid. Hey, what's the uncertainty? Hey, what's the uncertainty of the torsion bar twist?
I have to look at Cavendish's paper.
You don't know what the uncertainty is, huh?
Hey, dude.
So I guess we're gonna have to throw that out because you don't even know what the uncertainty would be there. So we can't accept that at all. That's got to be thrown out because the entire thing could just be error and uncertainty. So, all right, you got nothing.
How did you measure the globe with logic? How do you do that?
Yeah, so I didn't, and you didn't even let me make my case, right? So the point is, any mathematical presupposition that allows you to take use of measurements, right? Because measurements are mathematical properties, right?
Okay, measurements. Okay, so
you just measure them.
Yeah, torsion bar twist. And what was the uncertainty measured?
No, you don't just measure.
What's the uncertainty measured for your torsion bar twist?
Let me pull up his paper.
Yeah, go learn your claim.
And what was the error as well? What was the error?
Yeah, give me a sec.
So you've got these, the problem is you've got these high standards for flat Earth, but you've got no standards for yourself at all. You're asking us for papers which for things that we don't believe in. It's fucking stupid, man. Bring your own papers, mate. Because you actually haven't made a claim or said anything at all. You've just come in with a syllogism that doesn't make sense because it can't be proven. It's unfalsifiable. And then you claim that proves that the Earth is a globe. And it's bullshit, and you know it. You're just coming up with a fake argument and making people go round and round in circles because this is what you enjoy doing. Your argument has no validation at all.
Every time we ask him for any of that validation, too, he has to step away for like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
So that Bill can send him the deets.
There's some good logic. I observe bodies of water that lay flat. Therefore, the Earth is a globe. Then my logic proves the Earth is a globe. That's genius.
Well, we have to throw all measurements where the uncertainties can't be provided. So we have to
no measurements count in his world.
Unless you have a paper. His logic is proof that the Earth is a globe. So
yeah. What the fuck was that? Measurements of curvature. Well, it's logic. Now logic is a measurement. What a fucking idiot. I think he's in high school or something. Wait till he gets into the real world. If he goes around talking bananas like that in the real world, he's going to get his head kicked in.
It's like a dressed up version of like Appeal to Probability. Why are we the only flat planet?
Just making a really shitty clip for him if that's what he came in here to get, where he has to step out for 5 minutes at a time to learn the claim that he already made. You suck, Nage.
Gives him a chance to edit it as well, doesn't it?
Too late. Every stupid thing he said is already on record. Good day. We have several newcomers. Hello, Ordos. Hi, how are you?
Hey man, I was about to head to bed, so
Okay, no worries.
just wanted to check it out, see what you guys were talking about.
Same old. Searching for Earth curve proof. You wouldn't happen to have seen any curved lakes or oceans around here, would you?
Not yet.
Still looking too, huh?
I can't really see the edge either.
The search continues. Which edge?
The Antarctic edge.
The Antarctic, so like the Antarctic shoreline?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's pretty far away, I'm guessing. I don't know why you would see that.
Why wouldn't I see it?
Well, it's probably has a tiny angular size from wherever you are. And there's also thousands of miles of air between you and it, I'm guessing.
Properly.
I mean, I'm guessing that you're not situated somewhere beyond the 60th south latitude.
No, Europe.
Yeah. Yeah, so I don't think you would see that, but what we definitely don't see is a geometric curve horizon that you would have on a globe. So we don't see that blocking anything.
Is it the globe too big for that?
Well, no. The claim has been for however many hundreds of years, thousands of years, that we see boats going over the geometric horizon. That's how we know it's curved. That's how we know it's a globe.
Don't you see the flag of a ship first?
Sometimes. But we don't see the geometric horizon that it's supposed to be appearing over. So if we don't see the thing that's supposed to be blocking it or that it's supposed to appear over, what evidence do we have for its existence?
No idea, man.
Yeah. And also you should see it. It's actually pretty close. The ball is smaller than you think. The geometric horizon formula is 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer height in feet. So if we just make that really simple and give ourselves a 1 foot observer height, that's just a 1.2 mile horizon distance. So you might not see that with your eyeballs, but if you have a powerful enough camera or lens, if you have a telescope, you should be able to see that.
Check it out when I'm on the beach next time.
Check it out.
Right, off to bed.
Okay.
Good night, guys.
Good night.
Oh, it's infuriating.
He's back in here conditionally anyway, so he has to validate the contingency of his syllogism.
Jamesy.
Yeah, I mean, he seems to think that if you have a valid logical form, then anything goes.
Yeah, that proves what he's saying. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's logical, so it's true.
Yeah. You can have the form and you can just fill it with whatever you want, because since you have the form, whatever follows must be true.
So you can turn it around. Like it's just so silly. Like he says, if gravity exists, the Earth is a sphere. Gravity exists, so the Earth is a sphere. Okay, so if gravity doesn't exist, the Earth is flat. Gravity doesn't exist, the Earth is flat. It's fucking stupid.
So wait, if I make a logical argument that the surface of my dining room table is a sphere, does that mean the surface of my dining room table is a sphere?
So
apparently it does.
It's really hard to find his exact paper, but from the sources I'm reading, the uncertainty for the torsion constant was...
Post it.
Yeah, well, here you go.
And what's the error? And how much did it move? And how much was predicted to move?
I need certainty of your uncertainty.
Yeah. Where was it done? It was done in his library, if I do remember, and then he sat across the street and viewed it by binocular. Is that right? Was there any wind? Was there any air? Was there a difference in pressure? Do you have all these facts? Because we're going to need them.
Differences in pressure don't have any, like, that's not an attraction.
Yeah, well, a difference. If you have one pressure and then it changes to another pressure, you get a draft, don't you?
Yeah, that's because of forces.
Yeah, no shit. And what? Because of forces?
Yeah, so gravity is what's causing that.
Gravity causes high and low pressures?
Yeah, literally.
No, that would be temperature.
Gravity's contortion bars, right? That's what gravity is? Contortion bars?
He's going. Wait, we're getting off the topic again. Don't let him do that.
That's what he wants to do.
Yeah.
Oh shit! I posted this in CogDis. I posted in CogDis. My bad.
That's all right. Just grab it and post it in here.
Okay,
I can't. I'm CogDis.
Now we've already taught you what a phenomenon is, what an independent variable is.
I literally can't post it. I'll DM it to you.
Let's get this for your audience wherever you're streaming this. Now, Nage, the GPT, needs to be taught what a citation is, because that isn't one. Why don't you know?
I DM'd it to you.
That's not a citation. Do you know what a citation is, Nage? Tell us for your life.
Okay.
That's not what a citation is, but good try, little buddy.
What did he send you?
Oh, he posted a link. He doesn't know what a citation is.
A link to an article or something, was it?
Posted a link. He doesn't know what's in it. He would have cited it if he did, and if what was in it was what we were asking for.
What's in it, Nate?
The true form of the citation requires the actual page number of the document and everything, like all of the data to the specific point of what you're trying to point out. Not just the whole document, the point that you're trying to point out.
Well, I made the point.
Audience, what do you think of this guy?
I'm not going to repeat the syllogism again.
What do you think of this guy not even knowing what a citation is?
Yeah, I gave you a citation. A citation is...
Double down on not knowing what a citation is.
Anyway, you're here. You're back here to validate the necessary consequent of the result of your syllogism.
No, I don't have to do that. The syllogism is valid. All that is required for the argument
I don't care.
is the premise.
I don't care. True. You're here to prove the consequent, to validate the consequent.
Yeah, the logical form is fine. The premise isn't.
Yeah, so which premise do you disagree with?
If
we're not doing this again, man.
Oh, okay. So premise one, yeah, sure. So I'll link you a paper which mathematically
using your own understanding, do what T-Dub asked you to demonstrate the contingency between.
Yeah, this paper I'm about to send you does. So why? Yeah, it's a mathematical derivation. The mathematical derivation is true. So 1 second.
You don't know what a citation is, so I don't need another anonymous link spammed at me. What we would like you to do is use your understanding to demonstrate the contingency between twisty torsion bar and sphere Earth. Please do so.
Yeah, okay. So I'm not going to go over this with you again. I already did that with the logical form.
Yes,
right?
I know. You're not.
So there's no... Okay, yeah. So what you're saying is...
I'm not going to validate your claim because there is no validation for it. It's just a stupid fucking thing that you said. Your argument is the logical form itself. You think that if you have a valid logical form, you can just put whatever numpty dipshit shit you want in there and just call it a proof. Well, it doesn't work that way. The premises have to be valid. And so far, you're reduced to if twisty torsion bar, Earth sphere. That's how stupid it is. So valid logical form aside, what you put in it was dumb.
No, I never made that claim.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, because you said if gravity, then Earth sphere. Oh, well, what's gravity? Demonstrate gravity. Well, twisty torsion rod. So it broke down to twisty torsion rod, therefore sphere.
Yeah, so that's different.
That's how stupid what you're doing here is. How does your Twitch stream like that?
I'm not going to engage you anymore.
Yeah, fuck you.
Yeah, fuck off then. Get rid of the cunt.
He just needs to take a Logic 101 class because I can't explain this in any.
Yeah, you're getting a Logic 101 class right now, bud. So you have a syllogism, the logical form, but that's not enough. The premises have to be valid. And you couldn't do that. You couldn't draw any contingency between twisty torsion bar, which is what your claim reduced to, twisty torsion bar, and sphere Earth. Could you, Nage? Tell it for your Twitch audience.
Mm-hmm. So I never said if twisty torsion bar, then...
Yeah, you did, but in different words. If gravity demonstrated how? Twisty torsion bar. Isn't that right, Nage?
Yeah, but that's a different...
Yeah, that's right. Twisty torsion bar, therefore, equals sphere Earth.
No, that's not how...
Yeah, you're right. Damn fucking right it doesn't equal that. Now what do you have to say for yourself?
I have to say that you need to take a Logic 101.
Yeah, you're getting your Logic 101 course right here. So the syllogism isn't enough. You need to actually put something valid in it. Got it, Nick? No, you didn't.
Yeah, the only thing you've proved here is that you know what a logical syllogism is. That's it. It's the only thing you've proved.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, man.
That's all you've done.
Yeah, so if anyone who has like a basic understanding of logic...
Well, that wouldn't be you. So you're not a person with a basic understanding of logic. Should you leave?
I just want to know where the measurement of curvature is. That's all I want to know.
Yeah, that's cool. You can keep wondering.
I don't really give a shit about your syllogism. I'm just talking about reality. Where's the curvature?
Yeah, well, reality is that the Earth is round.
Okay, where have you got demonstrated?
Yeah. So I have a syllogism that says that if
that's not a demonstration though.
Your syllogism is retarded. We already did this. Your syllogism is if torsion bar twist, then sphere Earth. You could not validate the contingency between those things.
I want with the logical form.
Physical
no,
telling us
he's doing it again with the logical
telling us
form.
that we've got to be the logical ones, whereas a syllogism is a conclusion drawn from assumed positions.
No, a syllogism is an argument with two premises and a conclusion.
Yeah, okay, but your syllogism is fine. The logical form is fine. The things that you put into it are not. They don't follow. They're non sequitur. We could just say, if dinosaur, then Earth globe. We could just put anything in place of gravity.
That's called
It doesn't follow because your gravity claim breaks down to twisty torsion rod. So really, you're using this nice fancy word gravity for twisty torsion rod. If twisty torsion rod, then sphere Earth. That's what you did.
Okay, yeah. So you agree the syllogism is sound. Pick a premise. Otherwise, I'm not going to engage you anymore.
Fuck the syllogism.
Pick a premise.
It's fucking
valid,
bullshit.
So pick a premise.
So fucking just show us.
No, you're illogical.
Just show us.
No.
Just show us. In physical reality, just show us
you're being illogical.
where the curve is. No,
it's your claim, though. You're telling me to pick a premise. You want me to pick your premise to make your claim for you? Is that how inept you are, Nage?
Yeah, so you disagree with...
Yeah, that's how inept you are. You need me to pick your premise and your claim for you. Yeah, you're that inept.
No, pick the premise you...
No, I'm not going to pick your premise and your claim. You come in here with your claim, pick it yourself, defend it yourself, demonstrate the contingency between the premises, the conclusions, etc.
Yeah, I did. You're just not understanding.
No, you didn't, because we understood full well that gravity for you broke down to twisty torsion bar. Twisty torsion bar, therefore, equals globe Earth, according to you and the syllogism that you put these things into. We're waiting for you to validate the contingencies still.
Yeah, I don't know how else to explain this to you.
Yeah, you don't know much.
Why do you keep muting me? Are you afraid?
So that we don't have to listen to any more stupidity. Well,
you still are, so are you afraid? Is that why you keep muting me? Are you afraid?
No.
Because an honest interlocutor would not...
Yeah, no, just because I don't need to hear that bullshit, that's why.
Yeah.
Because you're spurging out, that's why. I'm just keeping it on track. I'm just keeping it on track, dude. Something you're incapable of doing. That's why you're getting muted.
Later,
but look, hey, I'll give you the floor. Listen, if you can demonstrate the contingency, if you can demonstrate the contingency we've been asking for, I'll give you the floor. I won't mute you.
Yeah, you will.
Yeah, so I'm going to mute you right away because you're not demonstrating the contingency.
Yeah, I'm going to. I'm just saying you will.
Oh, I'm going to. Get to it. Do it now. I'm going to mute you if you do anything other than do it. If you say I'm going to, I'm going to mute you. But if you start validating the contingency, then I won't mute you. How about that? Go ahead.
Yeah, so in order to validate the contingency...
Okay, that's not validating the contingency. Try again.
No, it literally is.
Okay, I'll give you 5 seconds.
You're not engaging.
I'll give you 5 seconds this time. And if it's not validating the contingency, I'm going to interrupt you again. Try again.
Nah, no thanks.
Yeah, you got 5 seconds. Give it a try. I'll give you that one.
If an argument is valid and its premises are true, then the conclusion necessarily follows.
Hey, I'm not asking you to validate the form. We already did this, you total idiot. The form is fine. We're asking you to validate the contingency between the premise and the conclusion, the twisty torsion rod and the conclusion of the sphere. That's what we need to see the logical connection between. Don't tell us about the form. Don't tell us about the form again. It's not in contention, you moron. We want the connection, the logical connection between the twisty rod and the conclusion of the sphere.
The logical connection is the form of the argument. They're one and the same. So you're dumb.
No, you're dumb.
No, you just need to take a Logic 101 class, man.
No, you can't just put whatever you want into a logical form and call it a proof. The conclusion.
That's not what I did.
That's a pretty cool ad hom you did there, though, Nage. Excellent. Very, very solid.
Yeah, what you did makes all the sense of me going, if Mr. Clean, then sphere Earth. Okay, we have Mr. Clean products. We have Mr. Clean products, therefore sphere Earth. So yeah, you've got a vacuous condition in your argument.
Yeah, so you have to prove P1, right? You have to prove that this condition is not vacuous.
Yeah, right. That's what you have to do. That's what we keep asking.
So if you...
That's what you haven't been able to do yet. When is that coming?
Yeah, so that's the proof for premise 1, and I can give that to you.
Okay, so we did this already, and you just came back and said what I said about your claim back to me, which is, well, if gravity...
Okay, define logical connection. Do that.
Are we going to keep going with this guy?
No, because he seems to not know. He seems to not understand that a valid form.
I'm talking
is
about you, man. How about you shut your mouth for a second? Are we going to really, everyone? Are we going to keep going with this guy or what?
He has a vacuous condition, like you said.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you do.
No,
you recognized it yourself. No, you recognized it yourself because when I broke it down in terms that exposed how fucking stupid it is, which were gravity demonstrated by torsion bar twist, therefore torsion bar twist equals sphere Earth. You went, no, it doesn't. Yeah, there's your vacuous condition. Nice try. There's no contingency there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Too bad. So, what are you going to come up with next?
There's no way. There's no other way I can explain it to you.
I'd really like something beyond imagination land. Do you have a hypothesis?
Yeah. Do you think logic is imagination?
So this is the hill.
Do you have a hypothesis? Something that's testable and provable? Do you have a hypothesis?
No, I have a logical argument, which is necessary.
So you have speculation and contemplation, but you do not have a hypothesis. Understood?
No, I have a logical proof.
You have a vacuous condition.
You don't even know what that means. What is a vacuous conditional? Define that.
It doesn't follow. You don't have a condition.
Yeah, that's not what a vacuous conditional means.
Follows from.
Nope, that's not what a vacuous conditional means. You know that if you took Logic 101.
Well, you're taking it right now, and you're finding out that your conclusion does not follow from the premise. Yeah,
you can't even define.
Yeah. So remember when you said that torsion bar twist, i.e., gravity, equals globe Earth?
I'm not engaging you anymore, bro. You just don't understand.
Vacuous condition. Can you justify that connection there?
If anyone else would like to engage,
can you justify the connection between torsion bar twist, i.e., gravity, and sphere Earth?
How would you like me to justify?
Any way you possibly can.
Yeah. So why do you reject my justification?
You don't have any to reject.
No, I did.
When did you do that?
Here, I'll send it to you again.
No, you didn't. Did anybody else hear him do it?
Nope.
No, was he just going to post a torsion bar again?
Because you keep muting me.
Yeah, we're going to keep you on track. That's the way we're going to go about this.
Oh, it's when you.
There you go. I sent it to you. There you go.
Okay, where am I looking?
Yeah, the contingency that's justified is the if R then P. That's it right there. You're looking at it.
By the way, Nate, unrelated to this, but you actually have the link embedded role, so you should be able to actually post images in the Cogdisk room.
Where did you
Oh, images. I don't have any images.
Yeah, well, links, I mean. Your link,
I did. Yeah, I did.
Post anything.
Yeah.
I don't see anything.
You don't have a valid hypothesis. You don't have a valid scientific hypothesis. You don't have a natural...
people even responded to it. I posted it here.
You don't have an observed natural phenomenon. So, literally, your P1 doesn't even stand. It doesn't have any validity whatsoever. It falls short on its ass at the
Do you even know what P1 is?
Step.
What is
P1?
The
first step of the scientific method.
What is P1?
At the first step of the scientific method, your scientific experiment, it falls short of being a scientific experiment.
Yeah, cool. Doesn't even know P1 of my argument, but saying it's false. Yeah, this is pretty typical behavior.
Yeah, P1 of your argument, your logical syllogism, was gravity.
No, premise one is
your justification. Your justification for gravity was the Cavendish, which fails on its ass. It's not a scientific experiment. It does not establish a cause and effect relationship of an observed natural phenomenon in nature. Right?
And
it doesn't
there is no
do any of that.
And there is no logical contingency between
I gave it to you.
and his conclusion.
The logical contingency is if R then P.
That's a logical form again.
That's what contingency is. Do you know what contingency means?
Yeah, that's just the fucking form. It doesn't follow from twisty torsion rod. It doesn't follow from twisty torsion rod that the Earth is a sphere. You can't just take a form and put whatever you want in it. I can't just say, if Smarties, then dinosaur Earth. Doesn't follow, dude.
Mass attracts mass, therefore...
Because that's not an argument. That's a conditional, right? Yeah, so of course it doesn't follow, because that's not an argument. It's a conditional statement. The argument is if P then Q, P therefore Q. Not just if P then Q. Dumbass.
You don't have P.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we do.
You don't have to add the ad hom at the end either for your argument.
Cavendish verifies the existence of gravity.
Yeah, so that then statement, justify that. That's the contingency we keep asking you to justify. If P, i.e. gravity, as demonstrated by twisty torsion rod, then globe Earth. Justify that then bit. Justify the logical connection between a twisty torsion rod and the existence of the sphere Earth you claim.
So if gravity exists, then given our models, anything that's not like any large body that's not round will eventually be round. So, and I can provide you a paper that proves that mathematically.
No, not a paper. A demonstration, please.
Yeah, the paper is the demonstration.
So affirming the consequent.
Papers don't demonstrate things; they describe demonstrations.
Do you know how to prove a conditional?
So you're affirming the consequent then, right? Because you've got a gravity model which says I should see this twisty torsion bar thing happen, right? And then you see that thing happen and you go, oh, that confirms my model of gravity.
No, not right.
Okay, then tell me where it went wrong.
Yeah, so if you took a Logic 101 class, you'd know what a direct...
don't ad hoc me. Just tell me how I said... Tell me where I went wrong and what I said.
So premise one is if P, then Q. So we assume P and derive Q. This is a direct proof of a conditional, and I can provide this to you with a paper which does exactly this. It assumes P and then derives Q. Right? It assumes that gravity exists and then derives the impossibility of a large flat body. Right? So this is precisely what I'm describing.
Okay, so that has nothing to do with telling me how.
No, that's premise one.
No, it doesn't tell me how what I just said was wrong, which is that you have an affirming the consequent here, which says that you have a gravitational model, right, which states that this twisty torsion bar thing should happen. You observe that, and from that you conclude, okay, my gravitational model is correct.
Yeah, that's not what I said at all. So you don't.
I know that's not what you said. That's what I'm calling you out for doing.
So I'm not going to engage with you because you don't even know what my.
Yeah, because you keep getting called out every single time you do. So good. Yeah, probably the best idea you've had the entire time you're here.
Yeah, man, I'm completely done with you now. You're just being irrational.
Yeah, just say that. But can you validate it?
I did.
So far, I'm able to validate anything you say. You're full of a lot of claims. You just say things, but can you back any of those things up?
Make sure you've got some errors in that validation of Heretic as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if anyone who understands logic would like to engage with it, go for it.
Well, that wouldn't
this is not a logic server, though.
Well, yeah, but if my argument verifies the existence of a round Earth, then you have to engage. Yeah, it does, because it's valid.
No, it doesn't.
Right? It's a valid, and the premises are true. So the conclusion necessarily follows.
It's not valid.
Yeah. So you're flat out wrong here because valid. You don't even know what valid means. It is valid.
It's not
Define valid for me.
You don't even know it's not. It's not valid because we asked you, how is it valid? Justify the then statement. And you said, oh, well, it confirms this gravitational model that I have. That would be an affirming the consequent fallacy. It's not valid. It's fallacious.
No, valid in logic means that an argument's form, right? You don't move from truthhood to falsehood. Again, you'd know this if you took Logic 101. That's not an ad. That's not an ad.
Logic 101 right now. You're taking it right now.
Can I
define Logic 101? Define.
Go for it.
Yeah, the Logic 101 is like the first class in logic you ever take, and they define what valid means, what sound means, what a proposition is, what forms are. Define. So define means to tell you what object a term refers to.
Define object and term.
Yeah, so object is something that exists.
Define something.
That's a little harder. See, now we're getting into some deep philosophical waters.
That's how stupid you sound, man.
Yeah, so to define something, right, we have to get into some certain philosophical assumptions. Are you prepared to do that? Or do you want to just talk about flat Earth?
I was just making you.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
I was just making you realise.
Yeah, you're just making yourself look dumb.
When you say, define. Did you sound like a moron?
Mm-hmm.
So the total purpose of the Cavendish experiment was to measure the gravitational constant, yeah, according to the globe. I'm not saying this is fact, flat earthers, but yeah.
It was to measure G.
Yeah. So it didn't directly address the shape of the Earth,
right.
but you're linking that to the shape of the Earth due to the fact that the model sort of says that it can only happen because of gravity, yeah?
No, that's not what I'm doing.
Sorry, I've worded that the wrong way.
That's okay. So I'll clarify, right?
No, I've got what you said. I've just worded it the wrong way. I've put it the wrong way around. I'm sorry.
Well, if you'd like, just word it how I worded it, right? I posted the argument, so just use that.
So you would say then that the gravitational, sorry, this is a better way to put it, the gravitational forces that he's testing there are fundamental to our understanding of how everything works on the globe. Yeah, like celestial bodies, the Earth, and how other things interact with each other around the cosmos or whatever you want to say. Yeah, is that the reasoning?
I certainly believe that, but that's not what the argument does, no.
So I'm not quite sure how you're linking the Cavendish experiment and gravity to the globe apart from using that reasoning, because I don't know what other reasoning there is other than...
No, sure, yeah, I'll clear it up for you. So I made a simple modus ponens, okay, if P then Q, right? And then I said P, right? So it follows logically that Q is true. If the given premises are true, then Q is true. So then I then justified premise 2 with Cavendish's experiment.
That's not what you said a minute ago.
Premise 2 is gravity exists. With Cavendish's
a minute ago you said it has to be assumed.
I said for a direct proof, right? That would be for premise 1, not premise 2. All right, so to do a direct proof, you assume P and derive Q.
No, P must be established to be true for Q to be true.
No, that's not how logic works.
Yes, it is.
Direct proof. You're disagreeing with the entire field of mathematics and logic here, right? So you don't know what you're talking about. A direct proof is where you assume the antecedent of a conditional and derive its consequent. Like, this is such basic shit. Like, this is what I'm saying.
I'm confused where the logic came from in the first place. If gravity, therefore globe, the only way you can correlate that is the fact that of what we believe to happen currently with how gravity works.
So where do you get the idea of the globe from?
So for premise 1, right? That
in order to form that logical argument, then where do you get the globe from, though? You gotta get that
said
from somewhere.
If P, then Q, and if Q, then P.
Huh? I never said that.
Yeah, you did.
Somebody asked me what the difference between those two was, and one is they're converses of one another. So somebody posted like that my argument was circular, right? But they don't understand what a converse is. So those are conditional converses. Again, you'd know this if you took logic.
I'll post both stories again.
I'm just going to answer what someone said. So somebody asked, like, how do I make the tie, right, between gravity existing and the Earth being round? That's a completely valid question, right? Because what I have right now is conditional, and in order to justify that a conditional is true, right, I have to have some kind of reason for that or proof. And in the field of logic and philosophy and all of that, the way to prove a conditional statement is through, well, there's two ways, but the one I'm doing here is a direct proof, whereby, right, you assume P, and this assumption is not like, this is not saying that P is true, right? This is just saying that given P, derive Q, right? So that's a conditional statement, right? On the condition that P holds, Q is the consequent, right? It doesn't say that P is true. That's why I added the premise that P is true. That's what makes it a modus ponens. So do you want?
Well, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
You don't have
I feel like that'd be a fallacious argument because it'd be a misapplication of evidence or an argument from incomplete evidence by using one piece of evidence from the Cavendish where it was not intended to or designed to address the shape of the Earth.
Right.
So
That's why
fallacious.
Cavendish isn't justifying premise 1. Cavendish is justifying premise 2. These are different premises.
So you're saying if the Earth is a globe, therefore gravity,
no, I'm saying
the Earth is a globe.
No, I'm saying it's converse, right? If gravity, then the Earth is a globe, not the converse. These are not logically equivalent.
Sorry, repeat that.
Yeah, sorry. So let me just say what a converse is. So a conditional is if P, then Q. The converse of a conditional is if Q, then P. Right, and hopefully you can see that these are not equivalent statements. These are different conditionals. So I'm saying if gravity exists, then the Earth is a globe, right? For which there exists a direct proof through mathematics. So then I add another premise, right, saying that that the antecedent, the P, right, the if part, is true, right? If gravity, right, is true. And then so logically it follows that the conclusion that the antecedent is true, that the Earth is round.
All right, what if I say that if unicorns, therefore Earth is a square? Is this the same?
Yeah.
Same logic.
So that's a completely valid conditional. But if you want to prove that conditional is true, you need to either do a direct proof or an indirect proof. So you would have to assume that unicorns exist and then derive that the Earth is a square. Right. So how would you do that?
Like what you're doing.
No, I have a direct proof, right? I can assume that if gravity exists, right, and then use that to derive the mathematical impossibility of a flat Earth.
If contortion bars exist, therefore gravity exists, therefore Earth is a curve?
No, that's a triconditional.
Okay.
Well, so it's the same shit, man.
How did you prove gravity exists if we're just talking about contortion bars?
Yeah, so that's premise 2. Gravity exists, and I used Cavendish.
So what's your independent variable? Not gravity?
Yeah, so the independent variable is the measured mass in kilograms.
So you proved mass.
Are you talking about mass?
We asked what the independent variable is. Yeah, it's mass, and then the dependent.
I just feel like that whole argument is just an affirming the consequent argument. If I've got you correct, so you're saying if the Earth is spherical.
No, I'm not saying that. No, that's the converse. I'm saying if gravity exists, then it's spherical. Not if it's spherical, then gravity exists. These are not logically equivalent.
Yeah, but the experiment that we're talking about has the assumed cause is not gravity. So what experiment do you want to point to where the assumed cause is gravity?
What do you mean assumed cause? The thing that we're trying to demonstrate is gravity. Gravity is the...
What's the end? Like you have to show an experiment where the independent variable is either bending, warping space-time or mass attracting mass, or you're just talking out of your ass. There's 3 options there.
Yeah. So I keep getting muted, and I can't really explain myself at length if I keep getting muted.
You don't need to explain yourself at length. We already told you like 2 hours ago what an independent variable is. That would be your supposed cause. That would be the thing that you're trying to validate, right? Gravity in this case. You've told us over and over again that your independent variable, i.e. supposed cause, is not gravity. Can you move on to the next non-experiment for gravity for us to talk about, please?
The whole point here is in logic.
You're misunderstanding. Gravity is the dependent variable.
Gravity is the dependent variable, so it's the observed phenomenon.
Correct. That's literally what I'm saying.
So gravity is the observed phenomenon, not the cause.
Literally, yes.
You observe gravity.
Yes. Well, again, we've been over this. If you give it, you don't have to give it the label gravity. We observe an attraction.
Right,
which matches Newton's prediction.
Wait, I do have to give it the label gravity, right? Because that was the whole basis of your argument. If gravity, then sphere Earth. So that has to be a very specific, well-defined thing, right? That would necessarily lead to the contingency of a sphere Earth. Not just something that we're going to throw a label on, right?
Yeah, so when I say gravity in my argument, I'm referring to that observed attraction.
I feel like
that's the effect now. So you're not testing gravity as a cause.
Right,
You're just looking at something and calling it gravity.
Yeah, so it's an attraction. It's not electromagnetic, and it's not weak or strong, right? So, I mean, whatever you want to call it. Einstein eventually discovered that it was mass bending space. That's not necessary for this argument.
So gravity is your observed phenomenon. What is the observed phenomenon? What do you see?
Yeah, I see. I see mass being attracted to mass.
Okay, so you see a twisted torsion rod.
It's still a fallacious argument, though. If P then Q, Q therefore P.
I didn't. No, that's not the argument I made. I said if P then Q, P therefore Q.
That's what I just said.
No, you said if P then Q, Q therefore P. Again, that's not modus ponens.
Mass attracting mass is the thing you are trying to prove, not observe.
No. That is literally the observed thing. Oh, no, well then you're just fundamentally misunderstanding.
You said that gravity is. You said that gravity is mass attracting mass.
If gravity exists,
listen, let me clear this up just a moment. Let me clear this up. He stated earlier that mass attracting mass is gravity. That's the thing he's trying to prove.
No,
it has to be. Yes, it must be his dependent variable. We asked for scientific evidence. No, we asked for scientific evidence of gravity.
Okay. So
you're moving on to Q before P.
Premise 2. What's P? P is gravity exists, which means that we observe some attraction.
Sorry, can we just let T-Dub take this? Just one? Because he's getting sidetracked again.
I'm tired of getting muted. Like, you guys, this is not how honest interlocutors...
Yeah, we're tired of you derailing. That's not what honest interlocutors do. Now, just tell us the contingency between twisty torsion rod, which is what your gravity breaks down to, because that's what you saw. That's the observed phenomenon. That's the thing you're applying gravity to. You saw a twisty torsion rod. Therefore, the Earth must be a sphere. Validate that. I'm just going to mute you again if you do anything other than that.
Did someone else have something they wanted to say?
No, we just want you to validate the contingency. It's the same thing that T-Dub wants you to do.
Yeah, I did.
No, you didn't. Because gravity, as defined by you, is just seeing a twisty torsion rod. That's the observed phenomenon, according to you. Yeah, it is. What was your observed phenomenon?
Yeah, man, you're ignored.
What was your observed phenomenon? Observed phenomenon, sir.
If anyone else wants to jump in, I'm open.
Observed phenomenon, sir.
If you've muted Heretic, you might want to unmute.
No, I didn't mute him. I'm just ignoring
one of the rules.
No, I didn't mute him. I'm just ignoring him.
Me, man.
I'm just saying I didn't mute him. I
didn't finish my fucking sentence. If you mute anyone, part of the rules of the server is if you personally mute from your end, part of the server is that we don't allow that, and you'll be automatically banned. So just don't do that.
He said that gravity is a dependent variable. It's the thing that he observed. It was the observed phenomenon that he wanted to try to demonstrate or test some sort of cause for.
Mm-hmm.
So basically now what your claim breaks down to is even stupider than what you said it was before. Now it's, oh, look, I see a twisty torsion rod. I'm calling that gravity. If gravity, then sphere. Twisty torsion rod, therefore sphere.
If you observe a phenomena, can you conclude that phenomena exists?
Yeah.
Yeah, so then boom, there you go. We observe the phenomenon, so then we can conclude that phenomenon exists. So P2 is true. So the argument is sound. So I win.
No, it's not sound. You don't win because you just told us that gravity, and this is the conditional, this is the thing that you need. If gravity, then sphere. You just told us that gravity is the observed phenomenon. That would be the twisty torsion rod. You see that thing twist, the Earth can only be a sphere.
No, hang on.
Yeah, no. Okay, look, that's what he said. T-Dub, Timbo, right?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
That's what he has to validate. Justify that. Connect the two.
Yeah, so what we observe is mass attracting mass, and the bar twists as a result. Right.
Oh, the bar twists as a result. You said that. Okay, so what's mass attracting mass?
Yeah, it's literally what we...
Is mass attracting mass gravity?
Yeah.
And mass attracting mass causes the bar to twist?
Yeah.
And the bar twisting is gravity, right?
No.
Oh, but that's what you said before.
That's literally not what I said.
No, yeah, it is. It literally is what you said, but maybe you just don't know enough about science to know what you said, because you said the dependent variable is gravity. Didn't you?
Yeah, it's the calculated force.
Yeah, the dependent variable is gravity, but now the cause is also gravity.
No, no.
Yeah, no, hang on. Yeah, the dependent variable, gravity, that would be your observed phenomenon. Now, the cause of the observed phenomenon, gravity. According to you, mass attracting mass, also gravity.
The twisty torsion bar it doesn't have anything to do with the experiment. It just
You tied yourself to knots. Oh, okay, so your observed phenomenon has nothing to do with your experiment. You are a total idiot.
Yeah,
dude.
that's not what I said.
Well, for it not to be a fallacy, you need to define what P and Q are in the context of the Cavendish experiment. You still haven't done that.
That's not what I'm saying. So
yeah, what you're saying is gravity causes gravity. You're saying your observed phenomenon is
Cavendish
gravity.
experiment.
You're saying your observed phenomenon is gravity, and your independent variable, your supposed cause, mass attracting mass, also gravity.
Yeah, I'm not going to talk to you anymore, dude. You keep muting me.
Yeah, you're not going to talk to me because you're just going to get blown out every single time.
Okay, and anyone else wants to engage, feel free.
I'd just like it answered.
Yeah, sure. So I'll give you an answer. So yeah, I'm not saying that the Cavendish experiment justifies if P then Q, right? The conditional, right? The if P then Q is justified by a direct proof, and we justify the antecedent, the premise 2, by Cavendish, right? So premise 2 is justified by Cavendish, not the conditional. I want to make that absolutely clear.
Yes.
Okay. Right. So to justify that gravity exists...
Let me get this straight, because it's been a bit all over the place, sorry. So if P, then Q, P, therefore Q. So if gravity, the Earth's a globe.
Yeah.
Gravity.
Yeah.
Therefore the Earth is a globe.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
So for that to be true, you need to look at...
For what to be
the
true?
correlation is between the two. It can't just be stated. There needs to be a correlation. So what's the correlation between the two?
Sorry, for what to be true?
We have a problem. He's not going to be able to give you the correlation because he's now defined gravity as both the dependent variable, the observed phenomenon, the effect, and also the cause, the independent variable. He doesn't know what gravity is. He's just slapping the gravity label here, there, and he's just putting that bullshit.
So it's an affirming the consequent unless he can define P and Q in the context of the Cavendish experiment.
Yeah,
and the claim about
the Cavendish experiment justifies premise 2, right? So it only applies to premise 2.
Because it's still a fallacy.
But originally we asked you
given
to
the
prove
correlation.
What correlation? What do you want me to correlate?
Originally we asked you to prove gravity, and you said
I did.
the Cavendish experiment.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So that would have to be your independent variable?
Right.
Yeah, so the independent variable is the measured mass, and the dependent variable...
So not gravity then?
Yeah, correct. Gravity is the observed effect.
Oh,
that's why
Cavendish isn't
premise 2 is
trying to prove gravity. Got it. Okay, so we can chuck Cavendish out.
Okay, so if you observe a phenomenon...
Wait, so do you think that the observed phenomenon is the thing that you try to prove with a scientific experiment?
Yeah, so when you observe...
You know that you're observing the phenomenon. That's not what you're trying to validate. You're trying to validate the cause.
Wait, hang on. Okay. Well, the cause is matter bending, but that's not relevant.
But the reasoning's flawed.
No, it isn't. Which
100% it is.
So what's
because you're stating that the only condition leading to the observed result is the existence of gravity, and that would be the Earth being a globe alone.
Wait, we gotta fix something real quick. Do you think that we think that it's a space disk or like a floating pizza planet? Do you actually think that that's what flat earthers believe?
No, I don't.
Okay. I'm just making sure because it's certainly not that.
Yeah, well, that's not really relevant to the syllogism page.
I'm reading the live stream and you can't see what I'm reading. Just never mind.
That's fine. That's cool. All right. I got you. Just glad we could clear that up.
So why are you trying to prove something that you observe?
For this
why are you trying to prove something that you claim to observe?
The observation is the proof, right? We observe this effect, so we know it is there.
Okay,
So
I've heard it enough times.
the Earth observes to be flat, so the Earth is flat.
Okay. Well, my syllogism.
And you're one of these people who says right.
Yeah. Oh, I'm one of those guys.
Got him from the fire.
So why didn't you just say that to begin with? Why didn't you just say, "Oh, well, we just observe it. I don't need an experiment."
Yeah.
No, the experiment leads to the observed effect.
Well, it's because
it leads to the observed. Oh, I see. So it's not observed in nature,
It's still
right?
flawed logic. Again, it's still flawed logic because you're believing that result, the existence of gravity, is the only evidence of the Earth being a globe.
No, that's not.
So
what I
there
believe.
could be other.
Nope,
well,
you're wrong.
there's other alternative explanations.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Well, you are. That's exactly what you've explained.
No, it's a justification for premise 2, right?
No, here's what
you have to show the correlation there.
Here's what you've said again and again now, and you've doubled down on this. You've said that your dependent variable, i.e. your observed phenomenon, is gravity, right? So basically what you're telling us, well, I see a torsion bar twist, therefore the Earth is a sphere.
No,
there's your logic stream. Yeah, it is.
Nope.
Okay, so yeah, let's do it again then. What's your dependent
Anyone
variable?
who knows logic.
What's your dependent variable? Is it gravity?
We've been over this. I'm not repeating myself.
Yeah, we had been over it, and you said gravity, didn't you? You said your dependent variable was gravity, didn't you?
Yeah, so if anyone else wants to engage.
Yeah, should we post a clip saying that, or are you just going to admit that that's what you said?
We've already been over this.
Yeah, we've been over it. Your dependent
so what was your Cavendish chant about then?
You said
so I have a syllogism, if P then Q, right?
Yeah, no, you got
right.
Oh my God.
So you got an observed phenomenon, which is gravity. You say that you see gravity, and in this case, that means a twisty torsion rod.
No, it's not.
Or it is. Which
so you're just wrong.
Sphere. Oh, what am I wrong about?
Objection.
That gravity means twisty torsion bar. It doesn't.
No, that's what you observed. What was the observed phenomenon in the Cavendish?
Was the balls attracting each other?
So twisty torsion rod.
No.
No, you don't know what Cavendish.
Torsion rod.
You don't know what Cavendish is, do you? You don't even know what.
So the balls are attached to. Do you Okay, yeah. So I'll explain it to you. The balls are attached to
this should be good.
The balls are attached to a string, okay, and that string is attached to a rod, okay. Do you understand that the rod, okay, is parallel to the surface of the Earth? Do you understand that?
They're attached with gravity.
Are they both?
No. Just parallel to the surface, right? Just to the lab surface.
Curving. It's not curving because it would have to be concentric, if anything, if it were curving, right? So
flat Earth approximation on the order of small surfaces relative to the size of the Earth. It's flat.
Yeah.
Welcome to flat Earth.
Yeah, dude,
flat everywhere, Einstein.
The fuck?
It's called the flat Earth approximation. Google it. Something that scientists and physicists use all the time.
It's an approximately flat sphere?
Correct. No. The sphere isn't approximately flat, right? A local surface.
Anyway, you're getting off the point. You told us that your dependent variable, the observed phenomenon was gravity. What you saw was a twisty torsion rod.
No, that's not what I saw. I saw two balls. So I saw two balls attracted to each other, and they're attached to rods, right? So the bar is going to twist, or the strings are
right. A twisty torsion rod, as I said. Therefore, Earth must be a sphere.
Even if it wasn't attached to a rod, it would still be attracted.
What the fuck are you talking about?
The rod has no bearing.
They'd be on the floor.
It just exists to measure the torsion.
They'd be on the shed floor.
Yeah, they'd be on the shed floor. Right, but because of friction, right, it can't move. Right, so that's why the torsion bars exist, to eliminate friction.
Yeah. So when you use a torsion bar, then in this so-called experiment, what you see is a twisty torsion rod, correct?
No,
you don't see a twisty torsion rod.
No, you see two balls being attracted to each other, and since they're attracted to a twisty torsion rod, the rod is going to move too.
Oh,
it's going to move.
So they're attracted to a twisty torsion rod, so you do see a twisty torsion rod.
No, they're not attracted to a twisty torsion rod.
Well, you just said they were.
No.
No, okay. Well, I guess
attracted. Sorry, they're attached, not attracted to. These are
this isn't going well for you.
It never
you're getting blown the fuck out.
Yeah, you say that every time.
At least you're admitting it.
You're assuming an attraction. You're assuming a force.
No, we observe an attraction, right? So a force is just a push and a pull.
No, sir. You observe movement.
Yeah, that's what an attraction is, dipshit.
He's saying it again. You observe attraction, and he's substituting the word attraction for gravity here. He's saying you observe gravity. Gravity is the observed phenomenon, the twisty torsion bar shit. He sees that, therefore the Earth must be a sphere. That's what his logic stream breaks down to.
And they'd attract even if they weren't on the rod after he agreed that they'd be on the floor, not moving.
And this is the hill that is determined to die on. He's not even going to try to produce curvature measurements. He's just going to double down to death on this stupid twisty torsion rod, therefore sphere illogic stream that he has.
Mm-hmm. So prove this force.
Mm-hmm.
Prove the force for us.
Do you know what a force is?
You don't.
Yeah. Can you just prove it? Prove that. Prove there's an attraction.
So what do you mean by
prove
force?
that attraction is the cause of the movement?
Yeah, so an attraction, right, is an acceleration, right? That's all it is. Something that leads to an acceleration, right? Prove it.
Prove
it's
it.
the
Don't
observed
just
phenomenon.
declare it. Prove that the movement was caused by attraction, a force.
Well, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just making known the phenomenon.
Oh, you're not saying, that's not what you're saying. But you just said that's what you're saying.
No, I even said this earlier that it doesn't matter the cause of gravity, right? We still observe it. Right. When Cavendish made his experiment, he didn't know what was causing gravity, but he still observed it. Right? You can observe a phenomenon without knowing its cause.
He didn't know what was causing something to move.
Do you agree? Do you agree that you can? Do you agree that? Nope. No, I don't agree.
He didn't know what was causing something to move. Is that correct?
Sorry, can you repeat your question?
He didn't know what was causing something to move.
He didn't know what caused the attraction. Correct.
Attraction. Can you prove that attraction, please?
Yeah.
Prove the attraction caused the motion.
Do you know what an attraction? That's what an attraction.
Prove attraction
you're
caused
categorically
the
wrong
motion.
here. You're categorically wrong here.
Attraction caused motion.
What you're asking is tautological, so no. Again, you'd know this if you opened a physics textbook.
So you have no way to prove the cause of the motion.
Because what you're asking is unintelligible. That's why.
Why? We're looking at an effect, motion, right? We're looking at an effect, motion, right? It must have a cause, right? You're looking for a cause for the motion. Right. So how do we do that in science?
Yeah, so we find some independent variable, right, and then we test it.
And we manipulate it, right? We manipulate that independent variable, right? Yeah. Right. So what was done to establish that attraction is the cause of motion?
Right. So we have Newton's equations, and our experiment verifies them. So that's why.
What experiment?
Cavendish's.
Thank you.
Oh my God, this is circular reasoning, boy.
No. What premise is restated in the conclusion?
You missed it, because what's Newton's hypothesis?
Newton's it's not relevant. What's relevant
because that's how you got that. So
Newton's law of gravity?
Yeah, what did he say his hypothesis was?
G M1 M2 over
no, his hypothesis, not the formula.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Hypothesis with reference to what? This isn't.
Now he's saying that Cavendish's independent variable was attraction.
No, I didn't. I said it's the mass.
You just did. You said the Cavendish proved attraction causes motion.
When did I say that?
You just said it a moment ago.
Well, this is recorded, so go back on the stream and then find it. Because I didn't.
Oh my fucking God, mate! I just asked you how was that proven in science, and you referred back to the Cavendish experiment.
How was what proven? The attraction? No. So the cause behind the attraction. The cause of the attraction. No. Right. The cause of the attraction isn't studied by Cavendish. It's studied by Einstein.
Well, then what was the experiment? The scientific experiment which validates attraction causes motion.
No, again, this is tautological. Attraction is motion. This is how it's defined in physics. An attraction is some acceleration.
Wrong. That's begging the question. That's circular reasoning.
Okay, what premise is restated in the conclusion? How is it circular?
Because motion is the observed effect. Mm-hmm. The cause is supposedly attraction.
Nope, wrong.
Well, then how are you validating that motion is attraction?
Because that's how it's defined in physics. An attraction is some acceleration of an object, and these objects are accelerating.
How was it validated?
Because we observe an acceleration of the object.
So we observe an acceleration, not an attraction.
That's how attraction is defined. Again.
So attraction is assumed.
Okay, if I say water is H2O, is that assumed?
How was it validated?
If I say water is H2O, is that assumed?
So it's just declared. So it's just declared.
H2O.
Is it just declared that motion equals attraction?
Acceleration equals attraction, and acceleration is motion. Like, kinda. It's the second derivative of the motion function.
So are you just declaring it, or are you validating that somehow?
Validate what?
An observed acceleration.
Is he saying that acceleration equals attraction?
Observations and measurements.
Yes, he is.
All acceleration is attraction, Nate?
Yes.
All acceleration.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
Define acceleration.
The rate of change of the velocity.
And that's always attraction.
That's literally how it's defined. Yeah.
No, it's not. It's defined as the rate of change of velocity.
Uh-huh.
That's attraction?
Yes.
So if I'm, turning left in my car, that's attraction?
Yeah. The tires are attracted to the ground. Those forces interact. That's why you turn, because of the static. What's the word? Friction. Because of static friction. Right. It's causing a circular. It's causing an acceleration, not in the change of speed, but in the change of direction of the velocity vector. Again,
Correct.
you know this if you took physics.
No, I do know that. That's why I'm asking you these questions.
Yeah. So you got your answer.
It's causing. Right? It's causing something. How was that validated?
Okay, I'm going to explain this one more time. All right. So the attraction is what we observe. Right? It's an acceleration. Right? So objects are accelerating towards something else. That by definition, that's an attraction. When an object, right, accelerates towards something else.
How?
Okay. How? No, there's no how. I'm telling you.
No, prove that it's accelerating towards it because there's a mutual attraction there.
Because there's a mutual. That's not relevant.
Okay, so that's not your claim then. You're not saying that masses attract. You're just saying that acceleration. Shut up. You're just saying that acceleration is attraction. You're not even saying that the masses necessarily attract. Well, that's what you just told me now, but I bet your answer is going to be different now when I ask you this time.
What does that even mean? Mass necessarily attracts mass.
What the fuck, dude? So you don't even know what your own claim means.
No, you don't. So I'm asking.
No, you don't. You're not even saying now that the masses necessarily attract each other. You're just saying acceleration equals attraction. Oh, but the masses attracting each other? No, I didn't say that.
Yeah, so by definition, when two objects accelerate toward each other, they're attracted to each other.
Prove it that there's an acceleration. That they're accelerating towards one another because there's a mutual attraction there. Prove that.
Again, you're asking me to prove. Okay, prove that H2O is water.
Okay, so that was a quick dodge.
Yeah, no, prove it. Prove that H2O is water.
So what, is this a concession that you can't prove it?
No, this is an explanation of what you're asking is unintelligible, right? It's by definition, an attraction is when one object is accelerating toward another object.
Okay, prove that it's accelerating towards that object because there's a mutual attraction between them.
Again, oh my god, yeah, I'm done with you.
Can't do it?
I can't do it to somebody who doesn't understand what physics is.
Can we get a definition? Can we get a physics definition of acceleration?
Yeah, so it's the rate of change of velocity.
So where's attraction in that?
That's how it's defined.
I didn't hear attraction.
Okay, so attraction is defined as the rate of change of velocity from one object in reference to another.
Attraction is now defined as acceleration. I thought acceleration, that's how you defined acceleration, not attraction.
You asked me how to define. I said.
So we're kind of in the weeds. We should probably get back to the contingency between this observed phenomenon, twisty torsion rod, i.e., what he calls gravity, and the globe. Because that was the claim. That's what we've been pressing him on, and I think he's probably relieved that we've been kind of letting up on that the past little bit.
Right. Yeah. True.
Yeah. I mean, he's not even arguing for a mutual attraction between the masses now. He's just saying, "Hey, man, acceleration is attraction." So, I mean, it's devolved into incoherence, and we're off the point, which I think benefits him.
Yeah. So when I say I observe an attraction, I'm saying that I observe two objects accelerating toward one another. Maybe I'll add the modifier without outside influence. I'll say that.
You already said that if gravity, then Earth's sphere. We asked you what gravity is. You said it was the observed phenomenon. You said it was, in essence, twisty torsion rod in this case.
Nope. That's where you go.
Oh, so you don't see a twisty torsion rod in the Cavendish?
You do.
You do. Okay, so that would be the observed phenomenon. That's what you're applying label gravity to.
No, hold on. Pause. Right. So the balls move, right, and they're attached to the. Okay, fine. I'll say this. you have two observed phenomena. You have the balls moving and the rod moving too. Okay, there.
Yeah. Balls and rod, twisty, movie,
Yeah.
therefore sphere.
There you go. Yeah. Boom.
Yeah. Okay, now
You
validate,
Logic 101.
validate the contingency. Validate the contingency. You saw twisty balls and rod, therefore the Earth must be a sphere. Justify that.
Sure, yeah. So just take a look at my syllogism.
No. Justify it right now with your words and the understanding that you have.
No, because I already have.
No, because you already have it, and this is what people who never do validate their claims do. They just say, I've already done it, even though they never actually did it, so that they never have to do it. They just keep repeating over and over, I already did it.
Okay, how about this? Define contingency.
But here, if you already did it, you would just be able to do it now. It wouldn't be a problem. You wouldn't have to say, I already did it, I'm not going to.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so I said the contingency is the logical structure, right? That's what contingency means.
No, we don't need the logical structure. We need you... See, you did this already where you said it was a vacuous conditional if we inserted something in there like Mr. Clean.
Yeah, so I don't even know what you're asking for at this point.
Yeah, we're asking for you to demonstrate the logical connection between twisty balls and rod and the Earth necessarily being a sphere.
Can you define logical connection for me?
Can you validate? No, I guess you don't know what a logical connection is.
I don't even know what you're asking. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't know what a logical connection is, so no wonder you so
you
much
guys, yeah, you can't even answer my question.
Yeah, you don't know what a logical connection is, so no wonder why you thought there might have been one between twisty bars and rods, right, and the Earth being a sphere.
Yeah, quid pro quo. Answer mine, and I'll answer yours.
No, I asked mine first. Give me the logical connection. You don't know what a logical connection is? Then I guess you really have no hope in this world.
I do.
Logical.
Yeah, so this was your proof C of Earth curvature. You said that it must necessarily exist. It is a contingent requisite fact, right, of the twisty balls and rods, right?
No, not right. That's not what contingent means.
Okay. Well, help me out then.
Sure. So in classical logic, a contingency is something that can be true in one interpretation but false in another.
Oh, okay.
So, like, what are you asking for here?
We're asking for you to demonstrate that twisty balls and rods equals a sphere Earth, like you came out saying.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Same thing we've been asking for about, 2 hours now.
So do you agree that my syllogism is valid?
Now you're back to talking about the logical form itself.
Yeah, because you're asking for a logical connection, so that has to do with its logical form. That literally, yeah, two things are logically connected, right? If you can derive logically one thing from another, which is precisely what I sent you in DMs, and you didn't engage with that.
I don't have any DMs for you.
Yeah, check your message requests.
Okay, will do after this. After you demonstrate.
No.
Torsion rod.
That DM is the demonstration.
Okay, I'll take a look. Someone else can take over while I see what he typed.
Yeah.
So would anyone else like to engage? I've already been at this for like an hour, and we're going in circles.
Yeah.
Yes, you've been going in circles for 3 hours.
Yeah. So I'll give you guys one more chance. Okay. Which premise do you disagree with?
Do you have ears? Do you understand what circular reasoning is?
Yeah. It's when a premise is stated in its conclusion.
You understand. I didn't ask you to define it. So the cookies that I left out for Santa, they're gone in the morning. Therefore, Santa Claus exists.
Uh-huh.
Do you agree that Santa Claus exists?
So is that a conditional statement?
No, I'm asking you.
No.
But the cookies are gone.
Yeah.
So you do agree. You do agree that Santa Claus exists.
No.
You're acknowledging the cookies are absent.
Uh-huh. So this is an abductive argument, which is categorically different.
Do you see the parallels between this and your globe reification stunt?
No, because that's abduction and this is deduction.
Well, maybe you should think about the parallels of it.
Maybe you should Google what abduction is. Define abduction for me.
Maybe.
Okay, I'm putting him back on track. You must answer directly. You've made a claim. You've made a claim if gravity, and you've defined gravity as the observed phenomenon of the twisty balls and torsion rods, right? If that, then the sphere Earth. You have to validate that claim.
Okay, good. So now you're asking for a justification of premise one. So that's the direct proof that I was offering this whole time. So would you like it now?
Yes.
Awesome. All right, 1 second.
Is it because you said so?
He's off looking in the woods.
Look at him mute these people.
I like this show.
It's a good show.
Just make sure he answers to that. Otherwise, we just got to get rid of him.
I posted something in the live stream chat. That's my final answer to it all. I don't know why it keeps going messed up in the formatting, but yeah.
He already reduced his premise 1 to just being acceleration.
Yeah. Attraction equals acceleration.
Okay,
It's like,
so
okay,
acceleration. Force sphere.
Yeah. And so there isn't necessarily even an acceleration between the masses, according to him. He's just calling acceleration attraction. But it's stupid, and it's a derivative thing, I think, to get hung up on, which he probably likes because it gets him off the hook from his core claim. Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
According to one source here, it says a force of attraction is any type of force that causes objects to come together.
Right.
Even if those objects are not close to or touching each other. The first force that causes attraction is the gravitational force. So this is claiming that gravity causes attraction.
But he's saying that gravity is what he's calling attraction.
Right.
Which would be his observed phenomenon. And then he said that gravity is mass attracting mass, which he said was the cause at another point. So in this conversation, he has said several times that the cause is the effect, is the cause is the effect. And he's DMing Phil on what the hell to do now.
Like he's just to be like, well, every word just supports my syllogism.
Well, he's hung up on the form. He thinks that as long as he has a coherent logical form, he can just insert whatever he wants into that.
Just while it's quiet for a second here, Buster. Sorry, I just seen your message, but if you haven't done VC check-in, I'm happy to meet you up there and we can have a chat.
So, if birds, then tow trucks. It's a valid logical form, right? So there's my proof.
I feel like a good question to ask him after this topic, if that's possible, as to who measured the Earth and when, because I don't see how he can get around that one.
He doesn't feel that
he doesn't want to do that. He answered point blank to that. No, don't have those measurements. He says that this is it. This is the hill he wants to die on.
How is he making any measurements or references then?
He's not. He's just trying to obfuscate from having any. Or not having any, for that matter.
If P, the thing I can't verify, then Q, the thing I cannot verify.
Yeah, and the logical form is sound, so it must be.
Yeah, he doesn't sound too concerned about the globe anyways. He sounds like he's has outer space travel plans in his future. Hopes.
He's already there.
What, he's already a space cadet? Oh, wow. Oh, man.
Why is this taking so long?
Why he's stalling.
What are we waiting
He's
on?
looking for what he doesn't have.
What the
Maybe
correlation
he's hoping that we'll
between?
forget that we were pressing
Like-
him on this, and he'll come back and argue something.
Well, what is it
derivative,
though?
Like what he
is
thinks
it, though?
acceleration means.
Oh, okay.
Recording.
We're already arguing something derivative, but hey, this is the hill he wants to die on.
Acceleration.
This is what he's saying demonstrates the curvature of the Earth. Twisty balls
Acceleration
and
is
torsion rods.
acceleration is a change in rate and speed over time, right?
He inserted another modus ponens inside the original one, which was that if torsion bar twist, then gravity. Torsion bar twist, therefore gravity.
Where is he getting his equation from?
It's just a modus ponens logical syllogism. And he's just inserting nonsense into it. If Mr. Clean, then toe tanks. That's about equivalent to what he's argued.
If acceleration, if acceleration, then attraction. If attraction, then twisty torsion bars. If twisty torsion bars, then mass attracting mass. Then mass attracting mass, then gravity. Then if gravity, then curvy ball.
It would really help if he could even say what gravity was, because he flip-flops between it being his independent variable and his observed phenomenon. He doesn't even know what it is, but if this thing, which he doesn't know what it is, then globe, and this thing, which he doesn't know what it is definitely confirmed.
At one point, I swore I heard him say matter bending. But I was listening a half an hour behind trying to catch up. And the funny thing was, all the comments in the live stream were matching up to the 30-minute delay. I mean, it's just.
What up? Anybody want to talk about it? Or just listen about it? Talk or listen, talk or listen. No? Okay. Nobody? All right.
Cavendish.
What's up?
Dude, I ain't got no AC in my truck. I'm hurting. Yeah. That kid was quite entertaining. He couldn't give the contingent necessity of why gravity means globe. Because everything he tried to do was prove gravity exists in itself. Right? Not that gravity existing in itself means that the Earth must be a globe. So just pointing back to gravity, right, as a validation of your if statement, you know, if gravity exists, right, okay, define what you mean by that. Then Earth is a globe. Gravity exists, therefore Earth is a globe, right? He just focused on proving the first part, right? So he's trying to prove gravity, just that gravity exists, that's it. Rather than prove that something about gravity existing means that Earth must be a globe. For example, if sphere, then curvature. Okay, a sphere is defined by continuous curvature. So it must have curvature. It cannot be otherwise. So if there's a sphere, there must be curvature. It cannot be otherwise. It's a contingent necessity. So if sphere is true, then the contingent that exists, if sphere is true, curvature must be present. So if sphere, then curvature. Sphere, therefore curvature. That's true. It's self-evidently true. Right? You don't even have to prove it. That's in the definition of what a sphere is. But just saying if gravity, therefore Earth's a globe, is not sufficient. Because there's nothing necessitating the Earth be a globe because of gravity. unless he can demonstrate that, which he failed to do. He just tried to prove gravity over and over again. It's like, if gravity, therefore sphere. Okay, how do you prove gravity then? Oh, I dropped something. There, that's gravity, therefore sphere. Like, that doesn't follow. There's no necessity there. And he failed to demonstrate, when asked, by the way, multiple times in the text chat about it. Now, check this out. The entire time he was doing this entire charade, he was being demonstrated a paper by a professor who happens to be a glober, demonstrating how mass attracts mass to the center of mass. Standard Newtonian gravitation mathematics works just fine if the Earth is flat. So I kept on providing him that information. So his if gravity, therefore globe, was proven false multiple times mathematically. So it's not necessary that the Earth must be a globe. Now, why is it that then, after being pressed, he changed his story from, it's not that it has to be a globe, it's that if gravity, therefore the Earth can't be flat. So he changed it. Now, why did he change it, friends? Well, we all know the reason, don't we? It's the exact reason that we told him in the beginning. But he denied, which is this. He was imagining the Earth as a floating space disk. Right? So at the entire end of the entire charade, he admitted pizza Earth floating in space, and he lost his entire gambit. Because he's applying something to a charade and a canard that has nothing to do with what the flat Earth, quote-unquote, community believes in or purports to be true. And by the way, it's retarded anyway, because I want you guys to think about this. These people who think they're so smart, I really want you guys to take a pause and just simmer on what I'm about to say. These people think they're so smart that they come in here and say, if the Earth was a flat disk, the forces of gravity would turn it into a globe. Why? Think about it. If you have a flat disk that has tension or force to the center and counter tension or counter force away from the center, right? The radials to the center are planar in nature. They're not competing against each other. They're at equilibrium. So they're claiming that an object at equilibrium, understand that, friends, equilibrium, would all of a sudden spontaneously collapse into a ball. That is stupid. So even their attempt to strawman the flat Earth with the floating space pizza is retarded on its face. A disk, a solid structure that's at equilibrium, where the forces are balanced, is not going to crush itself spontaneously for no reason. Just proving that they have no idea what they're talking about. They're not even willing to critique the flat Earth position as it is. They make up a straw man, and then they can't even accurately critique the straw man because they're too stupid. I rest my case. All right, should we listen to some more bot? All right.
No. I was just going to say.
I like your synopsis of it better, actually, than the actual recording.
Well, some people were complaining. Let me wrap up real quick. Some people were complaining that we let it go on so long. But by letting it go on, we got to the fruition of the claim we made in the beginning, which he is doing a false claim about a space pizza, and then he admitted it in the end. And on his way out the door, he said, "Oh, if one of you guys can provide me evidence that gravity would work on a flat Earth, then you might have something to say," even though we'd been posting it the entire time. So he basically shot himself in the foot. All right, I got to take a call.
Yeah, I think we could have made it to that conclusion more swiftly, but we got some good sound bites from him.
We need a twisty torsion rod, therefore globe meme.
Yeah,
It was literally his argument. But the thing with those guys is, like, once they're pinned on whatever it is they're saying, they'll instantly just change it to something else and say, no, I never said that, right? Because initially he's trying to validate the independent variable of gravity, right? But then later on in the conversation, gravity becomes the dependent variable. Gravity's just what he saw, so that would just be the twisty ball and rod, right?
That defeats the whole purpose in presenting
Yeah.
it as evidence for gravity, because that's what we asked for, an experiment which proves gravity. Well, if he's claiming in the first instance that, oh no, that's just a given, that's the axiom, then don't need, should have at the beginning said, don't need to present an experiment to prove gravity. Gravity is what I'm observing, and we could have gone from there. But he was just circling around. He was just.
Yeah. If it's just an observed phenomenon, what do you need the experiment for? Not trying to validate any cause for the observed phenomenon. You're just looking at it and going, well, that phenomenon can only occur if it's a globe. And that would be where the contingency lies that he couldn't justify. But, I mean, like, just the way that they'll constantly change the claim will just confuse the whole conversation, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, as far as sophists go, he was actually pretty good at that.
Yeah. And in principle, I understand what AI is saying about that. The link that he provides, that like I understand in principle that if it was a flat, if we're an object at equilibrium, like a flat disk, he essentially saying that the center of gravity would be a line along into horizontal axis, right? The object, basically. But I don't understand the math in the link. I don't feel confident enough to be able to argue that point in like.
Yeah, my thoughts too. I would like to hear what his response to AI would have been with that. But another thing, though, too, is that when he's just saying that all gravity is the observed phenomenon of the balls and rods, right? It's like, well, why do I even have to justify that can happen on a flat plane? Because, like, the argument is completely fallacious and invalid and incoherent anyway. Like, I mean, like, so he's just saying, oh, I just saw, balls draw towards each other and then they go away and they come back towards each other, whatever, the twisty rod stuff. He's just saying, when he calls it the dependent variable, that if he sees that, the Earth must be a sphere. So I don't even know why I would need to argue that can happen on a plane or any kind of Earth. Like,
also with his he said it's gravity is the dependent variable. It's just what he's observing. He then changes that to mass attracts mass.
Yeah, cause becomes effect, becomes cause, becomes effect.
Right, and then when we point out that that's out of date and it's superseded by alien gravity, just turns around and says, "Well, that's legitimate." Like that mass attracts mass is the result of kind of explained. As like and then no matter what we pointed out, he just
Yeah, he did that thing where they say that Einstein just gave more detail, basically. He just expanded on what Newton gave us, which isn't true, right? It's not true. Obviously, Einstein's mechanics superseded Newton's, but he made the claim that they collapse into one another. So we asked him for citation of that. And what he did eventually bring was a quote from somebody saying, well, they should collapse into one another, and no demonstration of them actually doing that. Do you remember that?
I never have a demo.
It was somewhere in there. He just brought a quote. I can't remember of who. Somebody saying that, well, they should reduce into one another, and it wasn't shown that they do.
I just got was just trying to loop back to be able to justify into Cavendish. Like, if we said demonstration, please, he would just try and loop back to Cavendish as like evidence would occur. but
Yeah.
that's not demonstrating it.
Yeah.
Whole purpose was to try and just get us to just go into the weeds of the Cavendish experiment.
Right. Because whenever he was asked point blank for curvature, he said, nope, don't have it. Don't have the measurements, can't provide it. Didn't even want to, try at that, which was actually pretty smart on his part. And kind of stupid on our part to keep indulging him in circles and all this nonsense in the weed stuff. Because most of them, they will bite on that. They'll be like, oh, no, I got the curve measurement. And they'll go for whatever, Eratosthenes, whatever they got. And, of course, that's not going to work out. Obviously, this sophist understood that that wouldn't work out. And so he wanted to just keep it off in the weeds on something derivative. It doesn't really prove anything either way, where he could just argue purely about a logical form and not even about what he's putting in it, per se.
Yeah, his logical form, that was all designed. He wanted us to question P2, right? So 1, and he's got Q1, right? So if gravity and sphere Earth, right? And then he goes to gravity, therefore Earth, right? Modus ponens. I was coming from it. Prove P1, right? He was saying, well, that's no, I don't have to prove P1. He was saying, I have to prove P2, right? Is his, or the modus ponens. And that would lead us back into Cavendish. That was his game. That was all his game was. And us to get past that, back into the Cavendish, quote unquote.
Yeah, it was outrageous. He doesn't know anything about experiments, though. He exposed that many times along the way. So, I mean, that wasn't really so smart of him.
No.
To make his whole argument about an experiment when he doesn't even know the basic facts of how an experiment works. Because we had to tell him what the IV was early in the conversation. He didn't know what that was. If he knew what either of them were, though, he wouldn't have said that gravity was the dependent variable. Flying by the seat of his pants.
Yeah. Even like I've asked which validates gravity. It started with this experiment. I said, "What's the dependent variable?" It said the gravitational force field between two masses. And I pointed out that would be begging the question. It corrected itself and said, didn't even apologize. It just restated the claim, but changed part two.
Yeah.
Two masses between, right? So it corrected itself. He should have, like when we point out that, he should have been saying, what's the distance between two masses? That's my dependent variable. We can then shut that down. And like, what? Observe distance between two things. They're like, what?
Right. Yeah. I mean, I just couldn't believe how many times we let him rehash the same shit. I mean, it was literally the same conversation for so long. It was just
Yeah, justify that the existence of gravity, as you've defined it, necessitates a sphere Earth. It was just that. Just that one question, basically, on repeat forever. I could see why people would get annoyed listening to that.
Yeah,
But we didn't even get to the end that AI was talking about, where it turns out that he was strawmanning us with a space disc, right? And he was saying that, yeah, gravity cannot work if the Earth is a space disk, which he said he wasn't saying at one point in the conversation, but at the end, he drops an article to try to validate his contingency, the logical link between gravity and the globe. And the article is talking about gravity and how it won't work if the Earth is a space disk. So he was saying that all along. But I don't know. Like, he might have just grabbed the first article he Googled or something like that, and it just happened to, collapse back in on something that he had said earlier. But then again, like, I don't know. I don't know if, like, necessarily being right is the angle that a guy like that is going for. I think what he wants to do is spin our wheels, which he did kind of do.
probably on behalf of someone else that was in.
Yeah. Most likely, because Phil was really triggered in my DMs that night. So he was obviously talking to the dude too. And the dude kept saying, "Oh, I gotta go check my DMs," and, "Oh, okay, let me go get this argument for you that I already made, that I now have to research." Yeah, it was pretty wild. I would just say for me, I would try to be more succinct next time.
Every time anybody tried to be succinct, he would say, "No, that's not my argument." So I don't think being more succinct would help you with that guy.
Yeah, that's true. Because, like I was saying, he will just change it to something else.
Yeah.
At that point, I mean, you might as well just call him a liar. I don't know. I mean, I kind of see the use of the QE treatment in that case, where you just say you're retarded, sit on mute until you can figure yourself out.
Absolutely.
While we let the monkey dance for about 3 hours longer than that.
$3 on top of an hour and some change?
Something like
That's
that.
nuts.
Yeah, it was a marathon. I don't know why we do that. We must hate ourselves.
Dependent variable must be presented in its most simplest, rawest form. You're just simply stating what you observe. You don't presume anything else about it. Just what you observe visually.
Yeah. So if you
That's
remove all the, philosophy 101 pseudo intellectual speak, it reduces down to I saw a twisty torsion bar with a ball on it. That can only happen if the Earth's a sphere.
Well, when I pushed him about, well, where do you observe that in nature? You're just observing that within a man-made, just or whatever.
Yeah.
One moving towards another, conflating that mass and attraction. He's making assumptions there. And I said, when I pushed him about if it's an attraction, he went into that just all movement is attraction.
That was pretty wild.
Yeah, okay. So the reason I pushed him on that was if he goes with that, then that's his gravity. Then by physics standards, he's explaining all phenomenon, all moving motion, right?
Yeah.
Equating to
all
gravity.
acceleration. Yeah.
All acceleration. So there is in physics. Then they don't need any other forces, electromagnetic, anything. Just gravity. That's all they need.
See, this is another example of how he kept changing his claim as he went along, though, because he was failing to demonstrate attraction in the Newtonian sense of gravity. So then he just moved to calling any acceleration attraction, and then said, oh, therefore I've demonstrated attraction because something changed in velocity. Therefore the Earth's a sphere.
Right. Exactly. And we could present, I could have presented at that point the standard model, excluding.
We could have, but I think I took us off of that and said, let's just go back to his contingency here because this is where he wants us on something derivative.
Right. Yeah.
But it would have been interesting to see. I mean, I don't know. It would have just been more nonsense piled on top of nonsense. He proved himself adept at doing that every step of the way, so he would have just done it again.
Yeah. Yeah. I just wanted to point out that his premise was false, faulty.
Yeah. All acceleration is attraction.
It's not.
The balls in the rod, they change in velocity. Therefore, even if they're not moving towards each other per se, we're going to call that attraction because that's what we call acceleration. It was pretty good tap dancing. I'll give it that. Hilarious clown show. I don't know if he really needs Phil's DMs, though. He's a better sophist than Phil.
A lesson learned, I guess.
Well, I mean, it was over so many times, and we just kept rehashing it. I could see that being tedious. And it was really funny how, like, I just broke down what he was saying. In essence, to the twisty torsion rod equaling the sphere Earth. And he just said over and over again, no, 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 no. No, you're wrong. That's not what I'm saying at all. No, 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 no. And he's like, okay, I'm going to put it in a logical form and I'll be right back. And I'll tell you what I actually mean. And he came back with it in his logical form, stating exactly what I had said it breaks down into. So the same thing he said over and over again, no, 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 that's not what I'm saying. He came back and said that.
Because he asserted another modus ponens within one, didn't he?
Yeah.
Inserted just to be the justification for his, connecting gravity with sphere Earth. What was it? If torsion bar and gravity.
Yeah, exactly. And when I broke it down to that in its essence, right, he said, no, that's not what I'm saying. Then he came and he gave us the modus ponens for gravity, and it was that, exactly.
Yeah. But it could be infinite fallacy. You could then ask him to find the connection between that.
Well, I mean, it's at a point where you might as well just state his claim in layman's terms, so the whole audience can make no mistake about how stupid it is, and then just move on. Because on its face, it's retarded. Like, what did you actually see? Oh, the twisty rod thing. Okay, that therefore necessitates the existence of a globe Earth. Uh-huh. Nice story. Next. Like, who's going to be listening and go, you know what? Actually, yeah, I think that twisty torsion rod does mean that the Earth's a sphere. Well, if somebody does listen in and think that, please join this panel and tell us why. Because he couldn't. And I couldn't tell you either. So, if you know how twisty torsion rod means that the world is a sphere, please join and tell us. Well, that's right, but like AI said, he had to change that claim too. Turns out, no, that's not even necessarily true. It doesn't necessarily have to be a sphere. Just can't be a flat Earth. Oh, define flat Earth space pizza disc. Ugh. Well, he got 3 hours of mileage though on that nonsense, which I would say, you know what? That's a +1 to him in a way.
Yeah, he got his.
I mean, when the claim is so fundamentally retarded when you break it down, and he's able to spin it for that long, that's a bit of a craft in and of itself. I'll admit it.
If I was to listen to it again, I would only listen again to count how many times he told you he wasn't going to engage with you anymore.
That was funny. Another lie, too. Eh?
Yeah, yeah, definitely. What should have should have just linked to task on curvature. Really good at that. That's your niche.
What's that?
Specialty is just like holding overs to task on the curvature name.
Yeah,
That's
he didn't
where
want to go there.
really should have just gone there, and if he just refused it, like you said, just gone on mute until he was willing to address.
Yeah.
Either way, if you want to say well, it necessitates that there would be measurable curvature, reality,
Yeah.
consequence, or if you say that sphere Earth is requisite for your gravity, either way,
Right.
should have been held.
Yeah, it is more like that, isn't it? The sphere Earth is more like the requisite for the gravity claim that he has. But yeah, he knew better than to even attempt proving curvature. He ran right away from that every time pressed on it. And I mean, it was just outright, nope, don't have it, nope, can't demonstrate it, no. At that point, it's, you could almost just call that a soundbite and be like, all right, who's next? Because that's what we're looking for here. This guy doesn't have it. It's going to spin our wheels with something stupid instead.
And I hear that Protothad had been had some amnesty.
What's that?
Protothad granted
Yeah.
amnesty. Have you spoken to him since unbanned or?
No. Flat Plains Drifter had a conversation with him in another server where, well, about deflection of the vertical?
Right, yep.
Well, Protothad says that, in essence, yeah, it is accounted for when you measure reciprocal zeniths because the deviation of Plum due to the tilt because of the curve, right? That deviation is measured relative to the deflection. So, like, the theodolite basically knows where the plumb line is deflected to, and then however much divergence there is from that, that's your tilt due to the curvature. So, I want to hear Indio talk to him about that. To be honest. Yeah, what do you think of that?
Wait, is this like some sort of weird Einsteinian shit? Like that, like what? Well, think of it as a straight line.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just
think of it as a straight line because, in all practicality, that's what it is. Even though In reality, that's not what it is.
Why is everything that they observe not what they observe? They can treat it as if it is what they're observing.
I don't know. I want to hear that conversation more in depth. I'll post a screen cap that I got from Flat Plains Drifter of that. One sec. Yeah. So the deviation of the plumb line due to the tilt because of the curve, right, that's measured relative to the deflection and the curvature of the plumb line. AI, are you listening right now?
Yes.
What do you think of what Mr. Protothad wrote there?
You said listening, not looking. Listening.
Yeah.
There's no way I can read that.
All right, fair. Let me see if it's worth reading out on the stream. It's a bit long. Let's see. That's not that long. Flat Plains Drifter asks Protothad if vertical deflection is accounted for when measuring reciprocal zenith angles. Simple answer, according to Protothad, yes. The longer answer, yes, because theodolites measure relative to actual vertical, as in the direction of the plumb line, and not the normal to a reference geoid or the like. So deflection of the vertical does not impact the determination. That was paragraph 1. Should I continue?
Without a reference, how do you know its attitude relative to the alleged gravitational vector? You have no idea what you're measuring.
Yeah.
But that's not the point. The point of the reciprocal zenith angles is that if you go from one point to another, that there's going to be an optical difference, right? Because that's what you're measuring, an optical difference.
Yeah.
Because you're aiming the theodolite optically at the other one. Okay. There's no mechanical connection between the two, so you're relying on optics, right? Yeah. So let's just say that the other one appears in a differential location than you would expect it, based on ideal geometry. Right. So it appears lower than you think it should, and so you mark that out, right? But you don't measure those plumb lines in reality. You draw them on a piece of paper, right? And you get the angles off of that relative to each other.
Yeah,
that's it. So in other words, they don't have to be measuring plumb line at all, but they do attempt to level them as best they can at the location that they're at. They then assume that level's horizontal, and they get the off angle from that. And they think that those are perfectly reciprocal to the other. The only way for them to be perfectly reciprocal is if you have an ideal model, which you don't. Now, there will be discrepancy, right?
Yeah.
Within a certain margin. But the margins that are almost always presented, like for one example, Jesse Kozlowski, when he came in here, our main surveyor, I think they're one and the same person. And they had this. All of their stuff was done on a piece of paper. Like all the math, all the interpretation that it was a globe is just on paper. So they didn't measure any plumb lines. They didn't create a plumb line, out in free space as a reference. It's all on paper. You'll find that most of what they do is on a paper atmosphere or an orthographic atmosphere or a model, right? Something that's not present in reality that they're applying this mathematics to with certain assumptions. Yeah. And if you look at their models, you'll see the assumptions they're making. And once you recognize the assumptions they're making, you'll then have to ask them to prove those assumptions in the first instance. And it's the proof in the first instance that they always don't seem to have.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Like, for example, we had Ruhif in here the other day saying, if the Earth was flat, the horizon would be at the midline of your vision. The horizon has a drop angle to it, therefore the Earth's a globe. It's like, dude, did you even think about what you're saying critically? Did the sky between you and the ground just disappear and not exist? I mean, think about it. If you're standing on a flat Earth and you're 6 feet tall, or 6'3" in my case, let's just say 6 feet to my eyeballs, right? For rough estimate. My eyeballs are 6 feet off the ground. If my eye line is horizontal and the ground is horizontal, is there not 6 feet of differential there? Right? So think about it this way. The only way for the horizon to render at exactly midline in my vision is if that 6 feet disappeared.
Right.
Now, by making this claim, the Glober doesn't understand that he's, one, admitting he has absolutely no clue how optics function, right? The vanishing point, the Rayleigh criterion, all of these things, perspective, they're admitting that. But they're also admitting that they're not accounting for this disappearance. Because the standard claim, when you look out, right, in perspective, is that things disappear from your ability to resolve them. But they're omitting that from their attempt to strawman the flat Earth, proving, right, that they recognize that it's present, that the omission of this space, right, in your field of view is crucial. So they're recognizing that it's crucial, yet disregarding on how to deal with it, admitting that they're full of crap. So step one, they disregard it. That's one thing. If you disregard it ignorantly, fine. But by admitting that they know it should be there and then disregarding it, they're being intellectually dishonest to themselves and to everyone else they're speaking to. Like, these people really think that if the Earth was flat, that you would see an ideal geometry with perfect vision and an infinite amount of propagation angles. It's like they just don't get it.
With all that wild distortion, all those refractive effects that they talk about all the time going on. Crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, according to them, the path of light only has to arc ever so slightly for you to see something completely other than what's there. But let's just compare everything to our ideas of what should happen based in ideal geometry.
Who cares? It would have to arc ever so slightly. It would. Would being the operative term. Okay. Qualify that. Present it in reality that it's happening. Tangibly so. Not just in a mathematical model. Not just saying if the Earth was a globe, light would have to curve this way. This is an observation that light would have to curve this much. I put it in a mathematical construct and I balance out my zeros, therefore the Earth's a globe. It's like, that's not how it works. You can't say, if I wanted to buy a Lamborghini, I needed $1 million. 0 plus million equals $1 million, therefore I'm a millionaire. Yeah, I think when Jesse Kozlowski presented his math to one of our friends in here, it was basically like perfect math, like ideal, exactly as if the Earth was a perfect sphere with a perfect radius and perfect radials to the center, with every vector being equidistant and equaling the exact amount, right? So no matter where you are, it'd be a straight line to the center of the Earth, right? Totally disregarding their claim of differential distribution of mass within the Earth that causes varying plumb lines and gravity, pockets or whatever. It's like what they do with the bridges. It's like, oh, if the Earth was a globe, bridges would have to be off plumb from the towers, right? So I'm just going to make a claim that they are. And my proof is that I already know the Earth's a globe, therefore it's true. And if you ask them to prove it, they just present you the math of how far they should be apart. They never present you the measurement of them being measured to be that far apart.
Yeah, they don't.
However, lo and behold,
yeah, go ahead.
The guys that did the Convex Earth, I think it's called, documentary, they actually went up and attempted to measure the difference between buildings, and they found no difference. They actually used a methodology to measure it directly, and they didn't find a difference at all.
They didn't even find a slight wobble or something that they could try to pass off as curvature?
I don't remember exactly. I just remember that it was underwhelming. But even if they did, like even if you went up to the top of the building and you found out that one building over here compared to a building over there seemed to be like 2 inches or 1 inch off from each other, man, you just chalk that up to construction. It's like, how do you know that the edge of the building is perfectly plumb? Did you plumb the entire side of the building with a 200? No, not 200, but like let's just say 50-story plumb, right, level and straight edge. It's like, no, you didn't.
Well, of course they did. According to dogs or gods, every building is built perfectly plumb. There is no tolerance for error there whatsoever.
Yeah. Exactly. That kind of stuff is just silly.
There's a type rate walker. How much length of cord he needs. Building.
Right. Exactly. He needs 100 feet at the second story and 102 feet at the top. Therefore, the Earth is a ball. Well, maybe it's therefore because the construction company sucks. How about that?
No, it could only be that the Earth is a sphere. The necessary requisite fact of the bendy tightrope.
Oh, so when Dogs Are Gods was here, he failed to present a accurate predictive model of refraction that could actually be tested against real world results, right? Or measurements to support his claim that the cure-all for all the globe ills is refraction. Now, Ruhif claimed that he did something just the other day. He claimed that he went about 100 feet or 100 meters off the surface to reach a refraction stable observation height, right? To then make observations and prove that there's a drop angle to the horizon, as if, right, he didn't get it, which we already defined, that the ground is below you. I mean, good grief. Newsflash, Globers, the ground that you're standing on is actually below you. So it is below you. And if you get higher, it'll be more below you than it was before. Holy moly.
So when Ruhif is extrapolating drop over distance, Earth curve drop from these dip angles, is he accounting for observer height above the surface at all? Or is he just attributing all of that just purely to drop over distance?
Well, who knows? But is he accounting that if he's just using the horizon, that the horizon could be closer or farther the higher you go? And not just dropped or more? I mean, you think about it, when you look out and you see these mirages, right? You notice that what appeared to be the horizon is not actually the end of the physical water that's available to your viewpoint. How do you know this? Because you see boats out past the visible water line or the resolvable water line, right? And they appear to be in the sky, but that is because the water is experiencing total internal reflection of its ability to show you itself, and it's only acting as a mirror for the light that is elsewhere. So it's reflecting to you the sky and not showing you itself. So you can't see the water because it's unresolved, and all you can see is the color field of the sky. So it looks to you like that's where the horizon is being... Well, no, let me rephrase that. That is where the horizon is, but that looks to you like that's where the water ends. Right? Because we all know the horizon is just an optical thing. So when you look out and you see that and you assume that that's the physical end, and then you mark that as the physical end, and then you drop down to it, if we know that the horizon, quote unquote, allegedly rises towards eye level optically in the effects of perspective, then you would get a drop angle if you're going down in your field of view to get to the resolvable waterline, when the actual waterline is above that. So you would expect a drop in angle to the horizon as you change relative to it.
Of course. And you wouldn't expect that drop in angle to have anything to do with the horizon being geometric, because it would have to be at its geometric distance if that were the case.
Right. So he made that claim, but he said that, things like the black swan don't matter because they're 1 foot above. You have to go higher. And so, I mean, I didn't get a chance to speak to him, but there are higher observations, much higher than 100 meters, that have supersedery distances, of 100 miles to the horizon, 200 miles, whatever, or objects that are greater than 250 miles being able to be seen, that should be like a mile or so below the curve, or other such things, right? So those are even higher, where refraction should allegedly be even more stable, taken in infrared. So it's like, what does he want? Well, we all know what he wants. No matter what, he's going to say, I see something that supersedes globe geometry, therefore refraction is causing this. How much refraction? The answer is as much as necessary, right? Making the proposition unfalsifiable. It's just a post hoc excuse where you just take a slider and you slide it to the left, you slide it to the right, until it reaches, a balance, and it says that you have super refraction or extreme refraction or whatever else they name it in the Walter Bislin's sliding refraction globe salvation anometer. You know what I mean?
Yep. Whatever refraction is required for the globe to look like whatever it did instead. That's how much.
Exactly. Keep in mind that me and our friend Kiwi, right? We did that, and we found that the slider actually goes to 60 billion miles. Yeah. You can have a globe radius of refraction, right, of 60 billion miles. That's plenty for all of your flat Earth needs, right? So if you have a flat Earth observation that geometrically proves the Earth is flat, and you need to counter it with optics by tricking everyone into thinking you're doing something optical by actually applying a transformation to the radius of the Earth, you have a wiggle room up to 60 billion miles to play with. And it doesn't matter. As long as you can slide that slider that says refraction, you can just tell the flat earther, look, it's refraction. The slider says so.
Well, they've given themselves pretty much limitless wiggle room, so their 7/6R claim is basically irrelevant. He says that if you go up high enough that the gradient stabilizes to a standard 7/6R, but if we go up high and show him something that doesn't comport with that 7/6R claim, he's going to do exactly what you say and just argue there was however much more refraction was needed to see whatever we saw.
Right. And now, can he quantify that from point A to point B? The answer is no. However, if you present the counter to that by the evidence in the first instance of an observation at that distance, their claim against you will be, you haven't quantified the refraction from point A to point B. And now, when I say quantify, I don't mean attach a number to it, right? I mean actually measure it. That's the difference. You can't just say, "Oh, I quantified it." I quantified it by having this equation, and I just slide a slider until I get the number I need, and that's the quantification. No, that's not what I'm talking about, right? So they will tell us we must know the exact path of the light that it took, before we can make a positive claim. But they get to just say refraction as a catch-all. right? Why is that?
They seem to have their
then if-
axioms all upside down.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, standards.
Well, it's the opposite of what we observe. It's the opposite of what's self-evident by default, it seems, with them.
Yeah. Yeah, keep in mind the majority of their alleged claims of measurement, right, direct measurement, rely on optically sighted first-hand experience, right? So I go out, I look out, I see the world optically, and then I interpret what I'm seeing into some form of geometry that I then draw in an orthographic or three-dimensional modeling way, right? So there's that transition point of the real world and then the translation to the model that they're creating on the orthographic projection or the a 3D model. It's not as simple as that they're getting absolute direct information. They're making inferences, they're inputting assumptions, they're making interpretations.
Yeah, every single time the globe is the interpretation that they come out with, not what was directly shown. Always, it has to be, because as we know, there is no globe, so that has to be how it's done.
Now, they will say that if you can provide me a mathematical formula that's consistent and predictive of how to get these observations that shows the way the light should travel, right, and has a reasonable explanation of why, then if you could provide that to me, then I'll accept your point.
If they provide a direct measurement of the curved body of water or whatever they're arguing for in the first place, which they say is and I go, okay, well, you've directly measured it. We know it's there. So whatever we're seeing instead must be a distortion of that thing that you measured. But of course, that doesn't exist.
Right. The thing that gets me is like they don't understand that they have that same hole in their side, but somehow they think that they have a mulligan or a freebie to just move a refraction slider to the left and to the right until it matches, and then claim that that's what's happening. As if it's a foregone conclusion.
Yeah, I think it's because they get their axioms from what people say. They think that since everybody's saying this is the baseline, this is the default, this is the axiomatic position. Everybody says it's a globe, therefore the burden is on you to show otherwise.
Hey, check this out, bro. Did you know that there's near field diffraction and far field diffraction? Did you know that?
Yeah, that makes sense.
So what that means is that if the source of light is close versus far, the diffraction in the optics is going to be different. Right? So the amount of interference and the amount of available resolvable light for a particular object or space in your field of view is going to increase or decrease based on the distance of the object to you. So all these triangles are competing against each other to render an image on the final thing, right? See the problem? All right, no cash. What? No cash anywhere? What the heck? How am I supposed to pay then, sucker? I don't freaking know. Doop, whatever. Yay! My Easy Pass worked. Hooray! I'm trying to go cashless highways, man. Yeah, so you notice how it's not as simple as I'm looking out and I can see everything that's in front of me. That's not how it works. Everything that's in front of me, no matter the distance. It's not how it works.
Yeah, of course not. Fascinating.
Isn't that amazing? He just mentioned cashless highways. I guess you're in the States, toll booths and stuff. Like, why are we even paying for something we paid to have laid down in the first place? Like up here in Canada, going to TO and whatnot, there's options. You can go on the express route. It'll be quicker. You'll get around the traffic and get there faster. But we're
I'm going through.
We'll send you a little bill in the mail. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going through the Baltimore Harbor Tunnel. So I'm going to go down right, under the water, then come up again. Therefore, the Earth is a globe.
Well, yeah.
Because I have to travel an arced path in this tunnel, right? So concave Earth. There you go.
You know, another one that Rufy comes in with all the time, of course, is 60 nautical miles per degree of latitude, which is another argument based in ideal geometry, which even according to their claim wouldn't exist on the imperfect potato Earth, not the perfect one that they don't say it is, right?
Well, I mean, you got to understand the margins of error.
Right. But it's not exactly like an even 60 nautical miles at every single degree. Wouldn't even be as per their claim. They don't have the same rate of curvature over the potato Earth everywhere. Not exactly. But yeah, degrees of error, like you said, it's not that much.
Yeah.
You have something that's roughly a sphere.
Well, the answer is the answer, my friend, is that a sphere, by its definition, geometrically, is impossible to construct in three-dimensional reality. Can't be done.
Interesting.
Why? Why is that the case? Well, it's the case because three-dimensional structures have variations, right, in their atomic structure, whatever you want to call it, right? So there's always going to be some type of imperfection at the surface. So you're never going to have an equal radius from all points at the surface to the center. There's going to be some variation. So any three-dimensional object that exists in free space, of a necessity, can't be a sphere in an ideal sense. So it's always going to be almost a sphere.
And definition is a flat level surface upon that object. It is definitely not a sphere, right?
Right.
Become a two-sided object.
Yeah, you wouldn't describe a round object as being flat. You would describe it as being smooth. And that's the thing. The smoother it is, the more ideal it feels. But we do know, like, from certain things that, in a sense, the model that they have of the variations of the topography of the Earth, right, is actually smoother with the variations than an actual engineered billiard ball. So they claim. Right, so a billiard ball with its microscopic differentials that you can't feel with your finger is actually less smooth than the Earth would be if the Earth was the size of a billiard ball. If the Earth was a sphere.
So, if it's flat, then it's smooth. It's got to be smoother than a pancake, then.
Like Kansas?
Yeah.
Yeah, the university system in Kansas did a test and a survey of Kansas and found that the flatness coefficient that they rated is actually flatter than an actual pancake would be. Now, let's be clear. They didn't use the term smooth. They used the term flat. It's almost like they forgot to measure it flat and then wrap it around a globe, you know? It's like, oh, damn, we missed a step. Retract, republish. We meant to say smooth. We're sorry.
I'm sitting here thinking how much we would be saving on electricity if only rocks did reflect light. We could have rock street lights all over the place.
What are you talking about? Rocks reflect light. They do. Think about it. If your rocks didn't reflect light, how could you see them? There'd just be an empty spot in your vision. It'd be like, oh, just walking along. Oh, what's that big empty spot? Oh, it must be a rock.
Black hole.
I meant in reference to their moon reflecting light, being a rock reflecting light. Couldn't we just have rocks on our street lights and reflect light back to the ground?
Well, on what I just said right before that, though, it is really funny how the globe seems to just get forgotten about when somebody isn't making it their specific goal to prove it.
Yeah, exactly. Kind of like they forget all about it when they're building structures, and they don't. Then after it's all done, then some stupid reporter comes up and it's like, "Oh, I see you built this big structure. Did you remember to take into account the curve of the Earth?" And they're like, "Wait a minute, did we?" "Oh yeah, of course we did."
Or like a geology textbook or something. They show you something like, I don't know, an ocean basin. They show the ocean completely flat on top of it. Like they just forgot all about the globe when they were writing this.
Forgot to curve the bottom of the ocean.
Forgot to curve all of it. Even pointed out that at the bottom of the ocean floor is an abyssal plain.
Oops.
It's just when one of us goes, oh, so it's flat then, that they have to go, wait a minute, no. And then try to double speak their way out of it.
They should redefine it, and in their description they should take out the word flattest, because they often describe abyssal plains as the flattest areas on Earth, right? And just change it to the least slopiest.
My 3 best proofs for the globe are nonstick frying pans, Velcro, and Tang, fueling tomorrow's astronauts today.
How do they get? How are they getting these dip angles to the horizon that you were talking about, AI? How are they getting their elevation, their altitude?
Probably from a known metric that they're referencing, or maybe a barometer.
Barometer wouldn't be very accurate, though, would it? It is just give you an estimate.
Or maybe their GPS. But you know, a lot of people just go up a hill and they know where they are in the hill, and they reference that hill, and the chart says this hill is this tall, so they say, okay, I'm that tall.
Forgetting how the altitude of the peak of the mountain was measured.
Oh, most aren't measured. I imagine that they're estimated from previous methods like barometric pressure or some kind of benchmark from the ground. But they might have been measured in the beginning. Not all mountains, though, just key ones.
Like Mount C for Everest.
Oh, yeah. If the Earth was flat, I could look in your bedroom window from Mount Everest.
See you on the Eiffel Tower.
I wonder how far you could actually see with those mountaintop observatories if you took that shit and looked horizontal. In infrared.
Well, I want to say there's already 1,200 mile shots, but that's much higher than an observatory.
Talking about using the lens size of the observatory rather than having our miniature camera size from the observatory.
Oh, yeah. Gotta check with the Vatican. They got a big one. That's a horizontal telescope.
Oh, you mean Big Lucy?
Yeah. Binocular telescope, if I'm not mistaken.
That's why I nicknamed the James Webb Lucifer's testicle, because we got Lucifer down here, and James Webb telescope is like his testicle floating in space.
All right, guys, fire up Sophia. We gotta go check and see what the mirror reflections say.
Been decommissioned, hasn't it?
I don't know. Have they stopped using poo ball?
Who killed the chat? Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah.
Sophia, final flight on September 29, 22.
Sell off. Oh no, the material floats in space. Apparently, Sophia's in space, right?
No, Sophia is a airplane that flies above the clouds and uses infrared to view space. Bum, bum,
Okay.
bum.
Yeah, but they do claim that, or do they claim it's a satellite telescope?
No, they claim it's a plane. It is a plane. Objectively, it's a plane.
So now that it's decommissioned, what, they'll just sell it off for scrap metal? Millions of dollars worth of material? Just scrap metal now?
No, with a plane, you'd probably get about 28,000 on material, maybe. I know somebody checked the scrap metal price for a C-130 at like $30,000. Or wait a minute. Never mind. I retract my statement. I'm going to figure that out first before I go saying it.
Hello, hello, hello. What is up, Flat Fam?
Well, I'm looking up right now and I see sky.
That beautiful terrarium cover above us, right? Yep.
Exactly, and it's almost kind of a bluish color today, which is kind of nice for being in Los Angeles the day after all the fireworks went off. But I'm just driving home. I'm driving home on my way home from work. I wasn't going to mic up, but nobody else was answering about the What Up Fam, so I figured I'd put my 2 cents in worth.
Oh, well, I appreciate you, Wave Mixer.
And is that Janae?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh, man, my voice recognition is getting better and better all the time.
I'm really good at that voice recognition stuff. I'm like, oh, if I've talked to you before, I know your voice.
Oh, man.
Well, as long as Timbo and...
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
As long as Timbo and Jedi aren't on at the same time, I'm doing pretty well. I have had a tendency to mix the two up sometimes, though.
What?
Oh, really?
Yeah, that seems odd. They're not. They don't sound anything alike.
Well, one's got an Australian accent, one's got an English accent. But, what can I say? I'm dyslexic.
Auditorially, like.
You know, I always put my headphones on backwards. I put the right ear over the left one. And I can't figure out how come when I'm watching something like a car go by on the racetrack, how the picture goes one way and the sound goes the other.
Hey, so we've got somebody in the YouTube chat who goes by the handle Bad Boy, and he claims that he is a flat earther, but that he got banned from the server because he was basically telling people to like not talk over each other or something.
Yeah, another cool story from Bad Boy, who was not a flat earther either. But that'd be fun to have him back.
I figured. I mean, if you want to let him back in, you can let him back in, because I kind of felt like he's kind of pulling you. Oh, he says I was a Glober. He says I was a Glober. So he's saying that he has learned some things about the Earth. But
That's the opposite of his story when he first came in here. When he first came in here, he said, "I'm a Glober who was a flat earther."
So now he's a flat earther that was a Glober. I'd like to let him in and have a chit chat with him. I mean, I haven't been on in a while.
Yeah, that'd be fun. A mod or admin will have to look at it though.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. He says, "No, I was the Glober." I told him, I said, for now, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, but I already had my suspicions raised, so. Because I know I'm pretty sure I've seen this guy in the server before being a silly goose. So, yeah.
You might say he was a bad boy.
You might say he was a bad boy. Bad boy.
Oh yeah. How was he banned?
Wait, say that again?
If you find out, if you find out if he's only S banned,
Yeah, I guess he's server banned. That's it. He said, "I want to learn more because I want to be able to discuss this with someone," and I can respect that. And I just hope that if he's hearing this right now, that he's being honest, because intellectual honesty is a big thing here. And we can tell when someone's not being intellectually honest. You can tell when they know what the answer should be, and when they answer with something completely different that, only happens to go along with their confirmation bias and their cognitive dissonance. So I don't know. It might give this bad boy a second chance. Who knows?
YOLO.
And he wants to learn more. Well, I mean, it's ultimately physics, bad boy. If you're listening right now, it's physics. And if you know your physics and you know your geometry, then
oh my goodness,
will
it's so
know
simple.
that
All you
it
have to
is-
do. Let me give a primer and pacto for the Globers that can't figure it out. just make an alt and come in, and don't tell everyone that you're that person that got banned, and then you'll be able to hang out for a while. I mean, good grief.
Da 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 da. Yep.
Yeah.
When people figure out the physics of what liquids do, I mean, it's super simple. The sea is level, and then they want to give me the stupid updated 2014, the changed definition in the new Merriam-Webster, and it's great because, I mean, it's comical because the first part of that new updated Merriam-Webster definition for level says having no part higher than another, conforming to the liquid parts of Earth's surface curvature. And I'm like, but wait a minute. If you have 100 frickin' miles and at sea level, and level is having no part higher than another, and you're trying to apply level to a ball, well then within that 100 miles, your center point at 100 miles is going to be higher than it is on your two ends. So having no point higher than another from end to end is level. That does not exist on a ball. We wouldn't call it, it's like we call it sea level just for the fuck of it. Probably one of the easiest concepts. Like, they call it sea level, right? And we all know that level doesn't curve, except for we're in the day and age where people want to change the definitions to things to suit their own biases. And so I'm like, yeah, well, it's
Yeah. Well, sadly, the modern world is eating way more food than they need to, so most people have biases.
a front butt. You know when like incredibly obese people have what I call it a front butt?
A front.
Yeah, a front butt. Yeah. Whoever this max it out no limits in the YouTube chat saying something about just scares you that there are many other worlds God made, so you may not. I don't know. This is okay. So let's break down the word universe. Okay, uni, one, verse, place. So this is one place. This is one place. This is it. We're it. We are at the center of all of this, and that's pretty obvious to me. After 5.5, 6 years of research, it's very obvious to me that we are the center of everything. There are not necessarily any extra worlds, but there are probably lands that we really don't know about.
Well, I mean, it depends on your definition of world. Because we got 3 worlds, right? In common language. We got the first world countries, the second world countries, and the third world countries. And they are kind of like different worlds when you go there.
Right.
Totally different ways of doing things, different ways of operating, different ways of experiencing the surroundings.
That's true. Depending on the context, the word world is can mean something different. Like, oh, that guy's all wrapped up in his own world, Flat Earth dude, cheers.
There's a book called The World is Flat, and it's about essentially the current era of interconnectivity of commerce and distribution of either, logistical things or informational things. So basically, instead of being complicated like it used to be, it's more simple to interchange goods and services and information. And so in that sense, the author, uses the world is flat as a way of explaining that. So the interconnectivity flattens out the world, right? Because the curve in between point A and point B isn't there to block you from interacting with the other person anymore.
Ding ding.
Kind of like when you shoot a laser over a 25-mile body of water, the hump of Earth curve isn't there to block it.
Exactly, and I think it's actually really silly that these silly globy geese, they always come back with this. Oh, well, refraction is doing this and that to make the laser go further. I'm like, what? Refraction is not causing water to physically be level or flat on its surface. That's not what's happening. Like, I don't know, but they like to invoke refraction and gravity for every damn thing that they don't understand in observable physics, is what I've noticed.
I'm a Glober. I've been listening for a while. I just had to unmute and clarify you guys are doing the math wrong, okay? That's where you're getting it wrong.
You know what's funny? I actually got into it with somebody about maths, and I was like, okay, let's take the height over distance, let's take the curvature calculation, let's take the distance that we can clearly freaking see, and I broke it all down for this person, and they were like, oh, well, I guess you are right. And I was like, oh, I'm not retarded, dude. I know how to do math, I know how to do physics, I'm great at geometry, I passed all those classes with flying colors in high school. Like, so he was like, oh, yeah, you're right. I was like, yeah, I know I'm right, because I'm really good at geometry. You're going to find out that, 41 freaking miles of missing curvature should be enough to tell you that the Earth is not curving over water.
I guess so. Holy shit.
41 freaking miles of missing curvature should tell anybody that, the sea really is freaking level, and that level doesn't curve, and it's such a simple concept, and they want to argue for their magic wabbity and their yeah, crazy stuff. Oh, you know, I was watching the TV today. I rarely ever turn the TV on, but the channel it was on was the show The Talk. Okay, so The Talk was on, and the next thing I know, I see everybody wearing NASA shirts and all of this stuff, and I was like, oh, this right here tells me that Flat Earth is gaining some serious traction, because they are pushing all of their spacecraft so hard to try to reify this fallacy and to keep the minds enslaved. And I'm like, bruh.
Guess what I found out? NASA actually has a bank, a credit union bank you could be a part of. Get like your NASA debit card and your little NASA checks.
Wow. Yeah, join the club, right? Like, oh, you want to be part of the club without being part of the club? Yeah. But I thought it was absolutely crazy. And then somebody in the chat actually earlier today, in the YouTube chat, was like, well, there's been a resurgence in space exploration. I was like, no, there's been a resurgence of brainwashing so that they can keep their little mental slaves right where they want them. That's all it is. I was like,
I think they meant